Welcome, one and all, to the picturesque landscapes of southern Italy with the beautiful towns of Lecce, Brindisi, and of course Ottrano as well, that surround the fabulous circuit that is La Conca in southern Italy. For the first time in its history, it plays host to the champions of the future, and then back again in just a few moments' time. We will see, of course, the FIA European champions, but we'll talk about that later on, because right now, this weekend, plenty of action is ahead of us around this beautiful landscape. What a venue it is. It's been around since 1999. It played host to its first Italian championship back in the year of 2000, but event records set this weekend in time qualifying, I will stress, in very wet conditions. Jindra Peschel putting in a 102.939 in the qualifying practice. That time has since been beaten in the qualifying heats themselves as well. But the circuit itself, what a venue. 1,250 meters, around 9 to 10 meters wide. Long stretch down that start-finish straight, but it extends just to the 200 meters after that kink of turn 16. And that does bring me on to the turns themselves, many of them out there. Around the circuit, 16 in total, 10 to the right, 6 to the left, and that does include the one hairpin down at turn number 15. Each and every one of these turns is an adventure in its own right, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them into turns 1, 3 and 4, into turn 7 as well. That it sweeps through turn sector number 2, very fast through the fabled S's there as well. And of course, that last-ditch attempt at turn 15 before you head down that long start-finish straight back to the start-finish line. Top speed drivers will be reaching that down in towards, you guessed it, turn number 1. They'll reach around 127 kilometers an hour with that toe, that slipstream. They'll average around 72 around the lap. Very fast, demanding circuit for the drivers here at World Circuit La Conca. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. Nicole, we are back. 2026, a brand new season. Brand new drivers, brand new, drivers switching teams, moving around. We've had silly season, but we're back and everyone is, I think, set, ready to go now as well. The rain has finally stopped.
Yeah, we're in the hunt again this year to find and crown more champions. The first event of this season, and like you said, we've had that silly season for our drivers. So many driver changes, new faces in the field, and of course, those graduations from the junior class up over into the seniors. Yesterday, torrid conditions for our drivers. Those heats, we saw 6 of them, really difficult for our drivers to deal with. We saw so many penalties, DNFs for the drivers that are also going to be thrown into the mix of today's fighting. Some drivers in the field really having to push their way through, but we're going to kick off today's action then with your first qualifying heat of the day, and it will be at OK Juniors.
It certainly will be, and this one will start with the front row of the Ukrainian Vsevolod Osachie-Sobolowski, joined by Leon Shilidze as well, who will be joining on that front row of the grid. There you can see on your screen is Deputy Race Director this weekend, Dan Ashton. He is on the starting grid. He has been promoted to the race starter as Martin Bean has taken a spot out there on the circuit ready for this one. There is your pre-grid there, Chief Pre-Grid Officer Ross Upton, showing the 1-minute board ahead for the field before they head out onto the circuit. Tense moment for them, and as you can see, still wet tyres adorned on the cuts. It is still a greasy circuit. There you can see some of the hardworking marshals on track. We do say a big thank you to the hardworking Orange Army here at the La Conca circuit. Great work from them in the wet conditions yesterday, and they had a very busy day yesterday. Many DNFs in the horrible conditions that we had that did strike out quite a few drivers and even some drivers that we will see in this race. But for everyone else here, it is all about a brand new day today with hopefully a change in those track conditions.
Yeah, some drivers then I think really hoping for different conditions, especially those who suffered and struggled in qualifying. In this session, some of those names will include Rocco Simone, Michele Orlando and Bassetto Guillaume as well. They will be starting at the back, but those conditions we saw yesterday really caught some out. Who will fight their way through then within this first qualifying heat of the day? We're going to shortly find out, as on the front row, Vsevolod Osachie-Sobolowski and Leon Shilidze head off.
Indeed, and let's quickly take you through that full list, because right now it's going to be a very busy race. So, as mentioned, Sevolodo Sanchez-Orlowski and Leon Shelidze starting this one on the front row of the grid. Alex Malota, good day yesterday, second in that first race. Will be starting alongside Jonas Pundis of Lithuania, who also finished inside that top 10. Row number 3, Oiva Ventrata joining Savale Kage on that third row of the grid. As already we've got dramas. Henry Constant Kumpin on that Lando Norris chassis, the RFM, out of the race, and he doesn't look happy at someone as he was due to start this on the 7th row of the grid. Rest of the field, row 4, Olivier Sini needs a good result in this one. DNF yesterday as he starts alongside Nicolo Perico, who also had a bit of a tough race in his first outing in the OK junior class in the Champions of the Future. Row 6, Max Felder joining Denny Babacek on that 6th row of the grid, with now Miguel Manzano all on his own on row 7. Alexandre Point and Francesco Rocca, they lock out the first half of the field on row number 8.
Zavray Didkovsky and John Puyol will be hoping for good results starting from the 9th row, and then your top 20 is rounded out by Aurélien Lumaire and Benjamin Westwood, who had a DNF and a 5-second time penalty yesterday. Row number 11 will be Daniel Ferrara with Elton Headfirst, and then from 12 it's Alexander Lejenki with Christian Kobe. 13 is Juan Gafiafe with Tony Cacciaferro, and 14 will look like Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Oliver Spencer, making it an all Great Britain 14th row. Penultimate row of your field is Michele Orlando and Guillaume Bassato, and 16th and final grid spot will be Rocco Simone starting in P31. But of course, we have already lost a runner in the form of Henry Constant Kumpin.
Yeah, quite a shame, and he looked quite agitated about that as well. He was gesticulating at another driver out on circuit just to say, you know, what was that? And yeah, clearly there may have been something untoward out on the track. This is post 7. This is turn 14 on the circuit. Very fast sweeping left-hander for the drivers before they head into the right-hand hairpin at turn 15. Great overtaking opportunity here before they head down the 256 long straight before they head in towards turn 16, the final turn of the circuit, before they enter into those tram lines. The first race of the day, and we are not racing. It is a false start, Nicole.
Yeah, down the main straight, these drivers will go. We'll have to start that one probably slightly slower than what we saw just 8 moments ago. Gives us an opportunity then, Anthony, to talk about maybe some of those silly season moments that we have saw over the winter. Of course, lots of changes, the likes of Tony Cacciaferro being one of those drivers to switch over teams, and new names within the field as well, the likes of Christian Kobe, who's in his first season of OKJ.
Race control there. Head of race control, David Manchester, joined by Sam Fisher, who's actually in race control right now. He's been running around like a headless chicken on the track trying to fix some things, but he's back in there now working alongside David, and hopefully they have a very good day. Trust me, they will look a lot busier than that a little bit later on.
Yeah, and talking of busyness, yesterday, penalties. There was not a single heat that saw less than 7 penalties go out to drivers. So race control has already been incredibly difficult for our team, as is the steward's office.
What a statistic. Not a good one for that as well. Yesterday, final winners currently leading the intermediate classification. Of course, a race win here gains you 50 intermediate classification points to determine if you're getting through to those super heats and, of course, those finals. Max Bobashov, Roland Nagy, and Julian Fresnelli took those wins yesterday. No one in this group's here did take a win. Someone's about to earn 50 points to their name as we enter into those tram lines. It is lights out, fights on in OK Junior towards turn 1. Good stuff for the inside line. The Koski gets away well of Sadlowski, but the rest of the field, they're trying to snake their way through. You can see the mud that got kicked up on the outside as around the outside. Shelidze tries to get that move done, but it's not worked out. That's the front row sitter out of this race.
Yeah, Shelidze then just caught and turned around the number 23. You can see really unfortunate point of the circuit where he is parked as well. Looks like that chassis could be beached up on the curb. A 2-kart breakaway, though, as we head through this first half of the first lap. And another spinner there. This time it's one of the Fusions. That's the number 93 who's gone round through that second sector. Oliver Spencer then, first season for him within the OKJ class. He's trying to get that kart push started. Looks, Anthony, to me like he could be getting that to have a go. And
he's got it going.
He's got it fired back into life. Ollie Spencer will continue to circulate.
Yeah, indeed. Very tough to get those started there. and he's done a great job of that one. Eyes to the front here as one car pulls out of the slipstream there with the start-finish straight. Looked like one of the Tony carts, rejoins it now. But the fight here, clear breakaway for Sachi Sadlowski and Alex Malota. Now, Malota had a good day yesterday with a P2. I think he wants a P1 today. He's all over that rear bumper as they exit in towards sector number 1, towards sector 2.
Well, of course, let's not forget Alex Malota actually crossed the line yesterday in P1 in a post-race 5-second penalty, stripped that win from him and gifted it to the other driver. Of course, Bobrashov inherited that win from moments down the inside, and he's pulled it off. Change for the race lead. Yeah,
indeed. Beautiful stuff there in towards turn 11 as they head through the fabled S's here at La Conca. Big curbs there. You can get a lot of air in as well, hitting those curbs at the exit of turn 14. But a nice overtake there then for Malota, looking really, really strong. I tell you who else is looking really strong. Oscar Volley, who's there in third place, who's on a 6th place down on that parallel. He is closing in on third place, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. Rest of the group side by side into turn 1, the victory lane, trying to go for the move. Jonas Pundis on Olivier Dicini.
Yeah, good moves going on down towards turn number 2 then. Really difficult points of the circuit for our drivers in these conditions. As our driver in second of Sevolodo Sachi Soslovsky at turn number 4 just looked like he ran wide, really did almost trip over himself. Back onto the road though, but he's lost quite a lot of pace now to Oscar Volley. This is the battle going on for P4. This includes Olivier Dicini and Jonas Pundis. Watch these drivers for Prema and Victory Lane battle this one out as Dicini is aware. He's under some pressure, puts in a purple sector number 2 and 1 just to push himself away again from Pundis.
Yeah, indeed. At the front, Malota now setting the pace. Fastest lap on that previous lap, 102.302. Crosses the line again now. Is that time going to be bettered? The answer to that is yes. 101.8. We're faster than the qualifying times. The track is improving. Understandably, there'll be a dry line forming here, Nicole, and that will spell a little bit of drama for the next groups coming down because, of course, they'll be choosing whether or not to go for the wet setup or the dry setup. I'm not sure how quickly this track dries out. Of course, it's my first time here. I'm not sure of the characteristics of the track, but judging by that pace there, we're heading to sub 1 minute at the moment, and I suspect, yeah, the next group might be thinking about slicks.
Oh, close for comfort there between Dicini and Pundis as Pundis really just visibly closes up on the brakes there. But, you know, today, Anthony, and within the next couple of hours, I'm thinking this could be a really interesting morning for our drivers. Of course, all of the testing and racing we've had so far is wet. The forecast says that it's not expected to rain today. So as we go into what will be some dry racing, I think you're going to see a big mix-up in the order and drivers, especially from the back, really start to spring into life and push their way through. Dicini there through turn number 1, just wrestling with the cart slightly. These drivers still experiencing some understeer as they head through that first sector.
Indeed, fighting going on here. Big look down the inside for Juan Garciase as he battles away with that Tony card of Jean Puria as well. He's on a 10th-place gain, but Garciase also on a 16th-place gain. These two drivers are pushing their way through the field nicely, but now they've started to fight each other. Now it's started to become a little bit tricky because they are going to have the rest of the field closing in behind them. Alexander Point there on that Fusion Motorsport. Forza Racing's Francesco Roja as well, also closing in, but he himself is under pressure from Laurent as well, just behind. So it's all starting to kick off. Aurélien Lemaire is all over that rear bumper as they head down in towards turns 15. Look at this now, rolling roadblock of this battle, all for about 8th place downwards.
Yeah, Peugeot just visibly not giving this one up then. Defensive line down that main straight in towards that first corner and actually trips over himself and gets that completely wrong. That just highlights it, Anthony. The difficult track positions, if you're really not on the right line, if you catch that water, you're just going to slide. And that's exactly what he has done, and it's lost him 3 positions. Yeah,
indeed. As quickly as you can gain places, you can fall back as well in karting. It is one of those challenging moments. Very wide there for the VDK. Just in the background, Aurélien Lemaire getting great kart control out of turn 7 before that infield straight. And again, just showcasing how slippy it still is out there. We could be under a few more. Babacek, 5-second time penalty. Denny won't be happy with that one.
Yeah, Denny just looked like he jumped his way through there. One of the drivers in this war into the back at that final corner. That's that domino effect we're seeing time and time again, Anthony. These drivers just struggling on the brakes, and then they end up bashing around like we just saw there towards turn number 1 between, is that Denny Babacek and maybe Francisco Roca there.
Yeah, personally so. On to lap number 7 of this race, and they're still fighting away 3 wide out of turns 3 and 4 in the first sector, and as soon as they try it, they're going to fight it back as well. Look at this to the inside, though. Big moves happening as Ava Lawrence is on the charge through the field. She's trying to get past all of these drivers, all fighting, I will say, for about 10th place downwards, Nicole. It's not a fight they want to be in.
Yeah, Ava Lawrence then did start quite high up. She was on that 5th row, has dropped positions, has been shuffled into the pack. But there she is, the Aston Martin branded driver, just trying to push her way through into this fight, which includes the likes of Michelle Orlando, who's on a 19 place gain within this race, is involved in this snake of karts who now complete yet another lap. Out in the front, though, seemingly unbothered by what is unfolding, is Alex Malotta, 1.3 seconds clear from Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky.
Indeed. That group now being led by Michelle Orlando, the Italian, running on the Daniela Rossi racing team machine, pushing through, but not at this moment under too much pressure from the drivers behind. But I was just looking at that nose cone, looked a little bit wobbly. Understandable. I suspect there's going to be a lot of nose cones in that group there, Nicole. They've just been scrapping so much in this one. Looks to the inside there for the VDK. Aurelian Lemaire again just pipping away, one overtake at a time, and just squeezes through. Nicely done through the next sector. That'll be a big gain of places.
Calm stuff then over the past couple of laps for Malotta, Osachi-Soslovsky and Oskari Volley. Olivier Ricini, Pundis and Oiva Venturata there, still P4, P5 and P6. Not involved in what's going on here for the likes of Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Ava Lawrence. Puyol is involved in this, as is Zavry Dudkovsky there in P17. So these drivers just still continuing to battle it out.
This is your fight 4th, 5th and 6th on screen. Olivier Ricini leading the way on that Prema liveried Kart Republic. Then you've got, of course, the victory lane of Jonas Pundis, and then Oiva Venturata on the Tony car, who's going to look to the inside there at turn number 9 and 10 in sector 2, but just can't find his way through. And this is still going to be quite an important little race for these drivers because they're trying to fight through. I think there's been drama out there for Ava Lawrence. She's tumbled down the order, not sure if it's transponder related or she has had a moment out there, but she is now clocking up on my screen down in 27th place, which is a big shame for the young lady from Australia. Down the start-finish straight, and well, there, Sini looks comfortable. Pundis and Venturata, though, very close indeed as we go on to the final lap.
Yeah, Alex Malotta then has crossed under that start-finish gantry, seen the last lap board out, and will complete this lap with fingers crossed, taking the win. Of course, yesterday had that one stripped of him, but for now it's looking like he could be on the charge to try and replicate that on-track result. We'll head through sector number 2, nice and calm, nice and controlled, a second to his name ahead of Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky. Going back to what you said a moment ago then, Anthony, you were questioning where Ava Lawrence was on the road. She is still out there, P15, so we haven't lost Lawrence. She's still circulating. Out of the final corner, Alex Malotta will go, and for the first time today is a race winner. Malotta takes it ahead of Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky and Oskari Volley.
Yeah, indeed. Very strong performance there for Alex Malotta after that drama yesterday. Comes back with a good result today, and he'll be certainly one to watch here this weekend for the Hagman Racing team. That kart looking mighty strong here in the damp and wet conditions, of course. When the conditions will improve later on today, hopefully so, knock on wood, to a dry track. When we see those slicks come out, it might be a different story. We could see some names shoot up through the order. Well, there we have it. First race of the day, qualifying heat C versus F done for the juniors. Alex Malota heads back. A race victor then in the qualifying heat. Sevoloda Sadlowski finishing in P2 ahead of Ascari Volli. Olivier Sini taking P4 ahead of Jonas Pundis. Oiva Vetarata finishing in P6 ahead of Nicolo Perico. Much better result there for Perico as well, the Italian. Struggling with that DNF and a penalty to boot as well yesterday. A very tough race. Juan Garciase, strong race there inside that top 10. A 17th place gain for Garciase ahead of Alexandre Point and Michel Orlando, who locks out the top 10 after gaining a staggering 19 places. Denny Babicek's got a 5-second, but he finishes that race in P11 ahead of Max Felder. Jean Pouillot as well finishing in 13th place ahead of Emerson McAndrew. 13 places gained. A much better day today to start it for the young British driver. Francesca Rocca ahead of Ava Lawrence. Elton Hedfords ahead of Xavier Dukowski. Aurélien Lemaire from Benjamin Westwood. Christine Kobe from Rocco Simone. And Alexander Legenki finishing in 23rd place. Savile Kage from Bassato Guillaume, or Guillaume Bassato, Daniel Ferreira, Tony Cacciafero, and Oliver Spencer lock out the 28 runners that finished that race. The retirement, Miguel Manzano, Leon Shilidze, unfortunately, from the front row out on that opening lap. And of course, Henry Constant-Kumpin that had that drama right at the very start. And there is Henry Constant-Kumpin not getting away. And that's that gesticulation I was talking about. Is he gesticulating at a driver? Is he gesticulating at the kart? Is not working. But very, very upset at the start of the day. At the start of the race, though, quite something. You can see how Shilidze tried to carry that speed around the outside. Actually did a really good job. Got into that lead. It was Sadlowski that then got the move to the inside through turns 3 and 4. Now watch this moment here. You can see he looks to the inside now. Shilidze turns in, just gets clipped by the Hagman going into turn 3. Malota, was he responsible for that to retirement for Shilidze?
Well, only time will tell. The race continued on, and of course it was the midfielders that were the story of that race. The drivers that included Max Feld, Jean Pouillot, Emerson McAndrew-Yiren as well. But these wet conditions, you're just seeing that domino effect, these drivers going into the back of each other. And of course, no race yesterday experienced less than 7 nose cone penalties, and I think this could be a similar story within this heat. I would say a lot of drivers have caught themselves out. Drivers continued to circulate around and continued to get quite aggressive. Denny Babicek being one of those names in the field. And of course, like Anthony called it, Babicek has already been given a penalty out there, as have other drivers like the number 17 and the 107. So Babicek and Michel Orlando, the 2 in the field on your screen, have been given those time-second penalties. McAndrew-Yiren continued to try and push his way through the field for Tony Kart, and it was a 13th-place gain to end him in that midfield section. But it was Alex Malota that took the checkered flag P1. A good race result on track.
Certainly so, but fingers crossed that result stays the same. Recovery operation underway here at La Conca for the 3 karts that unfortunately did retire from that race. Gives us a bit of time then to go over some things, but you can see how those karts are fixed onto that rear bumper. We will step over to the seniors next, of course, the senior OK race for groups C versus F, which will see the likes of Andrea Mani and Ili Christian on that front row of the grid. And I can confirm from yesterday, both of them coming away with race wins. The first time one of them, maybe both, is about to lose their first qualifying heat. Only one can win, of course, as we head over to that one. 12 laps these races, 15-kilometre race distance. It is a long one as the track again continues to improve. There is Andrea Mani, and again for him, not Alex Malota there for Hagman Racing, but yes, indeed, he is primed and ready to go for this one. The Monegasque certainly delivering that good result, as I mentioned yesterday, with that race win. Has got that inside line going into turn 1. Very tight inside line here. It's a 90-degree right-hander. But yesterday was also a very good day for him, as he was 3rd fastest in time qualifying, and Nicole Sutherland caught up with him.
Andrea Mani, in group, you have just set the pole. Last year, in 2025, you were a junior. Now over in the senior class. Can you tell us about the adjustment and how you're finding it?
Yeah, of course. Last year I was in OK Junior with Forza Racing. This year we moved teams. Well, last year, at the end of last year, we moved teams. And yeah, I feel way more comfortable with these tires also, and the engine changes everything. So yeah, I'm very happy.
And tell us about the tyres when you were driving around, of course, really wet session, really wet day for the drivers. Can you tell us about what it's like around the lap? Is it slippy? How do you manage it?
Yeah, to be honest, there's enough grip for me to go pole, of course. But yeah, I think, to be honest, the difference between these tires, these wet tires, and the LeConte tires isn't very big. So yeah, I managed to adapt, and yeah, I'm super happy.
Well then, Andrea, like we said, in group, full Prema, pole position.
Thank you so much.
Well, good to chat there too, Andrea Mani, as he gets himself ready for this one. But like you say, it's not going to be an easy fight. Ili Christian also took a race win yesterday. The Canadian for the Tony Kart Racing Team, there he is on that front row. Yes, he's on the outside for this one, but still showed some great pace yesterday. And actually, the whole Tony Kart crew has shown some great pace at the start of this 2026 season.
Yeah, both in the junior and the senior category, looking really strong are the team in green. Drivers in this field, though, that will be trying to push ahead, trying to get their names back up into the order, include Lev Krutilov and William Kalija. They will be starting on the second and third rows. Both drivers yesterday experienced DNFs, so they'll really be trying to hold themselves sharp inside the front order, as will this driver here. Dean Hugendorn starting on that second row. It was a P2 for him yesterday. And of course, this year in the senior category with a new team for him on that Paralin machinery for the factory team. A move from Prema, where we saw him last year in juniors. And so far, so good.
Yes, indeed. A very strong qualifying and strong results as well in that first qualifying heat, a P2 yesterday. There is William Kalija, and as you mentioned, Nicola, DNF yesterday for the Australian. Today, hoping for much better results. And like we're saying, with the track getting better and better as it goes on. Can report that all drivers have gone for wet tyres again in this one. No slicks in sight. That is understandable. Of course, the track is still in a state of wetness. It's actually quite difficult to see if it is drying, but I can see a slightly lighter line forming into turn one. It's right on the left-hand side of the track. The inside's still very, very wet indeed.
These are those conditions, Anthony, where it's really greasy. It's difficult to see where the grip exists. You know, these drivers will have a difficult job to try and continue to push and try and test the limits as well, because the track will progress throughout the session. You know, with this many drivers in the field, 30 in total, they will lap after lap continue to help the circuit dry, continue to help it evolve.
Yes, indeed. Not long away from getting this race started, recovery vehicle back in his spot. As you can see there, the Tony Kart team watching along their fellow drivers in this one. As we get going, it's quite a busy sight starting these karts in that very narrow pre-grid here at World Circuit La Conca. But we get going now for the first senior race of the day. It's qualifying heat C versus F, 12 laps ahead of us as we take you through the full starting lineup. Andrea Mani, a win yesterday, starts it alongside Ili Christian, who also takes that race win. Dean Hugendorn on a second alongside William Kalija. That DNF plaguing in his mind, but he's focused on today. Row 3, both these drivers had a DNF yesterday. Tomac Prede and Lev Krutilov. Can they better it today from row 4? Archie Owen, who also suffered, and same Sasha Osteen, a P13 after a penalty. Row 5 sees Clovis Nugarain and Bosco Arias. Arias also in a downward trajectory yesterday. 23rd place also with a penalty. Ahead of Zach Drummond and Zarif Racal on row number 6. Jean-Matteo Rousseau joins Nicolas Schaufler on that 7th row of the grid alongside Amin Gadam and Michael McCoy on row number 8.
Row number 9 is started by Egon Petrotti alongside Sebastian Mins, who's with Fusion for 2026. Row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Rafael Bassato and Victor Stalmack. And from 11, we have Filippo Sala with Max Lacroix. Keep an eye out for Sala, 13 places gained in heat yesterday. 12th row of your field is Manuel Muguez alongside Ludovic Chermazola, who was disqualified yesterday. And from your 13th row, your top 26 is Peter Gurecki and Max Wayland. 14, Mariana Lopez will be alongside Luigi Coluccio. And from your 15th row of your field, 30 seniors in total, Nicola Frigg and Peter Stiller will start.
Yes, indeed. Right then, temperature, as you saw previously from that graphic, 12 degrees. So still a little bit chilly out there, so much so that I can actually still somewhat see my breath in the commentary box a little bit here. It's quite chilly. There's race director Martin Bean. He's on that start-finish straight now. He'll be trying to slow the drivers down into those tram lines. It is a tricky one to keep them slow here. There is a long straight before they go into the start-finish line straight, before they enter into the tram line. So they somewhat accelerate a long way back into those tram lines. So it's quite a challenge to keep them slow and steady at the start of these races. But, of course, the officials here doing their level best. Andrea Mani and Ili Christian then front row of the grid for this one. As we've said, time and time out in the world of karting. It's the two Italian teams back at it again. Kart Republic and Tony Kart, wheel to wheel here in the south of Italy as we get ready to go racing. Well, as we say, it's a long run down that start-finish straight, but they keep the pace nice and slow as they head round that final kink of turn 16 into the tram lines. Are we going to go racing? The answer is yes. Towards turn 1 and a quick dive to the inside line for Lev Krutulov. He tries to get through, but he's denied that inside line as spins off a DPK in the wall at turn number 1, and will go no further in this race. To the inside, you can see that Christian tries to take the long way around the outside, but it's not worked out for him, as William Kalija, I think, has got himself into second place. It's the 236 that will go no further in this race. That is Nicholas Schaufler. He had a tough day yesterday. He's having a tough day today as well, as right at the front, it's still Mani who leads the way.
Well, you're saying Schaufler will go no further, but he's visibly just picked up the back of the cart, has got it pushed, but no, straight onto the grass, and now will go no further. Shuffled into the pack then. That's one of the Paralympians has gone backwards within the early stages of this one, as these drivers just visibly clipping those curbs, trying to get those carts rotated as Kalija into that final corner, looking really strong and really comfortable, as is Zach Drummond, who is now this driver out of the final corner, leading that second pack of carts. Mani, Dean Hugendorn and Christian are your top 3, ahead of Nugarade, Zach Drummond and Lev Krutulov all inside the top 6.
Thomas Pradier breaking the slipstream there, trying to push through as Christian dives it down the inside of Hugendorn, who is there in second place. I called it as Kalija earlier on. It's Dean Hugendorn there in P2 fighting away, and he's managed to take that place back just for the moment. So he's pushing through quite nicely here as under investigation. Sebastian Mins for a start procedure infringement, so is under the watchful eyes of the officials. Again, Christian looking to the inside there at the exit of turn 10, but not finding the traction. Does so again at turn 11, clips that inside curb. But Hugendorn back down the inside, side by side through the chicane. But Christen's got it covered, or has he? Because they go wheel to wheel once again through turn 14. Incredible car control from Dean Hugendorn, committed to holding on to that P2. But again, they bang wheels on the exit of turn 15 as Christen once again retakes second place. But he is still side by side down the start-finish straight. And all the meanwhile, Andrea Mani is breaking away at the front of this race.
Christian takes the P2 for now, then down in towards turn number 3. Hugendorn goes slightly wide on the entrance, clips that curb though, gets it hooked. They're side to by side once more, but Christian holds on to it. These two drivers not giving each other anything within this first couple of laps. Anthony, and what are they doing? They're inviting the rest of the field into this fight. Andrea Mani took a heat win yesterday, as did Ili Christian, but Hugendorn is trying to fight his way through to try and replicate that as well. But for now, they're falling into these hands. Nugarade looking strong and comfortable there, as Krutulov also looks settled. A story for Krutulov then, Anthony, a DNF yesterday. He knows that within this one, every single point is going to count, because this is a really, really long run of heats today, as Zach Drummond, out of the final corner, looks to be challenged.
Indeed, Drummond yesterday, who did take a P3 after a penalty, finds himself trying to fight back in. You can see everyone here trying to break the toe as down the inside there. You can see the moves coming in. Bosco Arias fighting with Tom Pradier and Archie Owen. Juan Mateo Rousseau also there with Sebastian Mins. Here's a look down the inside again. Big overtakes are happening. Kalija, Drummond, Pradier all fighting for position here as they head through sector number 1 into sector 2. You can see them just tripping over each other a little bit here as Kalija now gets up into 5th place at the expense of Pradier, who's seemingly falling down just that little bit here.
Well, 3 drivers inside this fight then, all experiencing DNFs yesterday. Kalija, Pradier and Arias, those three who did not have those good results, but now find themselves well inside the top 10, trying to battle it out.
Just spotted there, if you are an Illy Christian fan, do not worry, he is still there in second place. You may have seen his name tumble down that order, but he is still comfortable in that P2 spot there. Bit lick of oversteer there for that Ricky Flynn just going through. Very, very tight indeed for Bosco Arias, who tries to keep that car in the straight and narrow, pulling out of the slipstream there and looking down the inside in towards turn one. Good look there for Thomas Pradir on Archie Owen. Gets that move done.
Archie Owen then a new driver within the Champions of the Future field and showing us what he's made of already within this race. Yesterday had a DNF at turn number 1. There was an incident for him as once more he's under pressure now by Pradir and loses not 1 but 2 positions because Russo is in this fight as well. Pradir, Owen, Russo slightly off the road there, drops a wheel momentarily and invites in the likes of Mins, Pedrotti and Bassato into this midfield battle.
Indeed, and there you can see pushing through again, side-by-side battles just behind, also getting involved, and quite the battle that we are seeing here all the way up and down that field. Mins getting involved, but this is Drummond now, a little further up. Bosco Arias for company just in front. This is 7th and 8th place on track. Drummond looking out of the slipstream. Is he going to look for a move down in towards turn number 1? Bosco Arias slices in front of that nose cone, denies Drummond the move down the inside at turn 1. But again, they could see many more chances around the rest of this lap. Chrisen now, fastest driver out there, 101.124. Starting to close the gap here, Nicole, at the halfway point on Andrea Manni for the race lead.
Question then for you, Anthony. Andrea Manni, Illy Christian, Dean Hugendorn, drivers that have graduated out of junior and into senior for this year, as we've got drama out there. That's for the 285 machine, the CRG, who looks just visibly to be slowing down out there. Rafael Bassato then, but going back to my question, you know, Manni, Christian, Hugendorn, new drivers into the field, not like the story for Nugared and Krutulov, who are essentially vets. And do you think that's actually adding to their pace and maybe giving them that bit of, I've got nothing to sort of prove here?
Yeah, a little bit, I would say. I mean, these drivers, they're all experienced in their own right. A lot of these drivers are very quick in the juniors. Not much different apart from a bit more speed for these carts to go through. And there you can see Rafael Bassato now grinding to a halt and out of the race. Big shame for him as he pulls that cart over in a safe space. They're still finding a way. Arias and Drummond still absolutely wheel-to-wheel. Tom Pradir now with an opportunity. He looks down the inside of Zach Drummond and squeezes his way through turn 7. Drummond fights it back though at turn 8 and is back into that spot then of P8. Pradir back to the drawing board until turn number 10 before he squeezes his nose down the inside once more and in towards 11. Drummond just having to give the racing room. Pradir back through that chicane.
Zach Drummond then took an on-track win yesterday, but a 5-second time penalty would swipe away that win for him. And questioning now, Anthony, if maybe he's driving around with an element of frustration out there. Is still on a gain overall within this race. It's 2 positions that he has moved himself up by. Could potentially make it 3. Looked like he was going to have a look there at turn number 1, but just questioning if maybe he's approached today with an element of frustration, an element of impatience to try and push through, because he's gained and then lost quite a few within this race.
Well, the conditions have changed dramatically since their race yesterday to today. Of course, they were in really, really wet conditions, a lot of water on the circuit, which means they could put the power down a lot more. These conditions here, a lot of the drivers are struggling. You know, it's a greasy circuit. These wet tyres, well, they're not really doing anything right now. Because the conditions are going from that wet to dry state. So it's really just a case of try and hold on as best as you can. You can see that the pace is still strong for all of the drivers, but they're just wrestling with the kart constantly. Arias now under pressure. Drummond, though, back down the inside. Pradir not making the move on Arias, which means Drummond able to do so as well. Pradir looks out of the slipstream once again, down in towards turn 1. Thinks against it, drops back as now Sebastian Mins is starting to close in, potentially to help out his fellow teammate and countryman of Zach Drummond, who sits just a little further ahead.
The times for these drivers then continue to be whittled down. We are getting quicker and quicker. That water on the road.
Oh, and this is for the lead. This is for the lead. A lead change. Manny runs wide out of turn 7. And now Ilya Christian gets through. I was about to mention the gap was only down to 0.4 of a second. It was a lot less than that as Christian has lost out. Dean Hugendorn now in third place. Could see a moment for P2 here as they exit out of the chicane and in through 14 and down towards turn 15. But it's not close enough for the lunge just yet. But what happened there to Manny, who was seemingly so comfortable at the start of this race and now finds himself fighting for even P2?
Well, is it the case that it was a slide? Is it the case that it was just an ambitious and confident dive for Ilya Christian? Down towards the first sector they will go, and again, now Andrea Manni looking to be under some pressure. He has the cloud of Dean Hugendorn right on his shoulder, and there are clouds in the background as well, because now Zach Drummond under some pressure as well. Teammate of Sebastian Mins has fought sharp into this fight, has overtaken Bosco Arias, who now looks under pressure by Thomas Pradir, side by side, but Arias holds on to it through turn 6. The trio at the front, Tony Kart, Prema and Parolin. Christian, Manny and Hugendorn, as Manny visibly looks to try and have a go, but thinks against it, backs out, and Christian continues in P1.
That's two different racing lines there through that sector, and you could just see Manny was able to just give it a good squirt of power out of turn number 11 there towards the chicane, really close that gap up. Here is that a moment again. So Christian looks to the inside. Is there a bit of contact between the two of them? The answer's no. Good little move there. Just Manny having to use that outer line. Christian, beautiful little overtake there. And I've got to say, Manny, very, very lucky not to light up those rear tyres and go for a full spin.
Yeah, of course, we did see him drop off the back of Christian slightly, and that would have been caused as well with the dirt on his tyres. This time round, does not go off the road where we saw that overtake go on, and now actually looks like he's starting to chase back up to Christian. Christian could make it 2 out of 2 heat wins, but the story's not over. This will continue to unfold. Andrea Manni still has the opportunity to make his tally a 2 out of 2. Down towards the third sector these drivers will go, and this time round, when Christian comes out of the final corner, you will be able to see that last lap board in the distance. Towards the start-finish gantry they will go. This battle is still on, and doesn't Christian know it? Towards turn number 1, just gentle on that Tony Kart, leading the way. Christian from Manny, from Dean Hugendorn, Nugarade and Kalesia are not in this fight. It's a trio led by Christian.
Yes, indeed. Christian at the moment looking comfortable, but Manny looking determined there in second place. Hugendorn, I think, is just sitting back there in third, ready to maybe pick up any pieces that happens from these two. This is where that overtake happened on that a few laps ago, where Christian took the lead away from Manny. But remember, Manny looks quick out of turn 11. Could he give it that good squirt of power again, just to get that nose down the inside into the chicane? The exit through now. Just watch the line here. He'll close that gap up again, but no, not this time around. Just sits behind. It'll have to be maybe a last lap lunge into turn 15 if we see anything from Manny, but it's only a qualifying heat. Christian covers the corner as they head out of turn 15, down the start-finish straight. Eli Christian of Canada is going to look at another qualifying heat win and takes another 50 points and leads the intermediate classifications at the end of their first race of the day. Manny settles for P2 ahead of Dean Hugendorn. Clovis Nugarade, despite his best efforts of nearly trying to close in, could only settle for a 4th place, 2.6 seconds further down the road. Kalesia takes P5 ahead of Lev Krutilov. Zach Drummond ahead of Sebastian Mins, Bosco Arias and Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, who rounds out the top 10. But for Christian there, Nicole, a win from second, but a strong result on his tally now. 2 wins out of 2. That Tony Kart looking mighty, mighty strong in these conditions.
Yeah, mighty strong, but you can't count out the likes of Andrea Manni. I think within the last couple of laps there, maybe just slightly tactical and patient as well. This is a long day of heats. He doesn't need to throw everything and the kitchen sink into this first race. Only first moments for your seniors. There we have it then. Anthony just took you through your top 10. after Juan Mateo Russo, who rounds out your top 10, it is Thomas Pradir, Egon Petrotti, Zarif Raquel, Peter Stiller and Archie Owen that take you to your top 15, with this biggest mover within that race being the driver of Peter Stiller to gain 16 positions. We then had Victor Stalmack, Luigi Coluccio, Gavin Adam and Max Wayland, as well as Filippo Sala inside the top 20. And the rest of your finishers included Michael McCoy, Max Lacroix, Mariano Lopez, Manuel Miguez, Peter Gurecki, Nicola Frigg and Ludovico Mazzola.
Yes, indeed. A very busy race there. And, of course, still 3 retirements. Basato, Ashar Steen and Nicholas Schaufler all out of that race. And Schaufler being the first of those down at turn 1. A very challenging start there. But, of course, just getting caught out on that outside row. I mean, he started that one quite far down, but still looking to see what he can do. Was on the 7th row of the grid. Middle pack, outside line, always going to be a challenge for a driver. And this is how it unfolded at the start of that race. You can just see Schaufler in the middle of the pack there. He sweeps to the outside just behind Schopp. He's out of frame now. I think he had a bit of a moment there with that Koski just going through. But still not sure how he ended up in the wall, but clearly very frustrated despite his best efforts at getting it started. It wasn't meant to be. Then we saw the battles raging on right at the start, of course. Andrea Manni breaking away. Chrisen fighting with Hugendorn. That was quite the battle for the first few laps, wasn't it, Nicole?
Yeah, absolutely was. And drivers that were really in the middle of that battle included the likes of Sebastian Mins. This was the moment we got side by side with a great initial entrance towards this race where Hugendorn and Ili Christian were absolutely side by side. It was a really good move there by Dean Hugendorn to just slide his way past the Tony karts, but Christian would not give it up, especially not round that final corner where they went wheel bashing together and invited in other drivers. Archie Owen had an original good start to the race. The driver for Prema, who experienced a DNF yesterday, pushed his way through, and him and Thomas Pradir had a nice wheel-to-wheel battle as Pradir also continued to challenge the likes of Zach Drummond and Bosco Arias.
Indeed, quite the scrap, but all for about 10th, 7th place. So not the battle they really wanted to be part of. This fight was great between these two. Pradir dancing with Drummond through the chicane, all fighting away. Then we saw this change for the lead. It snuck up on us a little bit after the gap was closed down for 1.1 seconds. Chrisen able to take that lead away from Andrea Manni, and I've got to say, Manni's super lucky there with running wide not to go for a spin there. That battle would simmer down. It was clear that Christian had the pace. This battle, though, raged on all the way to the very end when then Sebastian Mins got involved with Zach Drummond. Across the line, though, it would be Christian who would take the win out of Andrea Manni and Dean Hugendorn, but Christian now taking the lead of the intermediate classification. So a good, strong performance for them. Juniors, of course, will be coming out next. It looks like all karts have made it to the grid, but some news to come from that grid we will go over in a few moments' time. We'll explain what is happening out there, but as that cleanup operation underway, we will see groups B versus D out next, and there you can see a long queue to head in, of course, over the weighbridge. And back into the paddock. So a busy day to the end there. And, right, I think one of our championship secretaries got a little bit lost. It looked like that was Noelia there on the track with a bunch of grids. So hopefully she finds her way back to a safe spot. Right, the track is all cleared. We've got a bit of time, of course, when that next race comes in. So I can maybe go over a few things. Track is drying. For the first time, Nicole, since Monday, I can see blue sky and sunshine. I don't want to be too excited because, of course, it may all disappear very quickly. But the sun is now out on the track.
Yeah, it's trying to break its way through the clouds there, and I think it is doing it, especially down towards turn number 1. And of course, with this many drivers, 90 in our senior grid, 93 in juniors, the heat, the weight from the tyres, engine and karts will be helping to disperse that water off of the racing line and starting to dry it out. And there you can see on the screen, just on the pre-grid, spots of dry tarmac just out there. And Anthony Jordan now has his sunglasses on, which I'm going to say, mate, I think that's a little bit premature.
No, I disagree. I think this is to help the sun to come out. I'm enticing the sun to come out.
Manifesting.
Yes, indeed. You know, it's looking so much brighter. That's the first time I've had these on all weekend. It's been so wet and rainy. I just want some sunshine. Right, anyway, the next race that's obviously heading out, we saw the graphic there, is OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus D. Everyone has gone for wets, bar one driver. There is a set of slick tyres out there in this next race. Zach Zhu on the third row of the grid has gone for it. But we'll cut back to that in a moment, because yesterday, of course, very busy day. Priyan Bruno put it on the front row of the grid as he went second fastest in the juniors.
Priyan Bruno in group, it's pole for you, but it's not quite quick enough to beat the first group. Still a great session. And for you, going into 2026, new team. Can you tell us, do you think the team has helped you with this pace?
Yes, for me, the team is better, the speed is better, the all is better.
And going into the heats then a little bit later on, when it comes to the drivers around you, what do you expect to see? What do you think the level of competition is like this year?
For me, the all level, the all guys is good. The level is the top level.
Priyan Bruno, pole in group.
For me, yeah, it's good.
Well, good to chat there too. Priyan Bruno starting this on the front row of the grid. Did struggle a little bit in that first race, dropped down to 6th place. There's Zach Zhu, brand new, squeaky clean, slick tyres there for him in this one. Now, is that going to be the right choice in this one? Of course, he's the only driver who's choosing to go for it. The sun is now shining out there. The air temperature still 12 degrees, but it's still looking a lot nicer there. The wet tyres adorned everyone else. Of course, these tyres will have done quite a bit. There is Maxim Bobrozov, and as you mentioned earlier on, Nicole, gifted a race win yesterday. Looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one.
Yeah, Bobrozov, I would say, didn't expect to have that race when, of course, Alex Malota was stripped of that P1 and it was gifted to him. But this race will unfold, of course, like you were just saying, it's with these wet tyres, all bar one, as at the front end of the order as well. We've got other names in there, the likes of Santiago Diaz de la Vega, who will be starting this one for Prema on that second row, alongside Remy Samchek, who had a good race momentarily yesterday, led that heat in what was the wettest conditions we saw for our drivers. But a moment at turn 3 when he tripped over himself, stripped Samchek of a good result, shuffled him into the pack and led to a DNF.
Yes, indeed. Well, that was yesterday. Today, brand new day. Track drying, everyone wet, one driver slicks. Love these scenarios. Are we going to see a stroke of genius here, or are we going to see a bit of drama for Zach Zhu on this one? Yesterday, you already had the drama, a P19 after a penalty in the race. So again, I can understand this tactic today, just to kind of think, right, can we win this race by 30 seconds from the rest? Or will we fall down just that little bit? We'll have to wait and see. But everyone ready to go. Yeah,
really interesting to see how this one unfolds. Of course, Zach Zhu is the only DPK within this race. So questioning, is this a driver decision? Is it a mechanic decision? Is it a team decision? We will have to find out. But for now, we know that we are going racing.
Well, this will be the first example of it as they head out. Is there any traction? Ooh, there looked a lot of understeer, but of course they're brand new cold tire. That's a chain guard that's come off right. It's silver. Right, let's see. Let's try and work out. Someone's just clattered it off the circuit there. Well, that's one way of clearing it off the racing line. But there we go. Right, it's a silver one. So let's try and work out who that may have came off. Go on, did you see it come off a cart, Nicole?
I think the cart was orange.
Okay, you think the cart was orange. Right, okay, that does make sense because some of those carts do run silver ones. Right, here's your grid. Anyway, Priyan Bruno starting alongside Maxim Bobrozov. Then you've got Santiago Diaz de la Vega from Remy Samchek, who DNF'd yesterday. Hopefully a good result today. Zach Zhu, that third row of the grid. He's on that DPK on the inside line of row 3 with brand new slick tyres adorned alongside Lenny Makinen, who joins him there. Billy Van Sturven, tough day yesterday. He starts alongside Yanis Cosmopoulos, also on row 4, with Jeff Verbeek and Martin Bertolacini on row 5. Antonio Pacioni and Mark Lumetz go from row number 6. There we'll see Teo Palfrain and Marek Zavic on row number 7. The first half of the grid sees Daniel Miron, and Mason Robertson.
Row number 9 then sees Yankar Jelik alongside Nikita Bott, and then from 10, your top 20 is Jarlath Sayah with Dia Islami. From 11, we have Gwen Yabo with Mark Pilipenko, and then from 12, it's Akil Ray with Harry Williams. 13, Lisandro Carabolo with Alexandro Rost, and from 14, Matvey Durganov will go with Min-Jae Kim. 15, Alexandro Lazarus alongside Tommaso D'Ambrosio, and from row number 16, we have Abdena Al-Mahidi.
I'm thinking it may have been a little bit too early to deploy those slick tyres. I'm watching at the moment. Right, who did it come off? Chain guard. It is a Forza. Oh, and he knows it as well.
Harry Williams.
Absolutely knows it. Checked over the shoulder. And just wait for it, clearing the track. Beautifully done there. Thank you very much to Alexander Lazarus, who clears the circuit for the Marshals.
Actually, stand corrected. I don't know if it is Harry Williams. It was definitely a Forza that we saw it come off. There is another driver in that sort of section of the track, which is Mark Pilipenko. So questioning which driver that one is.
Could have been Jeff Verbeek as well. He's also in a Forza in and around that area. We'll have to wait and see who gets that technical flag as the race gets underway. Here we go then. One missing driver, Lenny Mäkinen, not clocking up on my screen. Big shame there, but let's see who's going to get the whole shot in towards turn number 1. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn 1. It's a good start once again for Priam Bruno, but watch Maxim Bobashov, on the outside line trying to push through. Where is Zaksu? He's off the track. Slick tyres was not the choice. He's in the barriers. The one driver who tried it is furious at another, but Slicks, I think, might have just been that little bit too soon.
Yeah, premature decision as Sam Check again. Weekend goes from bad to worse. It was a DNF yesterday. This time he has been tagged. He is out. That's the 33 of Wen Yibu that he is out of. That is the CRG as well that's been caught off of the road, and that trio there exiting the circuit will not even attempt to get push started again.
Carabello was the other driver there, the Italian in that CRG, out of the race. Oh, Zaxo, I feel so bad for the one thing we can take away from this is tyres there have only done an outlap and half a turn at the moment. So those tyres will still be very fresh for him for when it does get dry, hopefully later on today. Down the start-finish straight, look at this for Priam Bruno. An incredible lead already by 1.4 seconds. Nikita Botta, technical flag, 103. I believe that is our driver with that one. He is a Forza Racing driver as well, Nicole, so Nikita Botta with the missing chain guard.
Yeah, Priam Bruno then unbothered about this battle that's going on between the duo of Verbeek and Bobashov. Bobashov is trying to chase down and get onto the back to try and make a pass, and that pass now exists. Good little move there further back. That is Bobashov now making it into P2, and just this slide for these drivers visibly making it difficult. You could just see Santiago Diaz de la Vega then just wrestling his way through that first corner.
Well, I'm sure Jeff Verbeek is very happy that it wasn't his chain guard that came off, because of course he's in a Forza. Yellow helmet as well. He looked exactly like the culprit, but no, his still affixed, and a really strong start for him. It's a big move round the outside there for that Ward Racing of the number 29 of Bertolacini. But I believe Bertolacini, that nose cone already looking like a very wobbly, low down one there, so maybe that's a drama for him. Mäkinen out there, I think, is having a bit of a transponder moment. I believe he is out on circuit, as I may have called him. He wasn't, but I think he's having a bit of drama with that transponder.
Eyes and ears on this battle then. We have had your race winner of Bobashov yesterday push away from this pack slightly. Verbeek looking like he could shortly be under some pressure there by Santiago Diaz de la Vega. De la Vega looking strong in that 58 Prema machinery. Out of the second sector they will go, and Billy van Sterveren also looking like he could be on for a good result with a 2-place gain. Jarlath Sayah there, P8, and trying to catch up to Martin Bertolacini on his second year with the Energy Course team, second year within OKJ Racing, and after some good pace was looking like he could have been on a strong charge, got caught out in qualifying, but now has really pushed way through the order. 11 places gained to be chasing around. Oh, has a retirement straight into the pit lane there. Anthony, that's the 103 that is pushed off Botta for that moment earlier on, gone and out. Yeah,
chain guard missing, technical flag out, and that's a retirement at this point. Priam Bruno again at the front, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, .195. Track is getting faster here. Maybe at the midway point of this race, we could have seen those slick tyres come in. Unfortunately, we're just not going to see an example of that just yet. A big shame as Bertolacini has just tumbled down the order, down to 25th. Not sure if he's missed a timing loop there or if he is out of this race. At the further end of the field here, this is Santiago Diaz de la Vega in the middle of a sandwich. He's got Jeff Verbeek just in front and Billy van Sturven just behind him. Can confirm Bertolacini is still in the fight. He is still there in that Ward Racing machine behind the CRG of Mackinnon as well.
Well, driver that...
it's the MP, sorry. Orange carts, they all look similar.
Zach Zoe then, of course, we had that moment for him at turn number 1 with those slick tyres, and although it's drama for him and has made his day now difficult going into the rest of the heats, I think he's probably taught the group after, of course, our seniors that it's way too early to be going onto those slick tyres just yet. I think he's made himself unintentionally a bit of a restaurant driver for the rest of the field. I think people stood on the sidelines knowing that it's still a little bit too early to be going for that slick option. Lazarus now breaking well inside the top 10, P9 with a 20-place gain. Will be trying to chase up to this battle that continues to go on there through that first sector. Fights going on as Diaz Lamy also up into the fight on that timing screen. 16 places gained, but yeah, good charge through the field.
Yes, indeed. Big move down the inside there. There is Santiago Diaz de la Vega going through. Oh, I think it may have been a timing moment there. Yeah, indeed. That was quite a good lap. This one, but a nice change there. Diaz de la Vega up into now third place. Verbeek losing out to Billy van Sturven as well. And goes down as, again, Provisional breaking away at the front end of this one. Another fastest lap. He's nearly sub 1 minute here in the juniors. Track conditions getting better and better here, but again, still very greasy off that racing line. There is Mackinnon. He's just got, Bertolacini. I believe he's got past Mackinnon. Jarlath Sayer there involved and joined by Mason Robertson, who finds himself now in this paddock. The Red Bull Junior driver doing a very good job.
Yeah, the Red Bull Junior then didn't have a good day yesterday, experienced a DNF, and now will try and get involved in this fight. Wheel-to-wheel moments, and as fast as you like for the likes of Jarlath Sayer and Bertolacini now out of the final corner, and it is Sayer that has managed to find his way through and will potentially help the likes of Robertson to get past as well. Side-by-side moments for Robertson and Lazarus there through that first corner, as Robertson just has to hold onto that P9 for now. Time penalty then gone to Remy Samchek. 5 seconds for the number 40 was rewarded, but of course it's not going to affect his race too much. He was involved in that first lap incident and is sat in that marshal post as Robertson at turn number 6, back down the inside. Is he going to hold on to it? Yes, he does. For now, stays ahead. Yeah,
Mackinnon just trying to get that nose down the inside. Not happening this one, though. You're seeing there just behind Lazarus also trying to get involved. Daniel Miron just behind, and Gligray as well, also in that top area, having a very good fight at the front end. Provisional in the lead, no drama, 3 seconds clear from Bobrajov. Santiago Diaz de la Vega is another 3 seconds behind Bobrajov as well. So very open at the front of this field. But the rest of the field just behind, all still having a very good little fight. It's still close between Billy van Sturven and Jeff Verbeek, as Bertolacini is only a couple of seconds behind that as well.
Yeah, good moves through the rest of the field, and still this battle is raging on for the drivers in the mid-pack section just inside the top 10. This is that fight between Lenny Mackinnon, Daniel Miron and Ray there. He's off the road slightly. That's one of the energy coursers just dropping a wheel there. That is further back down, and I think it's actually Yangar Jelik who's fighting out with Christian Ross and Theo Palfrane.
Indeed, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. Big hits of the curb there.
Up in the air.
Yeah, I know. They're quite dramatic curbs there through the S's. Well known for causing a drama here or there. This is the fighting a little further down in that field as well. This is 20th place. Zaric Kim fighting away here as they get involved. Harry Williams just behind that. Jan Garzielek also. A lot of drivers in this back section have gained a lot, have lost out on places. Diaz de la Vega there on that Premier Liveried Kart Republic motorsport machine. Billy van Sturven, that Ricky Flynn kart looking mighty strong there as well. Back to the race leader, as I believe we are waiting for the last lap board to come out on this lap. Priam Bruno, really strong performance today after that P6 yesterday, Nicole.
Billy van Sturven there, pace-wise through that first sector, looking strong compared to Santiago Diaz de la Vega, so question marks raised on whether or not he will be able to convert that P4 into the P3 for the last couple of laps. But unbothered after that pole in time quali, the pole in group, Priam Bruno unchallenged within this race, has seen the last lap board now ahead of Bobushov, who just heads over the line. We then have to wait slightly for Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Billy van Sturven, who are still yet to fight this one out. But last laps, last corners for Priam Bruno there in the victory lane machinery will tick off that first sector, settled and calm, babying that kart home and being careful on these tyres as well, of course. These conditions now starting to get slightly drier for the drivers, so they don't want to chew through this rubber too much. They don't want to overdo it. Priam Bruno, out of that second sector, will start to head his way home over the carbs. You could just see how much air these drivers getting over as they straighten up that chicane section. Calm on the brakes, good drive then out of the final corner, and Priam Bruno then will head down that 256 metre straight. We'll see that checkered flag and will take a heat win.
Yeah, nicely done there for Priam Bruno. Redemption from yesterday's P6 on track. Bobushov, 3 seconds further down the road, will take that P2. Santiago Diaz de la Vega holds on only just to third from Billy van Sturven. Jeff Verbeek holds on to P5 from Martin Bertolacini. But that Ward Racing nose cone looked a little bit wobbly on 1 or 2 of those laps, so we'll have to see if that stays there. Jarlo Sayer, 12 places gained, finishes in P7 ahead of Mason Robertson. It's a really strong race there. P8 ahead of Alexander Lazarus, 20 places gained for the Parallel Motorsport driver. Finishes that one 9th ahead of Daniel Miron, who rounds out the top 10. The field make their way back to Parc Ferme. Quite the shaky race there, Nicole. Many retirements. Botta, Shamak, Zhu, Wenyabu, Cabello, and El Majidi all out of that race.
Yeah, and some of those retirements as well, coming well before we were even racing. First lap dramas and formation lap dramas for our drivers, the likes of Samchek and Zhu being 2 of those drivers that look like they could have been on for a good charge, but drama has caught them out.
Indeed. There is a look at your rest of your race results on your screen. We've gone over the top 10. Lenny Mäkinen finishing that one in P11 ahead of Dinir Islami. Achille Ray, great race there, 10 places gained to finish in P13 ahead of Antonio Petunia. Mark Pilipenko finishing in P15 ahead of Yasin Kosmopoulos. Matvey Durganov also with a 10-place gain, finishes in P17. Merihat Zavrich, Kimi Ray, Min-Jae Kim, should say, finishing in 19th place on a 9-place gain ahead of Harry Williams. Christian Alexander Rust and Tommaso D'Ambrosio finishing in the top 22. Jan Garjelik, Theo Palfrain, Mark Limitz round out the rest of the field. 25 finishes in that race, all led by that man there, Priam Bruno, putting his way, stepping up into the juniors, of course, and doing a very good job of it as well.
Well, of course, we did see good results for Bruno last year. Is a name within this field that's bringing with him some experience, now knows the machinery well, knows the grid well as well. Into this race then, let's see some of the best moments, but probably some of the worst moments for drivers further back. That was when we lost chain guard for the Forza driver further back,
Nikita Botta,
who we then saw pull into the pit lane, and that was the moment that the Paralin actually cleared it off the road for the rest of the drivers.
Yes, Alexander Lazarus, thank you for your track clearance guidance there. This was the start of the race, and you can see straight away Maxim Bobushov trying to carry that speed around the outside. Didn't go well. Then we saw the very unfortunate retirement from the right-hand side of your screen to the left-hand side into the barriers. Very upset there. With one particular driver, possibly El Majidi, who also retired in that race. Then more dramas happened, and unfortunately multiple drivers just caught out, many having to take to that extra part of the runoff there in the exit of turns 3 and 4, which then, of course, lost us many many more drivers when you boo one of those drivers involved in that incident. Then we started to see the fighting going on. Jeff Verbeek, really good start to his race as we saw Nikita Botta retire the kart from that race with that missing chain guard. But at the front, it was a clean race for the rest. This was a good little fight. The moves down the inside. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, really strong performance there. Held on to his position despite that difficult start. He had that inside line, of course, but was just squeezed back a little bit. Then, of course, the fighting happening a little bit lower down in the order, but still entertaining in its own right. The fight going on. Lenny Mäkinen dealing with many a drama left, right and centre as Jarno Sayer would squeeze his way through, then later fighting with Alexander Lazarus as well. After his 20th place gain in that one. He had a really good day yesterday, did Alexander Lazarus, and a strong performance today. Not as strong as that man there. Priyan Bruno across the line after a P6 yesterday, takes a P1 today on track.
Yeah, good stuff there for Priyan Bruno, and that concludes your OK Junior qualifying heat B versus D. Next up, we will change our attention once more back to our seniors for their qualifying heat B versus D. 12 laps and 15 kilometres for these drivers to try and master. Good racing yesterday, of course, we've said time and time again, torrid and wet conditions. Now we're not dry, but we're getting drier. And we will be led on that front row by Francois Quadal, who was the first pole sitter of the day in our senior class yesterday. Great pace, wasn't quite enough compared to Peschel, but he will be starting, of course, on that front row for DPK in that Kart Republic. We'll be showing the rest of the drivers potentially how to get that first corner correct.
Yeah, indeed. He's just there having a chat with race director Martin Bean at the start of this race. Francois Cadel there of Switzerland, getting himself ready to go. But as you mentioned, he was one of the faster drivers yesterday, and he was fastest in group, but second overall in TQ, as you caught up with him, Nicole, after time qualifying.
Francois Cadal, you make yourself the first pole position driver in senior of the day. Great feeling out there for you, I'm sure, but tell us about that session.
Everything was perfect. We managed to get a great lap, great track position, and that's it.
And this year, of course, you're returning to Champions of the Future. You were in the grid last year. For 2026, do you feel like you could be one of those drivers to really be at the front?
Yeah, I think we have everything to make that. So we have all the cards. Let's see.
Well, Francois, like we said, in group, pole position.
Thanks.
Well, there we go. And there you can see the remnants of the last junior race there. And unfortunately, Zach Zhu, the one driver to go for those slick tyres, was it just that bit too soon to deploy them? It was a very tough call, a valiant call as well. But as you can see, it looks like actually I think I see some more slicks in the background there for this senior race. Casper Reipold, though, looking like he has gone for those wets. It was a non-start yesterday for this man here. We've not seen him go around the track yet for Casper Reipold. So today is going to be, well, his first track action.
Yeah, second year as a senior then for Casper Reipold, transitioned over from junior to senior late in 2025, headed into the first round of this one with some great pace, but like you said, fell short yesterday, didn't actually get to complete any racing laps, so the first race for him this week will be this race. Out of the front then, slick tyres have also been decided upon for our pole sitter. So Francois Cadal, despite what just happened for his junior teammate of Zach Zhu in that junior race, DPK have continued with the decision to go slick, and your pole sitter will be on that Max's tyre.
Indeed, James Anagnostiadis there. Now, I think he's gone for wet tyres in this one. Now, obviously, we can see his head there. Can't quite see the tyres in that shot, but I think he has gone for it. I can see there's wets just behind him as well. The IPK of Ilya Berezkin has gone for it. Right, can confirm there is a lot of drivers on wet tyres in this one. There is a lot of drivers on the dry tyres. It looks like it's a 50-50 split. Yes, you are correct there, Nicole. One of the drivers, it is James Anagnostiadis. He has gone for wet tyres on this one. Reipold, who didn't score anything yesterday, he's gone for wet. Luke Kornder has gone for wet tyres. The slicks, though, I'll only go over the top 10. I won't spoil the rest of it. But in the top 10, drivers who have gone for slick tyres. William Marshall on the 5th row of the grid. Klara Kowalczyk on the 5th row of the grid. Henry Domain, Nicola Stanley on rows 3 and 4 on the outside line. They've gone for slick tyres. And, of course, the pole sitter, Francois Cadal, has gone for slick tyres as well. There is Luke Conca. He has gone for wet tyres. And, well, obviously, what we saw from that race earlier on, yes, OK, the speed had increased. We were doing 59-second lap times there on the wet tyres. He has chosen to go for those wet tyres because he's on the outside line going into it. He won't have that dry inside line, which, well, at this moment, it does kind of look it, but it's hard to tell with this tarmac. The kind of colour of the tarmac hides it quite well.
Not sure if you would agree with me, Anthony, but I would predict that this is the type of race where the first initial laps, wets will definitely be the decision that you would have wanted to go for, especially because the slick tyres will have that sealing agent on. They are brand new. They have not been scrubbed in just yet, but it could be the case as we head towards the mid part of the race when the track starts to dry, that dry line starts to form, that actually it's this slick option that is more favourable. We'll have to find out, but I would personally predict that first corner is going to be tough stuff for the drivers on the slick option. Nicola Stanley is another driver within this race. Stanley is one of those on the slicks, as is Henry Domain, who is just shortly behind.
Indeed. Well, for the drivers who start this one on the front 2 rows here, for Reipold and Luke Conca. Reipold, of course, was a non-starter yesterday. Luke Conca was a DNF yesterday. They have gone for the safe choice of going for wet tyres, knowing that if they hit a damp patch out there on circuit, they're going to be okay. For other drivers who had decent results, they are risking those slick tyres just to think that they've got the opportunity. But when you see people not wearing a big raincoat, not wearing wellies or anything like that, no umbrellas in sight, you've got a feeling that this could be the start of some really fast, dry racing now. And we have to wait and see, though, because, of course, this is going to be a shaky one. Right, engines fire up. Drivers make their way out on track. It's a 50-50 split on the wet and slick tyres on this one. It's going to be quite the roller coaster of this race. So let's take you through that full starting lineup. On row number 1, Francois Cadal. He took a P2 yesterday on track. He has gone for slick tyres in this one. He is joined by Casper Reipold, who did not start his first race yesterday. He is also, well, he's got wet tyres on board. Row 2 sees Annick Nostianis and Luke Conca. They have both gone for wet tyres on that second row of the grid. Ilya Berezkin and Nicola Stanley. It's a 50-50 split. Berezkin on the wets, Stanley on the slicks. Row 4, Oscar Gallen, DNF yesterday. He's chosen the wet tyre trend. He starts alongside Henry Domain, who's gone for slicks. Row 5, William Marshall and Klara Kowalczyk, both of them slick tyres. Row 6, Dan Alleman and Jill Herman, they've both gone for slick tyres as well. Row 7, 50-50 split. Zulfikari on the wet, Pietro Baguti on the slicks. And row 8, both wet tyres. Devin Waltz and Bruno Blanco on those wets on row 8.
Row number 9, then we have Yuri Levar. He's on wets and will be starting alongside Matteo Gallo. From row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Gabriel Canal and Louis Nunes. Oh, drama.
Sorry,
out there.
there's a rear wheel that's come off out on track. I'll let you continue.
Row number 11, Mika Runitz with Yves Riersen. From row number 12, we have Angelina Simmons alongside Amin Kara Osman, both of those drivers on the wet tyre. Row number 13 is Nefeli Cosmopoulos with Anya Levar. Those two drivers are on slicks. Levar is on wet. And then from 14 is Yuri Bachika with Vanessa Schilkenator. Your 15th row and your final row of your grid, 30 cars in total. We have Nicola Kuman, who's on slick tyres, and we have Lies Abel-Dobela, who is on wets. As drama out there, that's Gabriel Canal that has lost that tyre. Let's watch the replay.
Oh, dear.
I would say, Anthony, probably a last-minute tyre change and the mechanics just not put in those wheel nuts properly, and it's come off.
Yeah, there's only 3 wheel nuts that hold those rear tyres on, and again, it's a quick whiz to get them on, and it's just not happened, and unfortunately, it's just pinged off at the last second, and that's a big shame there. For Gabriel Canal, and as you mentioned, I reckon they were ready on wet tyres, and then they saw half the grid go for slicks, and then last second they thought, quick, take them off, put them on, and yeah, it's just not happened. Big shame there for the driver starting on that 10th row of the grid. Right then, hold your breath on this one, folks. This is going to be quite the roller coaster in towards turn 1. Half the grid on slicks, half the grid on wet on a drying circuit as we enter the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. It's a late call, and if the split goes in towards it, Cadell on the slicks, is it going to grip up, or are they going to go straight off? Well, the answer for many is straight off at turn number 1, as they've not got started in this race. But for the front runners here, it's worked out quite well. But is that Ilya Berezkin on that IPK who leads the way, crucially, on the wet tyres that is out there?
Jill Herman then has just been spun round as the drivers that we lost at turn number 1 trying desperately to get those karts fired back into life, and we can confirm it's Dan Alleman, Jill Herman, Devin Waltz and Yves Riz who have had really difficult starts to this race. The Tony kart of Jill Herman then he getting fired back into life. We've lost him just from the camera for now, but I don't think he has. I think I can see him out of the commentary box. The Tony kart will go no further, exits off of the track, but we'll focus back on the front of the order as these drivers try desperately to get some heat into some of those slicks.
Every single kart that has retired in this race so far is on slick tyres. Everyone else who is fighting at the front is on wet tyres. It was the right call to keep those wet tyres on. It's still just a fraction too early. Maybe it could happen halfway in this race. Remember, the tyres can just suddenly click, and then all of a sudden you've got rapid pace on the slick tyres. So we have to just wait and see. It's a long old way to go in this one. We're only 2 laps in to this 12-lap race. Race control, Simmons, warning flags to 5-second time penalty. Simmons did go for the wet tyres in this one. Unfortunately, it's not going to benefit her too much with the added 5-second time penalty. Here, though, the Hagman Racing driver going a little bit wide there. That's Yuri Lavar, who's on an 11th place gain right now. Lavar, who started this obviously quite far down in that order, of course. Still fighting through the field. Z was started on the 13th row of the grid. Oh no, that's Anya Lavar who started there. But still, crucially, pushing through nicely on those wet tyres.
Out of the final corner, battle still continuing to go on. William Marshall trying to challenge Louis Nunez now. Down in towards that first corner, and just visibly so strong on that tyre. You see these drivers really starting to spring into life. Berezkin, like you said, Anthony, out in the front, clean and dry, no rain, no issue for him. 1.1 seconds clear from Casper Reipold, although Reipold does manage to use that wet tyre to his advantage and is the fastest driver out on the track. You just called it. For now, it is the right decision for these drivers. The 2 Wards just shortly behind then, really trying to battle it out, but still you can just see the water, especially on the curbs, Anthony, giving a really good challenge to these drivers. Doesn't quite look like those slicks with the decision just yet.
No, and I'm just looking down of who is the highest ranked driver on the slick tyres, and well, I can only see them down. It's around 14th, 15th place at the moment. It's not been the choice. So a lot of drivers have stepped forward in this one. So still a very good shot. Right, now, Berezkin not in a world of clear air at the moment, as Casper Reipold there in his first outing this weekend so far in a race scenario is closing in at the front end of the field. We'll keep a close eye on that one as we see the 2 Ward racing machines battling together. I think that's all for Kari and William Marshall, as Marshall's just got past Luke Cornder on that Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine there behind Yuri Lavar, who is still on his gain on those wet tyres as well, pushing through the field nicely as they go through, looking to the inside there. A little bit of wheel bashing. Luke Cornder back down the inside at turn number 11. Of course, Cornder starting this one on the 2nd row of the grid. Will not be too happy that he's dropped this far back.
Domain, Stanley and Cadal then, drivers well inside the top 10 at the race start.
Oh, look at this.
Out of the final corner, straight over the curb goes Casper Reipold, challenging for that race lead. Ilya Berezkin does hold on to that one, but that got a little bit close for comfort there for the IPK and the VDK. Once more, though, Casper Reipold does manage to settle down, but Oscar Gallen right in the fight, as you're pointing your finger there, Anthony.
Fastest lap of the race comes from Yuri Bacheka, down in 23rd place, a 57.771 on slick tyres. Has the track suddenly just turned? Are we going to start to see those slick tyres suddenly burst into life? and fight through the field as the three at the front still fight away. Berezkin, Reipold, and now Oscar Gallin all on the wet tyres. Are they suddenly going to get caught up by the likes of the pole sitter Francois Cadal if he is still leading the race of the slick tyres? But we'll have to wait and see. Out of the final turn, wheel to wheel here. Gallin goes wheel to wheel with Reipold, but he just backs out of it. As you can see there, James Anagnosiadis closing in. There's one of the Ward Racings in the background, pulling out of the slipstream. William Marshall on the attack there, gains another position in this race. But where are the slick tyres in this one, Nicole? Well, Angelina Simmons, she's on wets at the moment. They're pushing through.
An eye to put on Henry Domain. Henry Domain, currently P13, one of those drivers that did decide to go for that slick option, is now fighting his way through the pack once more. Currently P13 behind Angelina Simmons, and now he's jumped up to P11. Those slick tyres have now come into life, and they've come into life for Nicholas Stanley. Nicholas Stanley, a slick tyre driver. So in this stage, halfway through this race, Anthony, it was the decision to make. Now the drivers at the front, including Ilya Berezkin, Reipold, Gallin, Anagnosiadis and Marshall, I think for this race is just a matter of time before they get caught up by the rest of the field. Down the inside, two for the price of one there. Where did that come from? Familiar William Marshall out of the final corner, and now all over Casper Reipold. William Marshall, the Ward driver, straight into P2.
Are we sure he's not snuck a KZ engine on that? Because that flew past the entire field there on that start-finish straight. William Marshall here has got incredible. Has he got slick tyres? Is Marshall on slicks? Is he what? Yes, he has. Marshall's on slicks, ladies and gentlemen. Slick tyres in the game here. William Marshall sails past the race leader, leads the way. It is slick tyres now, the game changer in this race.
Smiles on our faces in this commentary box then, Anthony, and I'm sure smiles on the face of William Marshall and that Ward Racing team out there, and already 6/10, almost 7/10 clear of Ilya Berezkin, who now gets put under threat and overtaken by Casper Reipold. These drivers, I think, will be... drama for Reipold! Side pod off. Casper Reipold, weekend goes from bad to worse. Was looking like he was going to be the best of the rest, was looking like he was going to be the best of those wet tyre drivers, but down the start-finish straight, a moment between him and Ilya Berezkin has ripped off that VDK branded pod and leaves him in a spot of bother.
It certainly does. The side-by-side moment there, and we've seen a lot of those pop off over the course of this weekend. You can see a bit more debris there that's come off there. But yeah, that's a huge shame. Right, who's the next slick tyre to push their way through in the order right now? So Gallin, there's a D. Waltz out there. So is that Drew or Devin in this one? I always try to figure that one out as they get going in this race. Now, that's Devin Waltz. He's on wet tyres, so that's not the one. Yuri Lavar, he's on a 10th-place gain now in the 277. Yuri Lavar, he's also wet tyres. Look at this. Down the inside, straight through. Domain's the next driver on slick tyres then. Domain, who's currently there in 9th place. He's 9 seconds behind the leader. He's only a few seconds behind this fight here. Henry Domain currently on that MP Motorsport machine, looking like he is trying to close in on the rest of this field, but time quickly running out here, Nicole, as this lead fight, all on wet tyres, is certainly kicking off.
It's Domain's 2 gain then, currently P8, so he's back where he started this race. Dropped all the way down to P17 in the first couple of laps, but he's now back up in the fight, and he's now looking at Yuri Lavar, and he's looking at this fight of drivers, including Anagnosiadis, Berezkin, Gallin, Reipold and Waltz. Let's not forget Reipold missing that side pod, so we're sure that a technical flag will probably come out very shortly, as Berezkin under investigation for what we can only predict is that moment down the straight on the previous lap with Reipold. Let's try and keep an eye out for Henry Domain, P6. Watch it, Anthony, only a couple of laps left as side by side we've got a change almost for P2. Anagnosiadis down the inside.
Yeah, but it's all for nothing because look at this. Domain is closing in. They're fighting. It's damage limitations now, guys. Here comes Domain and that MP cart right in the background. Down the inside goes the fusion machine of Oscar Gallen, but he's not going to have anything for this one because down the inside goes the MP of Henry Domain. That's 1 place gained already. That's him past it. But now he's going to try and squeeze through again. He's got to be careful here. He's on the rear bumper of Berezkin, but he gets on that power and squeezes through turn 14. Next target is now, but Berezkin bags it down the inside again, squeezes him back again. He's trying to get that power down, but Domain will just have the pace. Down the start-finish straight, he'll sail past him again. Oh, will he? No, he won't. He'll stay behind him. Domain gets him on the exit this time around, but he is going to try and take as many places as he can. Once more, he gets past Oscar Gallen. He squeezes his way through. He's back with another MP cart now when he battles away with Mika Runitz, who's on a 17th-place gain in this one. Mika Runitz looking very quick, and he's also on slick tyres. 2 of the MPs fighting for places here as they get through. Anagnostiadis, he's the next target now. He's the one that they're going to try and get through. They close in so quickly. The risk of getting a nose cone in these situations is so high for these drivers, but they are dealing with it beautifully. They hit the curbs, they get on the power once again. The inside line, nothing stopping these MPs right now, pushing their way through. They've got past Agnosiadis, and now it's slick tyres, 1, 2, and 3. But it's not over just yet. Who's going to be the faster of these slick tyres between Domain and Runitz?
Well, we'll find out through the final first corner for this final lap. Domain and Runitz together. I would say Domain's calm and settled there, but these two drivers questioning as we've headed through all of these laps after they've been pushing their way through these wet tyre drivers. Are there any nose cones that have gone into play? We saw these drivers bumping into the back of each other. For now, though, Domain holds on to P2 ahead of Runitz. Runitz not looking to challenge as William Marshall is completely clear of these two MP drivers. The drivers in orange, we've not even seen Marshall over the past couple of laps. 8.4 seconds clear in the rest of the air. There he is then, the Ward driver who's pushed his way through this race. 8 positions gained and sees that checkered flag. William Marshall makes himself the race leader, but we've got to wait. We've got to wait what feels like an eternity to see the rest of the field as Henry Domain and Mika Runitz cross the line. We can confirm it's Domain P2 and Runitz does not challenge, finishes in P3.
What a race. That is what we like to see in karting. The old switcheroo, the change from wets to slicks, and I can probably confirm, well, there's a little moment there for Marshall. Nearly loses it out of turn 9 and 10 on that in-lap.
Has he got a mechanical issue there, Anthony? He could just visibly see William Marshall holding on to the airbox there that looks to have potentially come loose.
Oh, it has. The airbox has come off the carb there for William Marshall. Now, is that a technical non-conformity at the end of this race? Oh no, that would be a disaster for William Marshall if that is the case, but we'll have to wait and see. It's Marshall then from Domain. Mika Runitz takes P3. The slick tyres, well, we had to wait just that little bit longer than we wanted, but they finally bursted into life. That then took the 1, 2, 3 out there. James Aringosianis, the wet tyres did come away with him okay, finishing P4, not the worst result for him on those wet tyres. He finishes that one P4 ahead of Francois Cadel, who did recover back on those slick tyres to finish P5. Clara Kowalczyk finishes just ahead of Vanessa Shilkaneta, who got up into 7th place. You have to remember, Shilkaneta did deploy those slick tyres from the 14th row of the grid, but she did also pick up a 5-second time penalty in that race, so we'll maybe drop down just that little bit more. Oscar Gallen, Ilya Berezkin, who had the lead for the majority of that race, then fell back into 9th place ahead of Nicola Stanley, Yurlevar from Iskender Zulfikari, Pietro Baguti from Yiribacheka, Bacheka gaining 13 places in that race as well, so a strong performance as well. Devon Waltz and Louis Nunez, Armin Carrier Osman from Bruno Blanco. Luke Corner dropping to 19th place at the end of that one, a 15th place loss right at the very end of that race, ahead of Nefeli Cosmopoulos. And then it is Nicolo Kaman from Lilius Ebersdobler. Angelina Simmons from Anilava, who rounds out the top 24. Matteo Gallo locks out the 25 finishers of that race. Dramas happened right at the start. Unfortunately, from the word go, we lost Gabriel Canal. That last second panic to get the slick tyres on. We didn't get to see what could have been for that one. The tricky start for Francois Cadel. He was on the slick tyres right at the start, and everyone there on your screen that went off at turn 1 also on slick tyres. Rijpaal, Dan Alaman, Gilles Herman, Gabriel Canal, Yves Rees as well, all on slick tyres right at the start of that race, all not seeing what could have been on those slick tyres.
Well, for the first couple of laps, it was quite unfavourable, but once we got to sort of that halfway through moment, we really did see those slick tyres spring into life. And who we saw mostly spring into life was William Marshall, continuously trying to push his way through the field, and he did just that. We did have drivers try and throw him off the tracks. I think it was quickly realised by the field just how quick those slicks were. This was a moment then between the likes of Kasper Rijpaal and Ilya Berezkin that really lit up a tough battle between those drivers. And this was the stage where we absolutely noticed William Marshall was arriving, and this is where we saw the race winner take the lead. Berezkin gifted him that one, allowed him the room, but did not allow the drivers behind to catch up to him without a good fight. Side by side, out the final corner, we saw Rijpaal and Berezkin. Berezkin did not want to give that one up, tried to return the favour, tried to retaliate off the road, caught Kasper Rijpaal, who then lost that side pod like we saw, and was later gifted a technical flag. Did momentarily continue to circulate, and this is another angle of that moment. That is just not allowed, Anthony.
That is a bit of a moment out there between the two of them, which unfortunately results in Rijpaal's race ending prematurely there. Then the fights happened. Berezkin fighting back through, squeezes past Anagnosianis, but this was the fight of the wet tyres. While this was all happening, you saw the likes of Henry Domain and Mika Runitz, who were just slowly closing in. This moment here, big one there, and that allowed Mika Runitz to just squeeze through. Henry Domain as well to just squeeze through. And that fight really did rage on all the way to the very end. The two MPs just being able to power through there, getting past the likes of James Anagnosiadis. They would finish second and third, but of course it would be Domain, the leader of those MPs, apart from Mika Runitz there in third place. Marshall at the front really capitalised the start of that race to get the leading highest position when the track had turned over to the slick conditions, but certainly a very, very good performance there. And I think the right call at that last moment for the seniors. Right, over to the OK Junior category now. This is qualifying Heat A versus E. They'll be heading out onto the track. The first time we see these groups out today. Which we'll see Antonio Ianni, who was pole position in the juniors, and Roland Nagy, who joins you on the front row of the grid, who was a race winner yesterday in his first race. There is Antonio Ianni of Italy, Tony Kart Racing Team. Very strong performance in time qualifying as you caught up with him, Nicole, after TQ.
Antonio Ianni, in group, you are on pole. First pole sitter of the week, of the year as well. That must be a great feeling.
Yeah, a lot. It's very good. I just do the most I can. The clear lap and push.
And it's been a difficult start to the weekend so far. We've been limited in testing because of the rain. So tell us about the circuit. What does it feel like when you're driving around in these wet conditions?
I like very much the wet conditions. We didn't drive, so we just do two sessions and now qualifying directly. It was good, so okay, everything okay. So.
Well, Antonio, like we said, pole in group.
Thank you.
Well, clean-up operation still underway on circuit. Good chat there with Antonio Ianni there, who's looking very, very strong. It was a P8 yesterday, but in his race it was very, very torrid conditions again that had come down on the circuit. Roland Nagy there, one of the drivers for the Aston Martin Junior team with the DPK outfits, of course, on the FA Alonso kart. They are ready to go for this one. The Hungarian looking very strong at the start of this weekend, but now this is the first time we see them out on the slick tyres, and I can now confirm, thanks to my eyes and ears down on the pre-grid, that all drivers have gone for slick tyres in this race. Understandably, they've just witnessed quite the race ahead of them.
There's Julian Frasnelli on your screen then giving a good wave to the camera. And of course, Julian Frasnelli took a heat win yesterday. So we've got 2 heat winners within this race and within the top 2 rows in the form of Nagy, like you said, Anthony, and Frasnelli. So can one of those 2 drivers add to their tally and continue on that winning streak? Or is the likes of Antonio Ianni, Joely Girardello, Lucas Palacio, Giacomo Giusto, or any other driver within this field going to push through and break that potential winning streak for those 2 drivers? We will have to find out. That will be a question, but what we can confirm is for the first time this weekend, we'll be having a completely dry race.
Indeed. Now, because of that, these are brand new slick tyres. These next couple of laps on the formations are super, super important for these drivers. They need to clean away that kind of release agent on the surface of the tyre. They're brand spanking new. They need to get temperature into those tyres. Remember, turn 1 is very, very tight. It can understeer quite a lot. And remember, the air temperature is still only 13 degrees. The track is still very cold as well. So, again, they're not going to have much grip on those first opening laps. We already witnessed that at the start of that previous race. All the drivers that went off at turn 1 were all slick tyres. So this is still going to be a difficult start for them. But they've got to get the temperature into the tyres. That's the most important thing now for these juniors. Right then, field makes its way out on the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through then the full starting lineup for this one. Antonio Ianni, he put it on pole position yesterday, but he's only come away with a P8 on track. Can he revert that into a race win? He starts alongside Roland Nagy on the front row of the grid. Julian Frasnelli, his fellow teammate for Ianni, starts right behind him, but he had taken a race win yesterday alongside Joely Girardello on row 2. Giacomo Giusto joins Lucas Palacio on the 3rd row of the grid. Palacio struck with a penalty yesterday as he finished 9th place. Leo Gorski, good race yesterday, finished P2, starts alongside the Mercedes junior driver of Manny Nuvolini. Will Green is the Williams junior driver. He joins Austin Newstead on row number 5, making it all British row 5 as well. Felipe Sanchez of Brazil and Tiberius Müller of Italy going from row number 6. Row 7 sees Ji Haofei and Antoine Venot. Row 8 and halfway through the field sees Liam Nashuati of the USA joining the Italian of Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio.
Part 2 of your runners, started by row number 9, includes Nivala Morales and Mohamed El Bouzaki. From row number 10, we have your top 20 as Buana Gitese and Austin Fignoli. And from 11, we have Marcus Serra with Alessandro Truchot. 12 will look like Stan Rutowski with Jay Kostecki from Perth. And from row number 13 is Albert Tam alongside Maxim Noopel. 14, we have Xavier Lazaro in his first year in OK Junior Racing, who'll be starting alongside Nicholas Guth of Italy. 15, we'll have Samuel Hugon with Libor Vlasak, rounding out your 16 rows in total. 31 drivers ended with Julia Aguilard, the Richard Mill junior driver.
Indeed, so plenty of action is to be expected in this race, and you can see all eyes are watching this one. That's many people on the inside of turn 14. They've made the long walk around the final turn to watch this one under the watchful eye there of Daniel Ashton, who is on the start gantry. Once again, ready to start this race. Gotta say, sun breaking out once again. It's looking like a lovely, well, this is very typical of, I'd say, a British summer's day, Nicole. 13 degrees, a lot of cloud cover, bit of sunshine. Perfect for the middle of July in the UK. Maybe not so well for this time of year in southern Italy. Right then, ready to get this race started then out of the final turn. Antonio Ianni and Roland Nagy start the rolling procedure into those tram lines. Lights are out, fights on in the juniors towards turn 1. Ianni to the inside line, Frasnelli spins in the background there. The traction was not there for some of the drivers, and so many carts off at turn number 1, and this was something that I was expecting just that little bit. The track is still not fully there ready. We did see that the slick tyres benefited, but there are so many parts of the track that are still very, very wet. And, well, loads of drivers, Nicole, are out of this race, including, I think, maybe Roland Nagy had a moment. Giacomo Giusto was one driver. Tiberius Müller was one. Liam Nashuati was another. Di Pietrantonio Morales was one of them as well. Gisese also was one. Then you had the power lane and the victory lane of Tam and Nopal. And then Vlask and Angelard, who has also had drama in this race. So we've lost to half the grid. And because of that, I believe we are now under slow procedure.
I don't think a single driver involved in that one either, Anthony, even attempted to get it restarted. Those carts just off the road at turn number 1. Like you said, slow procedure is out, slow boards are out. That gives us an opportunity to take you through who did manage to get through all of that commotion in that first corner. It's Julian Frasnelli that is leading the way. He is ahead of Leo Gorski and Antoine Venant, who made up 11 positions because of all of that commotion, ahead of Will Green and Alessandro Truchot, who's up by 17 already within this race, and we've not actually even completed a full racing lap.
Indeed. Well, as we say, race under slow procedure now because of that incident that has, well, taken out 10 drivers at turn 1. That is such a shame. Great work from the marshalling team as well to try and clear that circuit away. Of course, now it's effectively under a safety.
Each of these corners with that racing, braking and speed, they can really focus on the track, try and look at where the water still exists, try and look at where the rubber is starting to come in. So actually for many of these drivers, if not, I'd say all of these drivers, this is actually quite a good thing to be happening.
Yeah, indeed. They've got a good time again to get temperature into those tyres still and, yeah, really suss out the circuit. It is a bit of a shame going into turn 1, of course. I think a lot of these drivers went in with the confidence thinking that, oh, we've just seen drivers absolutely nail it on the slick tyres, and thinking the entire track surface was dry. It certainly wasn't going into turn 1. Obviously, there'll be a small part of the track that is dry. I mean, from this camera angle, from that shot, it looks like a completely dry circuit. It just isn't at this moment. It's a very strange tarmac surface. It's really difficult to see where it is wet and where it is dry. So a lot of the drivers are going to have to figure that out in this moment here. Right then. How are we looking? I am seeing, Nicole, some static yellow flags out there indicating that we're possibly looking at a race restart at the end of this lap. Julian Frasnelli at the front of the field will dictate the pace. He's got Leo Gorski for company right behind them. And then also, look at that, Antoine Venant, who's gained 11 places, is there in 3rd place. Really capitalised on that one. Will Green is there coming in 4th. Alessandro Truchot, 17 places gained on that first lap before those slow boards came out. And then, of course, he is now running in 5th place right behind them now. Here we go. Into that final turn. Is now that risk, is a slow procedure going to present another slow procedure on this race restart? We're about to find out. It may be single file, but we're going to go racing again. Julian Frasnelli dictates the pace as we go racing once again towards turn 1. They're all on that dry line this time around as we get going, as possibly Gisese under investigation for overtaking past the red line at the start of that race. This time around, clean getaway with everyone on that dry racing line.
Will Green then looking to hunt his way past Anton Venant. Went slightly wider then at the racing line just to try and squill his way past. Oh, Julian Frasnelli. Julian Frasnelli, your race leader, off the road at turn number 6, off onto the grass, and gives Leo Gorski the race lead. Will Green then, side by side, from Venant, trying to challenge in towards that 3rd sector through the chicane section. They will go once more, but Julian Frasnelli will tumble down to P8.
Indeed. I think Felagoni and Caseda may have had a drama out there. I think they're the latest retirements in this race with yellow flags out on circuit, and there is Frasnelli, yeah, out of the race for Augustine Felagoni. Right, rest of this field, you can still see how squirrely they are under braking in towards turn 1. The grip level, the temperature of the tyres just not there right now. Big send down the inside. My goodness me. There for Antonio Ianni. He was sending it down the inside in towards turns 3 and 4. I think he made that work.
Yeah, huge sends as well for the likes of Williams Junior driver Lucas Palacio. Palacio up into the fight once more, did drop in positions at the race start, but where did that one come from?
It's like a full torpedo there into turns 3 and 4, but he's up there still, so he's managed to get that to to work out for him. Will Green just sets a purple sector number 2. He is closing in now on Leo Gorski, who's in the lead of this race. That's certainly something that's going to shake up just that little bit. Antoine Vinard now, he may have gained 11 places in this race, but he's under an immense amount of pressure from the entire train behind. That's from 3rd all the way down to, wait for it, P16 as it stands.
Second year in the field then for Will Green. He was P11 in the championship in 2025 and is now trying to fight his way through as these drivers get close for comfort, bumping into turn number 3. We have got Yanni there, switch in positions now, currently in P3, but these drivers really going into the back of each other through this stage of the race. I think with the race cut short because of that slow procedure, you can just feel the desperation as you can feel the change for the race lead. Will Green out there now in the front.
Yeah, he's got that move done, has actually opened up quite a considerable gap now to Leo Gorski as well as they head down in towards turn 15. A big lunges under braking there once again, trying to carry the speed. Lucas Palacio dealing with it nicely.
Questioning then, Anthony, pace-wise between Will Green and Leo Gorski. Will Green about a second of a lap faster than Gorski on that previous. So is it the case, despite they are all on those slick tyres, has Will Green got a more favourable dry setup on as well, though? Because sector by sector, despite running off the road there at turn number 6, he does just look, you know, miles faster than the driver behind.
Yeah, indeed, and this is what we're talking about in terms of those setup-wise, because now you're starting to see a little bit of a transition here. The wet conditions around this track looking like it was favouring the OTK product. The Tony Karts were looking quick, the Ricky Flynns were looking quick, and they are still looking quick as well, as Ayani dives it down the inside and back up into 3rd place on Antoine Vinard. But now you're starting to see the Kart Republics fire into life as the track now dries up. Again, a very soft chassis, really seeming to look a lot more comfortable in these drier conditions here, as you're seeing the likes of KR Sport with Will Green pushing through, and then of course VDK with Antoine Vinard pushing through. You're seeing the Paralins getting into play with Girardello and Lucas Palacio all looking quick now, but that is still not to take anything away from the Tony Karts out there. The setup's still looking very strong. So this is still looking quite good. Caseta there, very quick lap there, 52.7. That is all the way down in 19th, 18th place at the moment. So incredible pace all the way throughout the field.
Yeah, of course, Caseta there in a position where he's got lots of drivers in front of him, like this pack of karts, just cleaning up the road lap after lap and making that tarmac warmer for him to really get that temperature in, probably helping him and benefiting him with that race pace. Those were changes going on in the sharper end of your field. Still these battles going on. Still Palacio trying to weave his way past Joely Girardello. Those two drivers switching for positions just a couple of corners ago. But final lap of things for these drivers, and final lap for Will Green. Green out there in the front, unbothered by this battle that still continues to rage on, as Frasnelli, your previous race leader, is trying to weave his way through. Not enough time, I would say, though, Anthony. We're running out. Final sector about to be completed by these drivers, and final sector about to be completed by Will Green. Out of the final turn, the Kart Republic Prema Williams will go, sees that checkered flag and takes it. 3 seconds currently. What is the gap? 3.5 seconds between Green and your P2 of Leo Gorski, with Girardello rounding out your top 3.
Indeed, nice little run there for the drivers, but of course they had to push their way through the field quite nicely there. But for Will Green, he adds that one to his tally. That is a good start from his 5th place yesterday. From the 5th row of the grid, he can add now a win to his name. For the Williams junior driver. Certainly a very strong drive there. Leo Gorski just holds on to 2nd place despite the increasing pressure from the field behind. And, well, the cleanup operation going to take quite some time here with that kart park that is down at turn number 1, and yeah, quite a few drivers getting caught out with that one. Green taking the win though from Gorski. Girardello finishing in 3rd place from Palacio. Frasnelli from Iani. Antoine Vinard finishing in P7 ahead of Alessandro Tuchot, gained 14 places in that race. Felipe Sanchez finishing just ahead of Manny Nuvolini. Xavier Lazaro with 16 places gained finishes that one in P11. He'll be delighted with that result. Austin Newstead finishing in P12 ahead of Zhi Haofei. Marc-André Casera finishing in P14. Mohamed El Bazaki finishing in P15 ahead of Samuel Hugon, who gained 13 places. Roland Nagy, tough race there, drops to 17th after that win yesterday. He will not be too happy with that result, but still on the board, points on the board. He's still up there in those intermediate classifications. Finishes, though, ahead of Jay Kostecki and Stan Rajaski, who finishes that race in 19th place. The retirements, Nicholas Good, Augustine Felagoni, Giacomo Justo, Tiberius Müller, Liam Nashawati, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Naval Morales, Buana Gisese, Albert Tam, Maxim Lepel, Libor Vlask, and Julia Angelard, all out of the race at the start of that one. And there you can see the mechanics being given the green light to come out onto the circuit to help with that cleanup operation. Of course, many carts off the track at turn number 1, and here's how it all unfolded, the highlights of it. Well, this was the first race on slick tyres, and you can see many drivers just trying to find the traction, all of them spread out over it, and you can see there it all started at the back of the pack. It then all happened at the front, in the middle of the pack as well. Multiple carts just going straight off the circuit at turn number 1. To be expected. So, yeah, it was just that first race afterwards. It wasn't going to happen. It was such a shame for them, I think, and we just weren't going to see those drivers in that sort of situation. There again, later we saw more happenings. There was Liam Nashawati, unfortunately, stalling out of it, and multiple drivers just thinking, well, that is not how we wanted to start that race.
Yeah, we didn't really even have any attempts from those drivers to try and get going again, and you can visibly see how devastated some of those drivers were. Of course, this is a long run of heats, and one small error, one small mistake is really going to cost you. One of the Paralympians out there, I think Albert Tam, was visibly upset as well. But the race continued, momentarily under, of course, slow boards. A slow procedure allowed these drivers to really suss out where that more favourable racing line was. And one of those drivers that absolutely completed that was Anton Van Ant, who managed with a 7th place gain, but was not unchallenged. Lucas Palacio came into this fight halfway through, and this was the stage that Will Green absolutely lit things into action, got past Leo Gorski for that race lead, and pushed away with that 3.5 second gap.
Indeed, quite the fight throughout that race, but still good points on the board for many drivers, as at the moment in the OK Junior classifications, it's still Maxim Bobrikov who leads the way, joint on points with Alex Malota, both of them on 94 points. Well, clean-up operation still underway. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. The seniors will be coming up next for qualifying heat A versus E. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live coverage of the Champions of the Future here. Round 1 in 2026 at the World Circuit La Conca in southern Italy. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We are 5 races into the day. 9 races in total that we've done over the course of the weekend so far. And we'll be heading into the next one for qualifying heat A versus E for the seniors as they make their way out onto the track. We just watched our first race on a full grid of slick tyres, which unfortunately resulted in many drivers retiring with the grip levels just not fully being there. This one, though, should be interesting, and it should be interesting from this man here. Jindra Peschel, pole position outright in the seniors. Nicole Sutherland caught up with him after TQ.
Jindra Peschel, that was the last senior qualifying session, and you've just made yourself the fastest senior overall with a serious lap out there. Just under 9/10 clear of anybody else in that session. Can you tell us all about it?
Yeah, we knew already yesterday that our speed is going to be always good in the wet. We are almost always fast in the wet, so I was looking forward to the quali. And yeah, lap was perfect, chassis is perfect, the engines are really good this year, so yeah, I hope we can carry on for the rest of the weekend.
And you just mentioned the chassis then with the OTK product. When you're driving around in those wet conditions, how does it perform corner by corner? How does the balance feel?
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect over the curbs. You know, you don't jump so much. It just goes over it, and you can even see in the junior category as we got also pole position. So yeah, I have nothing to complain about.
Well, like you just said then, pole position, plenty of heats coming up though, but good luck and well done.
Thank you.
Good chat with Jindra Peschel yesterday after he took a race win after that race. Here's your grid then. Peschel starts alongside Bataro, who was DSQ'd yesterday in that first race. Hopefully recovers in this one. Kinmark and Endo Arato on row 2. Isaac Sayer and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff go from row number 3. Sayer also DNF. Row 4 sees Michael Gorecki joining Marco Gast. Gorecki also a DNF yesterday. Wants a better result today. Joins Zach Green and Lucas Schell on row number 5. Tobias Jenny and Emil Hernandez go from row number 6 with Drew Waltz and Benjamin Magnac on row 7. Daniel Picorni and Thomas Chikaraski round out the top 8 rows on your grid.
All Britain, row number 9 with Evan Purcell and Noah Baglin. Row number 10 is Luke Tal alongside Eduardo Salamond, and from 11 it's Antonio Coccianella with Valerio Villapiana. Row number 12 is an all-Birrell lineup with the likes of Aston Sharp and Vladimir Ivanikov, and shortly behind on 13 it's Marcel Matijwicz with Lillian Scarborough of the USA. Row number 14 will look like Rafael Boulard with Svetvan Svinov. And from row number 15, your final row of your 30-kart field, Gustavo da Silva and Philip Planeta will take you through this fully dry OK qualifying heat. Groups, of course, A versus E. These drivers have not seen a dry circuit so far this weekend. It will be first initial dry laps.
Indeed, and of course, all of these tyres will be brand new again as well. Are we going to see a similar story into turn 1 in this race from the juniors? We'll have to wait and see then as Jindra Peschel and Davide Bataro start the formation on this lap as they head into those tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes, as we head down towards turn 1. Peschel immediately sweeps to the outside row there, but drama in the mid-pack, and straight into the barriers goes Akoski and a Kart Republic. 3 more join in the fray as well. It's a Parolin, and 2 of the Wards have gone off the circuit at turn number 1. So drama from that mid-pack, and once again, Nicole, the conditions are not favourable. Oh, there's a Birrell off there as well. That's the 291 of Antonio Coccianella, who's out of this race. Also, there's the Cali Kart pushing through. That's a good start there for Davide Bataro, who's recovering in this race. So I can confirm Marco Gast was the driver off. Tobias Agendi was one of them off as well. Looks like Benjamin Magnac was one of the wards. Thomas Chikaraski was the other ward. Then Eduardo Salamonde and Antonio Coccianella were the drivers all off at turn 1.
Yeah, more drivers off the road and trying to get restarted. And I think one of those further back, maybe one of the Koskis, has managed to get that going. Out at the front though, Jindra Peschel clean and dry ahead of Oliver Kinmark. Michael Gorecki has these drivers just whizzing their way past those carts that are still parked very close for comfort next to the circuit. Out the front though, go through them again. Peschel from Oliver Kinmark. Gorecki, Sayer up into P5 has just switched though with Davide Bataro. Waltz in there and Noah Baglin. Baglin now the driver who pushed his way through really nicely yesterday in that wet racing heat. Now well inside the top 10 with an 11th place gain. Aston Sharp also on the charge, 15 places to get him into P8. Baglin now staring at this fight that's going on shortly in front of him between Waltz and Sayer, as out at the front now, challenge could shortly be on. Yesterday, in his qualifying heat, Peschel was unchallenged. 10 seconds off the road. That's one of the drivers
there's
further
Michael
back.
Gorecki, actually. Is that the KB? No, he's still in this race. It's the other KB Racing. It's Marcel Matijevic out of the race as a change for the lead, as you called out there, Nicole. It's VDK leading the way in the form of Oliver Kinmark.
Well, Peschel then was absolutely strong and unchallenged in wet conditions. Not the same, though, for the dry. It really looks like that VDK Kart Republic is just springing into life when those track conditions, weather conditions change. The KR looking really strong out there.
Yeah, it is. Of course, so is the Cali Kart. Of course, it was DXQ for Davide Battaro yesterday, but he's there in third place, breaking away from that trail behind.
Whoa.
Baglin down the inside, and that was a big moment there for Gorecki this time, dropping down to 7th place as they all try and push their way through. Sharp also gets through on a 16th-place gain here for Aston Sharp.
Well, just shows then for the likes of Noah Baglin that qualifying, he just couldn't quite get it together. It doesn't mean that he's not got the pace, because he absolutely has. As let's watch a replay for that switch for the race lead down the inside. Venant has it clean as you like, really.
Just looks so much more planted to the ground there. Did that VDK versus the Tony Kart there, but we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the race goes on. There's the Van Amersfoort Racing Birrell of Aston Sharp pushing through. In fact, I think it's just made the move there on Noah Baglin. Yes, it has. Drew Waltz also getting past Isaac Sayer. That's a 4th place, just a little further up. So it's all starting to settle in now for the drivers in the background here. Crucially, Kinmark and Peschel, that fight's not over. Look at them, absolutely super glued together here.
Yeah, these two still glued together. We have got, of course, Peschel on the back bumper of Kinmark, has not attempted to put that nose down the inside just yet, but a story within this one then, Anthony. I'm absolutely glued to Aston Sharp. Sharp P6's reeled in Isaac Sayer already, and the pace that he's got, he's way faster than the drivers ahead of him, really looking strong, almost 5/10 quicker than Sayer. So Sharp in that Van Amersfoort branded kart that, of course, last year would have belonged to the likes of Noah Wolf, looking strong. There he is, just passing by on your screen as change down at the hotspot to turn number 16 between the drivers behind Noah Baglin. That's a switch between Luke Tal and Gorecki.
There's a look at your qualification heat points at the moment. Still Chrisen leading those points from Peschel. Peschel, of course, who's down in 2nd. If he can get another win here, he would be joining Chrisen on those points. I mean, it would be Tony Kart 1-2, both with 100 points. Perfect score for them at the point of this qualification round. Drew Waltz now the fastest driver out there. He's now going 50 seconds a lap with the rest of the field, but him the fastest of those with a 50.339 from the rest of the field. Is he closing on the likes of Davide Battaro? The gap at the moment, 0.4 of a second. I think that's come down quite considerably, and yes, it has. You can see that Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine closing ever closer to the Lenovo Cali Kart team cars.
Well, looking at the pace between Waltz and Battaro, Waltz a second of a lap.
Oh, what a change.
Faster as a change for this race lead. Once more, we've got Tony Kart at the front, so Peschel has found his way past once more, but Drew Waltz there on your screen again with that fastest lap, and the pace between him and Battaro on that previous one a second faster, and Drew Waltz faster than these two at the front as well. He's starting to arrive, of course, this year. Both Waltz brothers in the field have swapped from the Kart Republic team over to Ricky Flynn, and it's looking like that change is working for them so far. Out of the final corner they will go. A hot spot of overtaking down in towards the likes of sector number 1. Will it arrive for Waltz? Head under that wind that these drivers are experiencing, but he's not quite on the tail of Battaro just yet, as Kinmark looks like he's just slightly fallen off the back of Peschel within this one. They've got a kart's length in between them.
Yeah, they do. And I just noted there through turn 2, Peschel using a much wider entry line than Kinmark. He was using that outer curb a lot more into turn 2, and he was able to find that grip, really opened up that gap in that first sector, and he's shown yesterday in TQ
catching up.
Yeah, that he was closing in. Now, Bataro's dropped Waltz, so despite the fact that Waltz has had some great pace, there's a big lunge down the inside for Kinmark. Sends it through. Bataro tries to go through as well, but can't quite cover it this time around. The 3 karts now lead the way down the hill. Oh, Peschel, turn 1, he's done it. Is that a raindrop on the camera lens? Is there rain in the air as it's all starting to kick off? Now again, it's all kicking off again. Here comes Waltz. He pushes his way through, and Bataro leads the way in this fight. This is incredible. So I can see water on that lens as well. Nicole, is there rain in the air here?
Well, we can't confirm just yet, but what we can confirm, Davide Bataro leading the way out there in the front as the drivers who previously led, Oliver Kinmark and Peschel, dropped to P3 and P4 and continued to fight out. Aston Sharp also within this one now. Aston Sharp down towards turn number 16 on the tail of Peschel. P5 for Sharp. Is he going to try and have a go as Bataro leads the way under the start-finish gantry? He will go as these drivers visibly sliding now down towards turn number 1, clipping that curb. Sharp just demonstrates how these drivers are attempting to get these karts rotated corner by corner. A circuit, 16 corners in total for these drivers to tick off, and a challenge so far. And of course, these drivers are evolving lap after lap. This is the first completely dry race we've seen form these groups, so they're learning as they're going. As down the inside, Aston Sharp makes it work. It was 18 places to his name, but he now makes it 19.
Yeah, just had the grip there, the power going down on that Birrell, just out of turn number 10, able to just basically drive past there. Indra Peschel, who now drops down even further in this order. It doesn't look like he's going to come away with those 50 points to his name. There is, I think, one of our latest retirements in this race, and I think that may be Raphael Boulard, who is out of this race, and that is a huge shame for him. There is Noah Baglin. It's got Luke Towell for company just behind. The 230 MP Motorsport machine looking very quick at this moment as they head out of turn number 7 into sector number 2 now. Zach Green, the fastest driver in this race. However, Green currently down in 16th place.
Baglin, then your junior champion for 2025, now steps up into the OK category. Yesterday, in his first qualifying heat, it was a position gain of 14. Currently, he's on a 12th place charge. Still more laps for these drivers to go. One more lap, in fact. One lap for Davide Bataro to perfect. Through the first sector, he will go with 1.2 seconds to his name ahead of Waltz. 1.2 seconds is a good gap, a sizable gap in dry conditions, where he's really had to actually fight through because he wasn't inside that top 5 momentarily within this race, as Aston Sharp tries to pick up the pace to tick off one more name to try and weave his way past Oliver Kinmark. Is it going to be enough? We're not quite sure, but what we do know is Davide Bataro here, Anthony, is babying that Lenovo Cali Kart team kart home. Through turn number 16, he will go.
Certainly will. Davide Bataro then out of the final turn. We'll see the checkered flag across the line. Considerably ahead of the likes of Drew Waltz, who finishes, though, in a very impressive P2 after gaining 11 places. Kinmark holds on to 3rd ahead of Aston Sharp's, wait for it, 19 places gained in that race. Indra Peschel finishing in P5 ahead of Noah Baglin's 12th place gain. Luke Towell also with 12 places gained, finishes in 7th place ahead of Emil Hernandez and Valerio Villapiana, who finishes in 9th place on a 13 place gain. Isaac Sayer rounds out the top 10. But your biggest mover, confirmation there on your screen, Aston Sharp, 23rd to 4th, a gain of 19.
Our first taste of completely dry racing now then, Anthony, completed for these seniors. The first laps of which they would have experienced this weekend here at La Conca. Of course, wet qualifying and test sessions would have really shown who was quick in those conditions, Peschel being one of those, but in these dry conditions, it just looks like the Tony karts fell short. Anthony took you through your top 10, and then after that we have the likes of Vladimir Ivanikov, Lillian Scarborough, Lucas Sell, Daniel Picorni and Evan Purcell rounding out the top 15. Zach Green, Michael Gorecki and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff all drop positions to finish in P16, 17 and 18. And then Filip Planeta and Svelton Simonov round out your top 20. Arata Endo, Gustavo da Silva and Marco Gas take you to your top 23 finishers. And then of course within that race we had multiple dramas for contenders, including Rafael Bullard, Marcel Metric, Tobias Segeni, Benjamin Maniak, Thomas Chikarashki, Eduardo Samalond and Antonio Coccianella, who did not finish that race. So a big clean-up operation underway now for our team as we take you through our best bits of that race. Down towards turn number 1, you could just see those side-by-side moments with drivers where, of course, those slick tyres not quite up to temperature, catching some of that water maybe existing still on the inside line of turn number 1, catching out a number of those names like the 2 Wards of Maniak and Tomasz Chikarashki, as well as one of the Birrells, which was Antonio Coccianella. Did not throw off the drivers at the front though, like your race winner of Davide Bottaro, who had a good run of things, challenging some of the wards around him in the first couple of laps. We lost another driver out there, that was the 280 of Marcel Matuic, who ended up right over by the fence.
Yeah, indeed, very lucky not to hit the fence, so thankfully no damage to that kart, but still not the result they would have wanted. Great little race there for Aston Sharp. Just 1 or 2 places gained. Of course, 19 in total over the course of that race to squeeze his way through the field. This really started to heat things up here. Peschel fighting away with Oliver Kinmark. It brought in the likes of Davide Bottaro. It brought in Drew Waltz as well to able to squeeze their way through. But this was that fabled move that really started that chain reaction. There you can see Davide Bottaro on the Lenovo Calicart machine just pushing through in 3rd place. It was when they got through turn 1. Peschel down the inside. Keep an eye, though, on that Club Calicart. Just sails past both of them. They just ran wide onto that runoff area, and they lost massively out after that move. Sharp then started to battle through. Peschel dropping down to 5th place. Not the results he wanted, as you can see some other drivers there not happy with the finishing results. Someone who will be happy after a DSQ yesterday, Davide Bottaro. What a turnaround. 50 points to his name.
Yeah, I think you can say he's retaliated against that disqualification, and he's going to need that when it comes into points that contribute towards the super heats that we will go into tomorrow. But for now, plenty more heats coming up, and next we will be back to our juniors for groups B versus F.
Yes, indeed. They will be the next ones out on track, and quite a busy old race earlier on for groups B and F, of course. Many penalties, again, continuing to go out. They're continuing a trend here, of course, but it did end up with Priambrano taking the race win in his previous race. Santiago Diaz de la Vega did also finish in 3rd as well. But we're going to take a short break very quickly before this next race. We'll see you in a few.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Live coverage of the Champions of the Future Round 1 here in La Conca on your screens. Welcome one and all from joining us from all over the world. You are about to witness OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus F, and their race winner from earlier on, Priambrano, back on the front row again for this one on pole position. He will be joined by Leon Shilidze as well on that front row. Shilidze not having that result earlier on. Nicole in groups C versus F saw him down in 28th place, not the result he will have wanted for that front row start. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, as mentioned earlier on, good run for him, 3rd place, didn't gain or didn't lose any places, so still a strong result for him. Jonas Pundis as well, also an up and down moment, did drop down a little bit, but still resulted in a P5 finish.
Yeah, so the second time today that we're seeing many of these drivers, and of course, like you just said, Leon Schneider there starting at the front row, the DNF earlier on, but a good result yesterday in the wet conditions, a P2 for him. So watch to see if he can try and replicate that or get in a race win that will be needed to try and redeem some of those points suffered earlier on.
That's a lovely shot there of mechanic's backside, ready for this one. Right then, here we go. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then. As mentioned, Priyan Bruno, great race earlier on today with that race win. Starts alongside Leon Schelidze on that front row of the grid. Santiago Diaz de la Vega joins Jonas Pundis on that second row of the grid. Zach Zhu was the first driver today who tried to deploy those wet tyres, slick tyres I should say. Did not work out. He DNF'd at lap 1, turn 1, but he's back on that inside of row 3 alongside Savile Gay. Billy van Sturven joins Nicolo Perico on the 4th row of the grid. They'll have Jeff Verbeek and Ava Lawrence on row 5. Antonio Pettonia and Denny Babacek go from row number 6. They'll have Teo Pelframe and Miguel Manzano on row number 7, with Daniel Miron and Francisco Roja on row number 8.
Row number 9, the second part of your field is started by Yangar Jelikov Energy Course alongside Jan Pujol. Row number 10, we have Jarlath Sayer starting along Benjamin Westwood, who needs a good result this one after a DNF earlier on. Row number 11 is Wenyubo alongside Elton Hedverse, and then from 12 is Akil Ray alongside Christian Kobe, another one of your non-finishers this morning. 13 is Andrew Carabollo with Tony Cacciafaro, and 14 is Matvey Durganov alongside Oliver Spencer. 15, Alexander Lazarus with Guillaume Bussato, and rounding out your 31-strong field, Abdena Al-Mahidi will finish off your 16th row of your field. Completely dry racing for these drivers then. These drivers in this field, their first dry laps of this circuit this weekend. Of course, like Anthony said, Zach Zhu did attempt those dry tyres earlier on. That slick option did not work out for him. But now an opportunity to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, indeed. So a very important race here for Zach Zhu, who will be hoping for a good finish, I am sure. Right then, for Priyan Bruno then at the front of here, the only thing that's different now between the drivers all around Zach Zhu is that they're on, again, brand new tyres that they've had to clear off. Zach Zhu's already done that clearing off of the that release agent, but so hopefully we'll see what happens. Into the tram lines, lights are out. We are racing here in OK Junior towards turn 1. Big slide around, and it's still not grippy enough at turn 1. At the start of these races, into the barrier goes the Forza Racing machine of Leon Schelidze. Once again, the results are not coming for the Georgian who qualified on the front row.
Drama, and almost a race ended as well for Ava Lawrence, who found herself off onto the grass. Did manage, however, to keep her foot on the power and did not stall. But there is Schelidze, like you said, Anthony, off the road. Another DNF added to his scoreboard, not the results he would have wanted. But let's focus on the drivers who could be getting in some good fights here. Priyan Bruno out at the front, nice and clean so far for him. He has pushed away from the rest of the field, who now completes their first lap. Jarlath Sayer out the final corner being challenged by Perico. Perico, of course, first year in OKJ Racing, and straight away up at the sharp end of the field and challenging drivers who are in their second or third. Big sense down the inside of turn number 3. That's Daniel Miron starting to get all involved. Priyan Bruno out there in the front, a hand of Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Jeff Verbeek P3, Daniel Miron P4, and Petsonia rounding out your P5.
Indeed. Well, good fights happening in and around this field right now, and currently someone who's looking very quick. There's one not looking very quick at all, unfortunately. That is Savile Gay for the Victory Lane karting team out of this race. The driver representing the United Arab Emirates here in Italy. Unfortunately, will go no further in this race. Still kicking off here at the front. Daniel Miron fighting away I think he's just got that move done on Vivek, and squeezes his way through. No, that's Pizzonia who's just behind him now, so they've all changed around. Pizzonia's also got past Vivek, who's dropped down to P5 now.
Well, in 2025 then, Anthony, you know, we had lots of names in this field. Now we've got new faces arriving at the front. Perico now a change down the inside. He has just got past Vivek as well. That's at turn number 6 that these drivers are heading into, and Perico makes himself your fastest driver on the circuit with a 52.015. Saya trying to replicate a move as well, but thinks against it, backs off and has to hold on to P7 for now. But you can't take it away. 12 places gained already to make him P7.
Yeah, indeed. A very strong start for a few drivers in this one as Priam Bruno continues that trend from earlier on, side by side here, out to the final corner. Jarlath Saya piling on the pressure to Vivek, as now down the inside, Zhak Zhu on that DPK machine may have retired earlier on, but he is back fighting fit in this one, sends it down the inside as well, and gets back through as well. Gardzielik, Westwood, Palfrain, they're all there as well, starting to close in. All want a piece of flesh in this middle pack battle.
Yeah, absolutely do, as Jarlath Saya once more picks off a position. There he is on your screen, just ahead of Zhak Zhu. So question remains, do these drivers try and work together to chase up to the next packers? These drivers are not working together, they're working very much against each other. Zhu, Gardzielik, Westwood, Palfrain, Vivek and Pujol being invited into this one as well. Change down the inside. That's a brilliant move down at turn number 16. Miron, Pizzonia and Perico.
Look at that nose cone for Pizzonia. Massive dent, it's dragging on the floor. That's a 5-second time penalty if I've ever seen one at the end of this race. That nose cone definitely not attached. Pizzonia now will have to think about damage limitations. He will see that that bracket is dropped from his eye line as a driver, but he needs to open up that 5-second gap now from the drivers behind. Now he is hoping that Perico and Miron start fighting. Now remember, Nicolo Perico, he's not afraid of racing. He's a mini driver and a quick one at that, but this is his first year really racing in the junior category, who's starting to really pile on that pressure to Daniel Miron just ahead.
Yeah, pressure being applied to the diamond of Daniel Miron then. Just about 6 months ago, Miron, of course, moved over from the DPK team over to Fusion, part of the Fusion family now, and is this weekend so far doing a good job of it. There you can see that the body language, Anthony, of Perico, just pushing himself ahead, signalling to the mechanic, really, you know, getting himself fired up to get past and break into that top 4, as still this fight for the race lead is going on. And actually, Priam Bruno had a massive gap out there in the front. Santiago Diaz de la Vega has hugely caught up now, so the Prema on the tail end of the victory lane. Not sure whether or not Priam Bruno made a short mistake, or if it's just the case where the pace has really been applied by de la Vega, but that gap has really been reeled in.
Yeah, it certainly has. We'll keep a close eye on this fight, but yeah, definitely for Perico there, definitely some frustration he's trying to get out in this early stage. And again, he's going to try that moment again with Daniel Miron later on. Diaz de la Vega then, the gap, 0.2 of a second here, like you say, has closed down from over a second for Priam Bruno. There is that fight just behind. Perico has now got that move done on Daniel Miron. Again, hopefully that frustration now has got out of his system and he's focused again now on the job in hand, and that job now is closing into Antonio Pizzonia, who's only a few seconds up the road.
Yeah, I think the job as well for Perico will be to not overdrive, don't hold on to that frustration, just settle down, find that rhythm once more to try and, like you said, get to the back of Pizzonia. As out there in the front, Priam Bruno absolutely under some pressure by Santiago Diaz de la Vega, but de la Vega's got to be careful here as to not make a mistake. He doesn't do that out of the final corner. He uses Priam Bruno as a reference point to not slide, to hold onto that cart nice and strong, pushing with that outside arm, flirting with the curb at turn number 1 to really then get the power in at turn number 2. Down in towards 3, nice and late and hard on the brakes. Gets a great exit to still continue to stare at the back of that 71 sticker. Priam Bruno still under some pressure there in the victory lane. It's going to play out. A few more laps left to go as Diaz de la Vega looks like over the curbs. He looks comfortable as well. Of course, let's not forget, equal machinery for these two drivers at the front, both on those KR chassis. A couple more laps left for this one to unfold. The question remains, Does Diaz de la Vega hold on to P2 and say Stettel to, you know, just hold on to those confirmed points?
Yeah, indeed. Looking at those drivers battling away, Bruno and Diaz de la Vega, very different racing lines there through turn at number 11. Pitsonia, despite that damage to the front of his kart, starting to close in on these front two right now. And again, he's doing so in a way that is really going to help him out in this fight. Remember, that nose cone, well, I can't fully confirm it, but it pretty much looks solid. That nose cone bracket has dropped. Just watch this racing line here now. Diaz de la Vega, he turns in slightly earlier in the kart. It seems like he unsettles it there. That racing line, very important. It looks like he was trying to agitate the rear to slide it through the corner. Yes, there is sometimes a benefit to that, sometimes not. And through turn 11, I think he actually lost quite a bit of time there to Priam Bruno.
Yeah, but it could have also just been the case that he's turned into the corner slightly too early and then suffered on the exit with getting that racing line incorrect. Last lap board is outdoor, changes almost on then, but last lap, last moments for these drivers.
Yeah, Pitsonia here, he's really fighting this one. I think he already knows he's got that drop nose penalty, but he needs to just think about trying to break away here. Fighting now, could suffer that lead that he's got from the rest of the field just behind him. Remember, he needs to keep that 5-second gap alive. Perico, though, is closing in as well. Could Perico look away at a top three here if he can squeeze his way through? Pitsonia looks to the inside of the exit of turn number 10 and into 11, but can't get down the inside of Santiago Diaz de la Vega. He holds on to P2 right now as they exit now in towards turn number 15. It's going to be a last lap lunge. Here comes Perico around the outside. He's going to try and go for the up and under. It's not going to work out, though. Priam Bruno crosses the line in the race lead. He takes the checkered flag, but across the line, it's a photo finish. Very, very close indeed, but no change. Diaz de la Vega takes P2. Pitsonia takes third, provisionally, of course, ahead of Nicolo Perico. Daniel Miron takes P5 ahead of Benjamin Westwood. Teo Palfrain takes P7 ahead of Denny Bauercheck in P8. Puyol taking P9 ahead of Zach Zhu, who rounds out the top 10. Great run there for many of the drivers, but that's another round of solid points there for Priam Bruno. He jumps to the lead of the intermediate classification with 134 points to his name. A great end to the racing there, but the biggest mover goes to Benjamin Westwood, started P20, finished P6, a gain of 14 positions. Well, the field now head back to Parc Fermé, and we will go through that full finishing order for you on your screens. At the end of that one, the top 10, we've gone over. Jarlath Sayer finishing that one in P11, still gaining 8 places ahead of Jeff Verbeek. Jan Garzelek from Francisco Rocha. Then Matvei Duganov gaining 12 places in that race to finish just ahead of the rest of the field. Achille Ray ahead of Wenyabu and Jonas Pundis. Christian Kobe finishing ahead of Oliver Spencer. Billy Van Sturven finishing in 21st place. Not the result he would have wanted on that one. Miguel Manzano also suffering a little bit and dropping to 22nd place. Elton Hedfors finishing ahead of Tony Cachaferro. Guillaume Bassato from Alexander Lazarus. Alessandro Carabello finishes that one in 27th place out of Ava Lawrence. Abdunor El Majidi finishing that race in 29th place. 2 retirements, Savalay Kagay, and once again a very unfortunate result there for the Georgian driver Leon Shelidze out of the race, and this is how it happened right at the very start of this one, into the turn, and just unfortunately kind of squeezed off the road there. Nothing really he could do. There was carts going very sideways. He was just on the wrong place at the wrong time there after not getting away too well in those tram lines, and unfortunately he suffered dearly for that one, did Shelidze, and that's another result that it's not going to go his way. Rest of the field then continued their fight, and we started to see the battles happening. Antonio Pitsonia with heavy damage to that front nose cone at the near beginning of that race, looking like that's possibly going to be a post 5 second. We saw there Savalay Kagay retiring in the Victory Lane karting outfit, unfortunately going through. Then we started to see the good fights here. Zach Zhu battling his way back through the field. He was joined by the members of the Energy Course team, Jarlath Sayer being that driver squeezing his way through. Later, of course, we saw the other of the energy courses fighting away as well in the form of Jan Garzielek in the 96 machine, also getting involved. Midway point of the race, Antonia fighting through, battling with Daniel Miron. Later, we would see the likes of Nicolo Perico find that pace and squeeze their way through, as we thought we were going to see a battle for the race lead here. Santiago Diaz de la Vega closing in on Priam Bruno. Wouldn't be the case, though, as to the finish line. Photo finish for the three drivers who finished second, third and fourth on track. However, I do suspect that race order may change at the end of the official results being released. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé for our first live interview of the day, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, like you just called it, Anthony, Priam Bruno was the driver to cross the line in that P1 spot. Priam, great race for you, but you were challenged halfway through by Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Were you aware that he wasn't maybe quick enough? Did you feel any pressure with him in that P2?
It's good. It's after the start I have the good gap. After it's difficult because the cart is good, but it's not. After the last lap I have the big gap. It's very good.
And yesterday you had a bit of a difficult heat, but today two really strong results. Do you think yesterday's difficulties maybe has pushed you forward slightly with your confidence and with some aggression out there?
Yes, yesterday the P1 pushed me out. After the start I 14. After I gained I finished P6. It's not bad. After I start P2, it's not good.
Well, Priam, thank you very much. Anthony, let's head back up to you then, because we go back to more racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Fermé. Cleaning up operations still underway for the moment. The two retirements making their way back to Parc Fermé. But yes, indeed, we too turn our attention over back to the senior category now for groups B versus F, which sees once again Francois Cadal and Ili Christian on the front row of the grid. Of course, Christian in a really strong position in the points at the moment after his race results. So we look forward to seeing what he can achieve in the later races earlier on in this one. But for groups B, earlier on they battled, of course, groups D out on track with those changing conditions. So we saw a lot of ups and downs. That race for groups B, of course, saw William Marshall take that race win. But certainly a very exciting one as, right, it's starting to rain, I can see from that camera. That's going to make things very interesting. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We will see if it's actually raining.
Let's start with the Play Seat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure, though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around, so actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners, and likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving, so I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Play Seat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. The Play Seat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the Champions of the Future. You're cutting back to us after we said, was it ? Raining? Answer, yes, it is. I did the age-old tactic of sticking my head out window, and yes, I can confirm it is raining out there, and yeah, it's not going to be an easy race, this one. So everyone on slick tyres, greasy circuit, and right, we're all back to square one away. The only good thing I can take away from this, Nicole, is that at the moment, it's only dry rain that's hitting the circuit. Everything's still dry, but it is still raining.
I think we have to provide some context to the dry rain, wet rain saga that we were having at Silverstone, no?
No, I'm going to keep this going for the entire season, I think. Oh, that's a nice mechanic. We go just sneaking through the back of the kart there, Francois Cadal. I don't think he's going to be too happy with that one. But there we go. Right, ready for this to go. But yeah, a tense moment now for the drivers. Slick tyres. And now this rain just falling at this moment. This is going to be a big challenge. There is Ilya Christian. Brand new slick tyres now, going out on a slightly greasy circuit. This is going to be a challenge, Nicole.
Well, Christian, of course, has been inside of the sharp end of the order throughout the entire weekend so far. A driver who has joined to the OK category for this season, straight away at the sharp end of the field after last year in juniors, really fighting out for the championship. And of course, again, is powered by the Alpine F1 Academy.
Well, someone who's primed and ready for some wet conditions
the
is that the wellies are on for Dan Ashton. Usually he's got some very colourful shoes on. Those colourful shoes do not exist today. He has got Wellington boots out there ready for potentially a bit of a soaking.
Well, I haven't got mine on today, but I was sporting them yesterday. I think the RGMMC team actually sold out the local supermarket of their welly stock.
I know, they were very uncomfortable after a while, but yes, we were all in wellies yesterday. Right then, seniors make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. This is going to be an interesting one, Nicole. The rain trickling down now as the field head out on slick tyres. Francois Cadal back on the front row of the grid for this one, joins Ilya Christian, who still does lead that intermediate classification with 100 points to his name. James Anagnostiidis joins William Kalija on that front row of the grid. He's got Ilya Berezkin and Lev Krutulov on row number 3. Oscar Gallin and Asher Oshtein go from row number 4. They'll have William Marshall and Bosco Arias on row 5. Dan Alaman and Zarif Rakal go from row 6. Iskena Solfakari and Nicholas Schaufler go from row 7. Devon Waltz and Michael McGoy locking out the first half of the field.
Row number 9 then is started by Yuri Levar alongside Sebastian Mins, and then your top 20 looks like on row number 10, Gabriel Canal, who needs a good result after a DNF earlier on. He's starting alongside Victor Stalmack. From row number 11, it's Mika Runitz that sees Max Lacroix, and shortly behind on 12, Angelina Simmons, who had a DNF yesterday, as well as a poor result this morning, will be starting alongside Ludovico Mazzola. 13, Nefeli Cosmopoulos with Max Wayland, and then from 14, Yuri Bichika will look at Luigi Coluccio. Close for comfort alongside each other on the final row of your grid, Nicolo Kuman and Peter Stiller, as something's happened out there, Anthony.
No, I just looked out the window, Nicole. The rain is intensifying here at La Conca. This is going to be one of those awful scenarios where the drivers are just going to have no traction out in towards turn 1. They will start this race, they will go in towards turn 1, and there will just be no traction whatsoever. There's the radar. I don't think it's working at the moment, which is a shame, but I can confirm it is raining, so we don't really need the radar at the moment. But yeah, you can see from that shot, look at that now, rain really starting to fall. This is going to be a very, very interesting run here. For Francois Cadal and Le Christian, they are going to be the guinea pigs here into turn 1, and I can imagine it's going to be a hold your breath moment here. Is there a question of, does this race go? Do we start this race or do we stop them? It's one of those fine moments because the track is going to get to a state where there's just going to be no traction for them. They're going to try and get as much temperature into those tyres as they can. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Hold your breath for this one, folks. It's senior OK, qualifying heat B versus F. Francois Cadal, Ilya Christian at the front of this grid as they head towards turn 1. Is it all going to go wrong? But it's going to be a false start, and they will go round again. We will have to wait and see. But the traction levels at this speed through turn 1 already don't look great.
No, not at all. There will be absolutely no grip, no feeling out there for these drivers. You've got experienced drivers in conditions like these, the likes of James Anagnostiadis, who's starting on that second row. He would have dealt with something like this before last year, as would have Lev Krutulov. But you've got names in this field that maybe aren't used to these kinds of conditions. Mid-pack section, you could say, are graced with a bit of a benefit here because, of course, they're in that sort of point where you've got reference drivers ahead of you, where you can read the road, you can see where they're sliding. You said it, Anthony, and I would say it's a perfect sort of setup in what you said. Cadal and Ilya Christian, absolute guinea pigs into that first corner.
Indeed, and this is a situation that Ilya Christian doesn't want to be in. There is the restart, but just watch these drivers going in towards turn number 1. You can see they're turning in and it just doesn't grip up. There's a lot of drivers there still with very cold tyres. You've got to remember the air temperature here is still only 13 degrees and some more rain that's gone down out on the track.
It looks
does
like
look
it's
like it
stopped.
stopped. Yeah, the rain does look like it has stopped now, but has it already done its damage to the circuit, to the track conditions? A good indication of if it is still raining, just look at Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton, who's still got a hood over his head. So that makes me feel like it is still raining, but less intense than what it was only a few minutes ago. Right then, once again, second attempt at this one. Qualifying heat B versus F for the seniors into the tram lines. We're racing towards turn number 1. A boot in the backside from James Anagnostiadis to Cadal. Do they grip up? The answer is no. And they all go wide at turn 1. But amazingly, half the field do keep the traction in. And it's Anagnostiadis who leads the way. Ilya Berezkin immediately up into second place, but he's going to lose out on it. The Ricky Flynn gets through, and I think that might be Bosco Arias, who's had a brilliant start in this one and has gone straight through into second place, but we have to wait and see as they exit out. I think it might be the 225 that goes through. It could be the 227 of Bosco Arias. Yeah, I think it could be. So that's been a brilliant start from him for the middle of the pack, but it is still raining out there.
I can't believe it, Anthony. At that first corner then, every single driver went off the road, off onto towards the grass, but everybody, amazingly, seemed to get back onto the tarmac and continues to go round. And out there at the front, James Anagnostiadis, out of the final corner, will lead the way. Anagnostiadis, one of the drivers, said a moment ago, experienced in conditions like these. You could say he sort of knows what he can do, but through the first corner, the Ricky Flynn sideways on the back of James Anagnostiadis, tags that back bumper. Devin Waltz just struggling with that control, but not struggling with places gained. 14 names ticked off by him to lead the way ahead of Ilya Berezkin, Anagnostiadis and William Marshall.
I'll apologise to Devin Waltz. It was him that got up into second place at the start of that race, and I will stress, from the 15th spot on the grid, got what looks to be a fusion kart off the track at the back of the field, and I do believe it's Oscar Gallin out of the race.
Well, Gallin then, who is trying to push his way through, now finds himself, like you said, gone out and done, and adds to what is actually a low tally of DNFs. We've got no driver who has actually failed to finish this one just yet. Only Gallin makes himself that one. Under the start-finish gantry they will go. Waltz clearing off by 1.2 seconds. Into the first corner, you can just visibly see between Asher Oshtein and Seb Mintz how challenging this is, as Seb Mintz makes a move stick down the inside at turn number 3, continues on his charge and finds his way past previous CRG teammates of Asher Oshtein.
Angelina Simmons now fastest driver out there, 51.454. So still looking very quick as Arias and McGoy had drama. There is more yellow flags out there and there is more drivers off the circuit. It is Bosco Arias out of the race. The Spaniard who started P10 in this one will go no further. The latest retirement, and I think he may have had a moment there with another of William Kalesia, also who tumbled down the order in the Paralympics. But we cut back to this battle here This is for second place. James Anagnostiadis has found the temperature now in those tyres. The rain has just simmered down that little bit, and the pace is still very strong here. We're still lapping at 50 seconds, so I think we're okay out there despite that shaky start.
James Anagnostiadis as well in this previous heat was in P4. He's had also a P3 so far. But he will know that Ilya Berezkin within that heat was disqualified for a bad manoeuvre, so I think he will be biding his time within this race to get past, because he knows that points-wise, Ilya Berezkin is actually nowhere near in his way. He will be patient, he will wait for the right opportunity. And speaking of opportunities, some might start to arrive for the likes of William Marshall, who took that heat win earlier on when we had that 50-50 wet-to-dry tyre split. Marshall took that heat win despite the 5-second penalty, and now is trying to break inside the top three once more as Lev Krutulov down the inside of Asher Oshtein makes the move work. Krutulov then trying to redeem himself after that DNF yesterday and makes himself P6.
Still don't think the confidence is there for the drivers in towards turn number 1. You're seeing them into that braking zone, a lot of adjustment on the wheel just as it kind of skits into the corner, and you know, it does look really awful out there. Unfortunately, we were saying earlier on, Angelina Simmons, fastest driver out there. She's now Angelina Simmons with a warning flag. That is a 5-second time penalty that will be added to Angelina Simmons, which is a big shame. Obviously, team change for this year, but again, just having a bit of a torrid one out there. She is on a 15-place gain, so she's having really good runs, but and really showcasing great speed, but just finding herself in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, just watching her compared to Asher Oshtein there, of course, she will still continue to try and push on and get ahead to break and open up that gap as much as she can, but she visibly looks a little bit more comfortable in these race conditions. As speaking of racing, here we've got a nice little battle going on between the ward of William Marshall and the energy of Lev Krutulov. So those two drivers just momentarily got side by side and invited in Oshtein slightly closer. Krutulov looking slightly impatient there on the entrance towards the chicane and down towards that third sector where opportunities exist at turn number 16, thinks against it and has to hold on for now. Down the 265-metre run from the last corner to the first. Lev Krutulov just signalling to the driver of Oshtein behind to say, push, I'm going to get him, I'm going to get past through towards turn number 2. Turn number 3 again. Lev Krutulov loves that overtake, opens the door for Oshtein and Angelina Simmons as well, as William Marshall loses 3 positions in one corner. And there we have that warning flag notification go out for Angelina Simmons. So despite that charge, she will tumble down. For now, it would be to around about P14.
Dan Alaman trying to push on that pressure as well. He's trying to squeeze his way past. He does find his way past there into the chicane of 11 and 12 and pushes his way through nicely. There is your points at the moment. Chrisen, who is down the order in P13, has lost an incredible points lead that he had. He's only leading now, as it stands, by 4 points from James Anagnostiadis. Now, Anagnostiadis still there in third place. He's dropped off the back of Berezkin for the moment, but this is still a good position for Anagnostiadis to be in at this point. Devon Waltz, fastest driver out there. We're sub 50 seconds still. Nicole, the pace is still quick despite the fact that the rain still trickles down, but the temperature very much in those tyres. Fighting still occurring up in the order. This is Luigi Coluccio, who's on an 18 place gain. Make that now 19 as he gets that move done. Past that one as Nicolas Schaufler squeezes his way through. Francois Cadal trying to get involved as well. But the fighting still very much on in the mid-pack here.
Well, that was Coluccio almost massively tripping over himself, ran completely wide on the entrance towards the 11th corner. Does manage to stick things back to the road, but could have gone very, very badly for Luigi there as more moves go on. This time Schaufler giving it a go at turn number 3. Schaufler, of course, returning to the Champions of the Future series. Wasn't with us last year, switched over to single-seater racing, but now back in the field and now trying to push through after that DNF, like you said, Anthony, earlier on. Let's focus on this battle, though. He is leading this pack of karts. As on the camera, I think I can see again, the rain is still continuing to fall. And actually, not sure if it's starting to pick back up again.
I think it looks like it might be intensifying once more is that rain, but the only benefit that the drivers have now is that they've got the temperature into those tyres. Remember, the track will have to go off a cliff to do this. Look at this, side by side over the start-finish line, down the inside. This is beautiful stuff. Coluccio and Schaufler, but it is Schaufler who gets the whole shot in towards turn one, holds on to that position, but now is bringing in the likes of William Marshall back into play. Marshall, who lost out in many positions earlier on, tries to get his nose down the inside of the exit of turn 6, has to surrender it though before they enter into sector 2, and is now under increasing pressure from the drivers behind in the form of Elie Christian, Francois Cadal, Jirba Checa there as well, who's also on a 13th place gain.
Francois Cadal then just finds his way past Elie Christian, who he started alongside in the front row at the start of this race. Both these drivers then tumbling down the order and trying to rectify some mistakes made, but a switch between those two puts Francois Cadal again back in front of the Tony Kart as the rain continues to tumble on these drivers and continues to tumble on Devin Waltz, your race leader on this final lap. 3.4 seconds clear of Ilya Berezkin and James Anagnostiadis, and is just completely out there in his clean air, trying to be settled, trying to not slide across or understeer across the rubber as well that will be laid down from earlier's racing. The water being put on that rubber, then making it really slippy for these drivers, really testing who is the best of these 30 seniors. But out of the final corner, checkered flag will wave. Devin Waltz takes it for Ricky Flynn in these weather conditions that are certainly a challenge for these drivers. 4 seconds clear from Ilya Berezkin, who finishes in P2 ahead of James Anagnostiadis.
Yes, indeed. And well, that's oh dear, and that's a sign that the conditions may be falling into a bit of disarray, because Nicolas Schaufler at the final corner lost it out of it, and now tumbles down the order after he was fighting right there inside that middle part of the lap. And unfortunately, that race will end in disaster for him. And that is a huge, huge shame for Nicolas Schaufler, who will end up finishing that race in P28. But for Devin Waltz, well, what a start it was for him. 14 places gained. Not only did he take the win, he was nearly one of the biggest movers. However, he was joined with overtakes with Sebastian Mins. They were beaten by overtakes by Angelina Simmons. They were also beaten by Luigi Coluccio, who was the biggest mover, with 19 positions gained, started P28, finished P9 at the end of that one. Right, now, Nicole, question for you, your thoughts. Rain falling, track slippy, next group going out, wets or slicks?
Well, with the pace that these drivers just carried round, quick considering the conditions that they've just dealt with, to be honest, I'd be going slicks potentially. I know that the rain has been going down. Of course, the track will continue to get wetter because there's nobody clearing it for the next 5 minutes until we go back out again. But an interesting question indeed. I don't know, I'd be maybe saying slicks.
We'll have to wait and see. Here's your results then on your screen. We've gone over quite a few of them, but Devin Waltz from Berezkin, then it was Anagnostiadis from Mins, Krutilov from Ostin, Simmons from Alaman, Coluccio from Cadal, Marshall from Chrisen, the top 12 from Vecheka, Runitz finishing in P14 ahead of McCoy, Zulfikari from Wieland in 17th place, Canal from Kalesia, Lavar from Stiller, Nefelli from Cosmopolis from Mazzola, Lacroix from Racal, Stalmack from Kaman, and of course Schaufler, Arias and Gallen all retiring from the end of that race. There though, Devin Waltz, cheeky smile on his face. It was a team change from last year as he steps over to Ricky Flynn and now finds himself winning races after gaining 14 places. This is how it all transpired. The rain came trickling down. They're all on slick tyres. The grip, the temperature just wasn't there for a lot of the drivers. Sailed off the circuit. However, all, as you mentioned it, Nicole, all managed to find their way back on the track.
Yeah, every driver then just keeping their foot on that power, making sure they don't slow down too much to then end up stalling and getting stuck on the grass. James Anagnostiadis then in the first couple of laps was your race leader. The Australian who has battled conditions like this before did jump the gun originally to lead the way. William Marshall really confident so far this weekend. He's had a heat win already and early on in the initial stages was right at the front. Your two drivers that started on the front of the field, Illy Christian and Francois Cadel, got swallowed back into the pack as Sebastian Mins gave it a good go, and he had a good battle in the early stages against Asher Osteen. Another DNF this time will go out to Bosco Arias, as it did Oscar Gallen, who you just saw exit the circuit. Meanwhile, Lev Krutulov continued to get involved and climb the order, but it was only a one-place gain despite good battles between himself, Asher Osteen and William Marshall. 5-second tail penalty was given to Angelina Simmons, who was one of the drivers to go on those slicks earlier on in heats. It didn't work for her then, and this race potentially hasn't worked out now. She will tumble down the order right down to around about P12, P13. Still though, Charles Fleck was continuing to give it a good go. It did not work in his favour, as we will probably see in a moment, but he was another driver to try and give a good push to the wards ahead. Earlier, the drivers to also get into the fight. Luigi Coluccio, your biggest mover within the field, with 19 places gained, matching some of the juniors that did similar results earlier on. But that was the highlights, that was the drive, that was the driver to be. Devin Waltz, 4 seconds clear for Ricky Flynn.
Certainly so. Well, there will be a little bit of a wait, I think, for that next race as they decide what they want to go for in this next one, because, of course, that rain still has been falling down on the circuit. We're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with, hopefully, the juniors for qualifying heat C versus E next.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Live coverage here of round one of the Champions of the Future here at the World Circuit La Conca. We are powering through these qualifying heats as we had a scare of potential rain. Do I dare say the sun starting to break through the clouds once again? We've got a little bit of what it looks like is a northerly wind that's pushing all the clouds south. And that means that the clouds that you can see in front of the grandstand is kind of what is heading towards us at the moment. So that gives an indication. Everyone, wet tyres and wetsuits. The sun's now come out, Nicole. If anyone's gone for slick tyres still for this one, it might have been a spot of genius because this is a shot. So this is from the north. So those clouds you can see there, those are the clouds that have been and gone. They've come over the track and they've gone away. So yes, that may look very daunting, but those are actually heading away from us now. We are now seeing the clouds coming from the northern part of the circuit, so this is going to be very interesting. But anyway, enough about the weather. Let's talk about the drivers, because Vsevolod Sidlowski put it fastest in group, third fastest overall at the end of time qualifying.
In group then, Vsevolod Sidlowski, you have just put it on pole. Good lap out there for you, but the session maybe looked tricky at some points. At one stage, you actually went off onto the grass, so tell us about how you managed that.
When I went out in the grass, I was a bit scared, was a bit nervously, but I calmed down next lap. I watch where I can improve, and next lap I make my best, and I guess, yeah.
And actually that moment with the grass helped you unintentionally to get into quite a good track position. The track position when you were driving around in the wet, what was that like? Tell us about more.
So when I was in the beginning, was a bit harder because it was a bit harder to find my limits and all of this. When I make a little mistake and then Leo and Chiliza overtake me, I saw where I was losing and I tried to improve it, and I made my best in the end, so yeah.
Well, like we said, polling group.
Yeah.
Well, good to chat there to our pole sitter for this one. And yeah, can confirm from my weather radar in the box, I don't think we're expecting any more rain now, unless there's a little pocket somewhere. Right then, here's your grid. Vsevolod Sidlowski on the front row of the grid joins Roland Nagy, who's had an up and down weekend. Won a race, then found himself at the back of the grid in the second one earlier on. Alex Malota and Gianni Girardello join on row number 2. Oiva Venturata and Lucas Palacio lock out the top 6 on row number 3. They'll be joined joined by Olivier Ricini and Manu Nuvolini on row number 4. Oscari Rolli and Austin Newstead go from row 5. They'll lock out the top 10. They'll see Max Felder and Tiberius Müller on row number 6 with Henry Constant Kumpin and Antoine Vinard on row number 7. Alexandre Point and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio lock out the first half of the field on row 8.
Row number 9 is supposed to look like Zavre Didkovsky alongside Mohamed El-Bazaki, but I do think Mohamed El-Bazaki is not on the grid. Row number 10, Aurélien Lemaire alongside Augustin Filignoli. And then from 11, we have Daniel Ferraria with Alessandro Cicciotti. From row number 12, after a P13 with a 10-place gain earlier on, it's Alexander Legenki alongside Jake Kostecki. And from row number 13, Juan Garciate will start alongside Maxim Noapel. 14, Emerson McAndrew-Uren with Nicholas Guth, and 15 will be Michelle Orlando with Libor Vlasak. 16 rows in total, finished off by Rocco Simone, and there we can confirm Mohamed El-Bazaki will not join our field, has not made it off of the grid.
Right. Tyres.
Oh no.
2 drivers are on slicks, and they come from the 9th and the 10th row. Zavre Didkovsky and Aurélien Lemaire are on slick tyres. Could that be a last-second stroke of genius from the 2 drivers starting in the mid-pack? We will have to wait and see. An entire field on wet tyres, a drying circuit with the sun coming out. 2 drivers on slicks. We're back to square one again. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes, towards turn 1. It's a good start for the inside road, but will they have the traction into T1? Of course they will. They're on those wet tyres, but the question is, where are those slicks? Well, they made it round turn 1. It means they're certainly going to be in this race. But at the front of this one, there's Sevoloda Sachilowski under pressure, because down the inside goes the Harkman Racing Kart. Alex Malota takes an early lead to this race.
I'm not seeing anybody stick out poorly so far, Anthony, so questioning whether or not those slick tyres actually could have been an okay option to go for. Manu Nuvolini trying to have a good go there down the inside, but thinks against it, has to back off and hold on to the back of Lucas Palacio's back bumper instead. Through the second sector, these drivers will go down towards the chicane section, the hardest part of this track, especially in those slippy conditions, as one of the Tony karts of Emerson McAndrew-Uren starting to get all involved as well, as is Lucas Palacio at turn number 16, gets the overtake done. Down towards the start-finish gantry, the first lap of this race ticked off. And again, Alex Malota makes himself a race leader ahead of Osachi Soslovsky, Olivier Ricini, Oscari Rolli, and Roland Nagy as your top 5 is down at turn number 3. Overtakes going on thick and fast. Oscari Rolli finds his way past Cini.
Well, it's not been the one for the dry tyres just yet. Aurélien Lemaire has tumbled down to 28th place, but Zavre Didkovsky on the 79 machines making steps here is up into 13th place on a 4-place gain, is right behind Emerson McAndrew, who's on a 15-place gain. And again, carbon copy of what Emerson did in the first race earlier on. He shot through the field after a really tough day yesterday. He's back in this fight.
Let's note as well, this is the first time Emerson McAndrew-Uren has ever raced in an OK Junior field. First appearance for him in this level of karting, and a first appearance then in this race with that huge gain. Has dropped slightly, was 15, now only 12. So has just dropped some pace there. Maybe a mistake, or off the road, the number 62 tumbles and
Di
falls.
Pietrantonio.
Di Pietrantonio will go no further. Lorenzo off and out.
Fastest driver on the circuit, who is a good second faster than anyone else. Zavre Didkovsky, 11th place. Slick tyres once again, pushing through the field, but only the 2 drivers with them. Aurélien Lemaire is trying to get back through the field. Is still currently 26th place on a 7-place deficit. He's gone backwards, but maybe he's still got the time to push forward in this race. There is the number 79 squeezing through is Zavre Didkovsky. He's pushing the wheel. He's still a bit low on traction there, but clearly he can get the power down out of the kart, and he's just pushing through. He's taken them left, right, centre. This is back for the lead. Sevoloda Sachilowski back down the inside. There's green flags out at turn on the start-finish straight, meaning there's probably a yellow flag somewhere elsewhere on the lap at turn 15, but they continue on. There is Dudkowski down the inside of Sini. Thank you very much. That's another one taken.
Yeah, Dudkowski now just passing the field as if they're stood still in this stage of the race. Watch him. Is he going to go for a move? Absolutely is. He's got that traction. He's got that grip. And the dry tyre was absolutely the decision to go. Dudkowski called that one correct. We could have called it before. You know, if you had done that, were you going to end up being falling short? Would you have been a fool for that kind of decision? But absolutely not within this race. Dudkowski, there you can see him again through the chicane, just absolutely planted down the inside. Turn number 16, like everybody else, has just stood there not moving. Dudkowski now in the sharp end of the field and will very shortly, I'm sure, make himself your race leader. And there, Alex Malota just moves off of that racing line. He's absolutely aware that he's got that tyre advantage. And now Dudkowski, I'm sure, will just clear off from the rest of the field.
That may have been a little bit of trying to keep the tyres cool as well, going on the off line there to try and find any sort of water on the circuit. I don't think there's much out there, and a whole field going for wet tyres, and it just didn't illuminate into anything. Like you say, your choice was to go for the slick tyres, Nicole. You were thinking that was going to be the right choice.
Does that mean I'd be winning?
You'd be winning right now, Nicole, right now. Yes, indeed. But Dudkowski in control of this one. Question is, where is Aurélien Lemaire right now? Well, he's back on the upward trend now into 18th place. Has got a bit of work to do from there, but is still in that run. So effectively, we've got two races on right now. You've got the slick race, you've got the wet race. At the moment, the wet race is taking precedence. Alex Malota still in the lead of that wet race, but Dudkowski is just going to drive away now for the rest of this race.
Lucas Palacio then still continuing to try and get back those positions that he lost earlier on, is now back where he started this race. It was Roland Nagy that he just overtook, as this pack of cars is all led by the likes of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Down towards the first sector, these drivers just really trying to get these carts round without sliding. Oh, off the road, McAndrew just slides off the circuit, drops a wheel onto the grass, and then loses two positions. That was made up as Lucas Palacio. Has he got an issue, or is that a transponder moment? Palacio, just a moment ago, was right up in the sharp end of the order, but on my screen, Anthony, he's fallen down. No. Transponder issue, Palacio still there comfortably in P6.
Yeah, indeed. Right then, all I can think about is these poor Max's wet tyres that I can imagine are screaming at these drivers. The temperatures of these tyres will be going through the roof right now.
They're cooling them down.
And they're trying to go off that racing line to cool them off. But again, even off the racing line, I don't think there's anything there to try and do anything. The only way they're going to cool these down is if they drive on the grass, which I will stress they are not allowed to do. Yes, they've got to stay on the track.
Well, they could do if they really wanted to, but they're not going to get very far.
They're not going to get very far at all doing it. No, indeed. Yeah, this is such an interesting situation for them. Again, it might change over again. The sun's gone away. The cloud's coming back over. If there's another little spill, the wet tyres might come. And you know what? It's raining again. Nicole, the rain's coming down once more. Could Malota close back in on Dudkowski here? Malota is 9 seconds behind Dudkowski, but the rain once again is falling. Could this turn back into the favour of the wet tyres?
Well, Dudkowski, as well as being your race leader, is under investigation, so he's under pressure with that. Now he's under pressure with the rain falling once more. You can see it in the back of the screen. You can see these drivers have clocked onto it as well. The grip levels will start to disappear. The gap between Dudkowski and Malota, 10 seconds. But with these last remaining laps and with these torrid conditions for these drivers, that slick tyre might start to suffer out there. Malota and Vsevolod Osachi-Zaslavsky, they're not actually that close for comfort. There is Alex Malota, and you can just see sliding out of turn number 6. Difficult conditions for him. 10.5 seconds between Malota and Dudkowski. Can Malota make it another race win? Anthony, what have you spotted?
We've lost Aurélien Lemaire, the other driver on slick tyres. Is this going the other way now of the wets? This could be very interesting. Sector 1 for Dudkowski was fractionally faster than Malota, but they were identical at Sector 2. A very similar story, fractionally faster, but Malota is keeping up now with the pace. This is going to be very interesting here. The gap is still 10.9 seconds as they cross the line. Dudkowski might just have the temperature in the tyres here to keep that car on the track. But look at him now. He looked a lot slower there on this lap, Nicole, as he turns in. Yeah, a lot of understeer, but I think he might be okay. I think he's still got the temperature in those tyres.
Well, in that first sector, he's lacking some pace now. He's really going to, I think, be panicking at this. And these last couple of laps for Didkovsky are going to feel like an eternity. We've lost more drivers now. Anthony Max Feld has tumbled down the order. I could see his ward cart being pulled off the circuit at turn number 6. Last lap board will go out for Didkovsky. It was 10.2 seconds. One more lap, 16 more corners, turns in at turn number 1, flirts with the curb, puts the power back down, patient, gets the cart rotated at turn number 2, uses the curbs to get that rotation going to then clip the curb at turn number 3 again, as the gap actually between Didkovsky and Alex Bellotta is going up back once more. That rain is not throwing Didkovsky off. He is looking to be on the charge for another heat win, but let's not forget, under investigation is the 79, is Didkovsky. Will it play out? Will he hold on to it? We're not sure, but for now, he's holding on to those slick tyres, and it looks like he's on the charge for a race win.
Certainly does so. This is one of those very interesting parts of the day here where the conditions are just going left and right. And on this last lap, unfortunately, I think we did lose a couple more drivers in the form of Nicholas Guth and Henry Constant-Kumpen out of the race. But there across the line, Sarah Didkovsky wins across the line. He takes an OK Junior qualifying heat, C versus E. A stroke of genius to apply those slick tyres has just worked out for him, despite the fact that the rain once again just starting to trickle down here at La Conca. It's keeping everyone on edge here. Is it going to go wet or dry? We just have no idea. But Sarah Didkovsky and the Koski Motorsport team, they knew something and put that man with a race win, a win from 17th on the grid, the 9th row. What a drive that was. And this is one thing that this is going to do, Nicole, with these sort of conditions, with drivers choosing the slick tyres from the back of the grid and going up and down and all of this. It's going to mean that there is no definitive leader in the intermediate classifications. It means that the points, someone's not getting through by 1 point.
Yeah, exactly that. So that concludes your top 10, like Anthony called it. Austin Newstead, good drive by him to stay where he started. And after Newstead, it's Oyfer Venturata, Antoine Venant, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Juan Garciate and Alexandra Point that take you to your top 15. Alexander Legenki, Daniel Ferraria, Augustine Fignoli, Jay Kostecki and Michelle Orlando take you to your top 20. We then have Rocco Simone, Libor Vlasak, Tiberius Muller, Maxime Noapel, Henry Constant-Kumpen and Nicholas Guth as your top 26 finishers. We, of course, did lose some names within that race, including Alessandro Truchot, Max Feld, Aurelien Lemaire, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Mohamed El-Bouzaki, who failed to start that one. But there is a driver on your screen who can be incredibly happy with that result, and a team that can be incredibly happy with that call. A slick tyre option has just rewarded Zavre Didkovsky a win.
One celebrates, one in despair. The two drivers on slicks, one winning and one falling off the track. It certainly is a tale of two stories on that one. For one driver, though, on the wet tyres, it wasn't even meant to be. Mohamed El-Bouzaki, unfortunately, that kart not firing up and that kart having to retire. This was the start of the race, and of course, everyone managing to get through, but just keep an eye on Didkovsky. At this point, the rain was just somewhat trickling a little bit. It had somewhat semi-stopped. The sun had come out. Obviously, all the wet tyres had kind of cleared the circuit indefinitely, and then all of a sudden, the slicks came into life, and then Didkovsky slowly started to push his way through the field. Before that all happened, though, we still saw battles. Ascari Volley pushing his way through. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, unfortunately, retiring. That is down at the bottom end of the circuit at turn 15, and clearly very frustrated with one other driver. Then, of course, we saw Zavre Didkovsky just squeezing his way through the field later on lap number 5, taking the lead of that race, and as they transitioned onto lap 6. And there it was, signed, sealed and done. Until, of course, the rain came falling again. Brolly going up in the background there. Great indication of the fact that, yes, it did start to rain again. and as one driver just struggled to keep that car on the track, one did fall off. And I do feel for the likes of Aurélien Lemaire in that one, because again, he showed great initiative to go for those slick tyres as well. Unfortunately, just the start of the race for him didn't go the same way as that man there. Savo Dudkowski able to take the victory in the end, only by 9.3. The gap had closed down by over a second on that last lap alone, indicating that the rain did fall down quite considerably in that last few moments. The rain, Nicole, is still falling as we speak. However, we've just seen a driver on slick tyres win. We saw the race before that in similar conditions where slick tyres won. Are we going to see wet tyres in this next race again? You just don't know. Yeah, you can see the rain is falling. The old man wasn't calling. There we go. Let's just get a nursery rhyme out there. Right, I think we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a few moments' time. Seniors coming up next.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the performance and looking for marginal gains, and if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here for the Champions of the Future Academy program here at the World Circuit Le Conca. We are having a fantastic little day of qualifying heats as we get going. As
You're going to give it away.
Sorry, just the Kit Kat there. Wasn't part of the heist, I swear. Right, anyway, I thought I'd just quickly take a break. Right, anyway, we're ready to go nearly for the rest of the racing. It's a long old day, isn't it, the car? We're getting through quite well on the heats. We've got a few more to go in this one before we go into the lunch break. We then go into the rest of the remaining heats before then we get sorted out, ready to see who's going through into those super heats and then who is going home in the first phase. Of course, remember, only the top 72 drivers in the order can go through into those super heats. That gets whittled down to just the 36 that enter into the final.
Well, 90 seniors, 93 juniors, so many will go home, will not even see those super heats. But for now, it's all focus on heats once more, and after that short break, we are back with our seniors for qualifying heat C versus E, and in what looks like dry conditions once more. The rain looks like it has stopped, and the sun, oh, I don't know if it's stopped actually. No, it's still falling out there, but very lightly, but the sun is trying to break through on the track once more, and the questions remained. Slicks or wets?
I think slicks, but I'm not a driver. I'm not a mechanic. I'm described as, from many people, as something else. But Nicole, you are a driver. Well, you see, that's raining there still. And there's been no track action again. But again, we've just seen slick tyres win a race. But if you put everyone out on slicks on there, it's just going to feel like it's just going to be karts going out. Well, they've delayed quite a bit. They're not even on the grid. And the karts coming through, I can see a lot of slicks there, but the rain is still falling. So again, it's like, what do you do? It's this worst scenario. And I can tell you right now that there will be 60-plus karts in that small little servicing park area, all thinking, do we go for a dry setup? Do we go for a wet setup? What are we doing? And it's just one of those hard decisions to make.
Yeah, I think as a driver, and especially when I was racing, coming from the UK, this is quite a common thing to happen. And it's really tricky as a driver. You're in that sort of situation where do you go with the majority so that, you know, you're in the same situation as everybody else, or are you brave enough to, you know, fight against everybody else to not be a sheep and to just make a decision that could, you know, get you a great result, but ultimately could also cost you a race?
I am just going to throw this to a point that it's been on and off raining, all of that, and you're seeing the slick tyres on and everything on the drivers. Even the drivers, I do believe me now when I say that this is dry rain.
Oh, dry. Okay, it's dry rain. I'm just gonna say that you're right.
Just give up.
I'm
just
gonna
give up
say that
and
you're
just
right.
just go with it. And just say, you know, it's raining, but it's still dry, and they're going out on slicks. So. Okay. Even the drivers believe it is dry rain, not wet rain. However, I think it is turning into wet rain. That is the question. And I think maybe, are we going to see now a situation where in that previous race, we saw everyone on wet tyres and a couple on slicks. Are we going to see now drivers on slick tyres with a couple on wets? And crucially, you've got a difference in slick tyre out there. You were just pointing out, and I saw it as well, Nicole. You've got brand new slicks out there, and you've got used slicks already. And if I was a driver, I would say the used slicks is going to be the better to get it up to temperature a lot faster than a brand new one.
Yeah, absolutely. Those drivers in the first couple of laps won't have to focus on scrubbing the sheen off and getting those tyres into life. The likes of Davide Battaro is on used, as is the driver behind of Endo Arata. But then we could see a moment ago Dean Hugendon, who's starting alongside Endo Arata, is on brand new slicks. So already within your first two rows, a big, different challenge for these drivers. And there we go as well, your pole sitter of Andrea Mani. So your pole side are on new. Going into that first corner, they do have that slight advantage because they've got that tighter line, but now they've got a disadvantage because they're on brand new tyre.
Yeah, you have to remember Group C were out earlier on when it was a wet race, and they switched over to the wet tyres, and now they're back out with their brand new set of all of that on the slicks. Group E, of course, have already done a race on these slick tyres and have found themselves now in a slightly better position on this one. Question, though, remains who, if anyone, has decided to go for wet tyres in this race, if any? They might all be slicks out there. This is certainly going to be a very interesting scenario for us once more because, again, as the rain continues to fall out there, the sun tries to break through the clouds. I can see, I can't believe I'm saying this, some blue sky above us as well. And it's just changing constantly is the conditions. I stand by that the slick might be the correct choice for this one. Everyone else on the grid clearly agrees with that assumption. But the question still remains, if this rain just continues to fall, to which it is, Does it fall over onto that wet tyre again halfway through this race?
Well, that's the case, and only time will answer that question. Will the clouds come over once more and fall? We saw in that previous race it did fall halfway through, but actually it didn't, cause the drivers at the front on that slick tyre to tumble down the order. Actually, there wasn't a big change pace-wise for the drivers on the slicks.
No, there certainly wasn't. There, very close-up look at the Cali Kart machine. Davide Battaro, who of course did take that race win earlier on after that DSQ at the start of yesterday. So a much stronger start today. He's focusing on that one. There is Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton. He's just walking out on the track now. I think he's having a little bit of an inspection to see what the track surface is like. And yeah, I think it is more greasy than it is dry out there, Nicole. This could be a very interesting one. And again, the difference that these drivers have got now versus other drivers earlier on, the temperatures in the tyres are stone cold. They need to get the temperature into those tyres in this early stage. And as we say, it's going to be the drivers on the inside line going into turn one who are not going to have the benefit on that one. And this crucially brings me to my next point then, the inside row, who are going to have brand new tyres, who are going to struggle to get the temperature into them, versus the drivers on the outside who are going to have the traction and have the grip on those used slick tyres that will get up to temperature more, will be then caught out by the drivers understeering into them into turn one. And this falls into that disaster that maybe the drivers on the outside might suffer a little bit more.
But it's also freezing cold tyres, but it's now also a freezing cold circuit because of a slight delay. Obviously, nobody has gone out there for 5 to 10 minutes, so that track temperature would have massively cooled off. So, getting those tyres into temperature is going to take a little bit longer for these drivers as well because of that factor coming into play.
All dry tyres reported from the grid. No one has gone for wet tyres in this one, so no split compounds in this. They are all going for the slick tyres. The sun, again, Nicole, breaks out from the clouds. The rain, I think, has gone away. And this is a very interesting scenario that we have got out there. It's, again, a 50-50. I reckon this will dry out quite quickly. But look, you can see the water on the driver's visor there just while they've been standing there. It's going to be an interesting one. Of course, everything that we've said up to this point might have been absolute rubbish. It could be really grippy out there and everyone survives and be absolutely fine. The only thing that will tell us is when they go out on circuit and we see how the karts handle out there. Of course, one side on a fresh, brand new set, one side on the semi-used set. There are the clouds, but again, those are the clouds that are south of the circuit. Those are the clouds that have been and gone again. So they've gone over the circuit, and now all I can see in front of us is, well, I've got to say, Nicole, it looks like it's clearing up on the north side of the on the circuit. I'm seeing blue sky. I'm seeing scattered clouds as well. There's a shot of it. It looks like the day is going to get a lot nicer as we go through. So. And the sun's out on the track again. So this might be a stroke of genius. It could be absolutely fine for them. But let's find out then as the engines fire up, albeit not all of them. One of them CRGs look quite slow. I think that was Clovis Nougarade struggling to get started there. Let's hope it does get started. But he's not come out on the track, so that might be a spot of bother for him. Oh, he has now, so that's all fine. Right then. Let's take you through then that full starting lineup. Andrea Mani and Davide Battaro on the front row of the grid. What can they do from there with these challenging conditions? Row 2, Dean Hugendorn and Endo Arata will look out the top 4. Thomas Pradir and Matthias van der Kerkhoff go from row number 3. They'll have Archie Owen and Marco Gast on row 4. Clovis Nougarade and Lucas Sell go from row number 5. Zach Drummond and Emil Hernandez go from row 6 with Jean-Mathieu Rousseau and Benjamin Magnac on row 7 with Gavin Adam and Tomasz Cikaraszki rounding out the first half of the field.
Keep an eye on row number 9 then. It's Egon Pedrotti alongside Noah Baglin. From row number 10, your top 20 is started by Rafael Bussato and Eduardo Salamond. Row number 11, we have Filippo Sala alongside Valerio Villapiana. And then from 12, it's Spain's Manuel Miguez alongside Italy's Vladimir Ivanikov. 13 is Pieter Gurecki with Lillian Scarborough. And for row number 14, your penultimate row of your field, it's Mariano Lopez alongside Felton Simonov. 15 rows in total, 30 seniors to take us into what will be a quite interesting OK Senior heat and is rounded out by Nicola Frigg and Philip Planeta. As these drivers now, you can visibly see the sun has come out. That's going to help the track. That's going to help dry things up for these drivers, and you can see the different shades of the surface as well now come into play as that dry line will definitely start to form and form very quickly out there, Anthony. You know, new circuit for us, a new circuit on the Champions of the Future calendar. We were sort of walking into the unknown in what to expect, but I would say this track is, you know, drying up really quickly, and sun is out, and Anthony Jordan is prepared for it because he's got his sunglasses back on.
Oh, they're back on, Nicole. The sun very much out. This is the weather we were hoping for here in southern Italy, but it's taken quite a bit of time to head out to the clouds, but we are sunny and ready to go racing here. I think the slick tyres might have been the right call for this one right now as we get ready to go racing. Andrea Mani and Davide Battara under the watchful eyes of Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton at the start of this race. If ever that's a new Facebook profile picture I've ever seen one. Right then, here we go then into those tram lines. Are we ready? Let's find out. The answer 100% is yes towards turn one, but hold your breath. Will the traction be there in the first couple of corners? Well, it's a little bit tentative. One or two carts going wide, but everyone crucially getting through. And in the front of this field, a lightning start still for the man of Andrea Mani, who's still in control of this race, but he's got the close company of the rest of the field who tried to close in. But there you can see it's the Paralin of Dean Hugendorn who is there in second place, as Davide Battaro was one of those drivers who didn't get a whole shot through turn one. But there down the inside goes Dean Hugendorn. He gets up into the race lead, and that's a beautiful start for Hugendorn.
Hugendorn then has not managed to take in a heat win just yet, as shortly behind these moves go on. Andrea Mani, in the case of just half a lap, has gone from the race leader down to P4. Hugendorn leads the way from Endo Arata, Zach Drummond and Andrea Mani. Mani through the first corner, just looking like he's suffering some pace there, Anthony, through that first sector, as Drummond springs into life, makes it a 9-place gain and finds his way past the Tony Kart as well, and will now stare at the back of the Paralin of a team he used to be part of to try and find his way past the Williams of Hugendorn as well. Looking comfortable there. Just looks like Drummond is throwing his weight around the kart slightly to generate some heat in a circuit that would have cooled off for the first couple of laps. Drummond visibly all over the back of Hugendorn. Now watch him into turn number 16, down the inside. Thank you very much. Job well done.
Zach Drummond now on a 10-place gain in this race, takes the lead at the end of lap number 2 as they head across the line onto lap 3. This is going to be a very long race for Drummond now, as Hugendorn, I can imagine, will try to fight this one back. Luigi Coluccio, unfortunately, is going to pick up a 5-second time penalty, as earlier on in this race on the first lap, we lost Peter Gorecki, and of course the man who started on the front row of the grid and also took a race win earlier on, Davide Battaro, has tumbled all the way down to 23rd place from the start of that race. So a very challenging one for him here. The battle for third place, though, certainly on as well. Endo Arata dealing with Andrea Mani. And as you pointed out earlier on there, Nicole, the front of Andrea Mani's kart just seemingly not wanting to grip up in the early stage. It seems to have now, though, as the temperature gets into those front tyres and he finds the grip and gets through into third place.
Of course, let's not forget that was probably the case, Anthony, because Andrea had those fresher tyres on. It was taking him a little bit longer to spring those into life. As the same story for Dean Hugendorn, who is now challenging Drummond once more. So both Drummond and Hugendorn have cleared off. Hugendorn, Mani, newer tyres, but now they look like that temperature and that life is definitely coming into play. Hugendorn looking hungry, has backed off, has slowed off slightly as an attempt looked like it was going to be on just a couple of corners ago, but for now they'll go through the chicane glued together. P5 for Emiliano Hernandez on a 7-place gain, as all of the drivers from P5 down to P12 on huge charges through the field. It's 7 places for Hernandez, 4 for Sell, 8 for Adam, 10 for Baglin, 13 for Villapiana, 7 for Pedrotti, and 10 for Filippo Sala.
Unfortunately, another retirement in this race. Clovid Nougarade for CRG is out and will go no further here. Big shame for him, but again, I still stay focused on this fight at the front here, Nicole. The sun back out now. The clouds looking like they are clearing here. It's looking like it might start to be a really lovely day.
Yeah, can't quite see where Clovis Newgrade is parked out there on the track, but questioning, is that retirement because of when he was struggling to get pushed off of the grid? Is it a technical problem that the CRG is struggling with, or has there been an incident out there on the track? We can't quite yet confirm, but he is out to retirements then so far. Like I said, Anthony Newgrade and Peter Gorecki. Still, this one, though, is going to unfold down in towards turn number 1, where these drivers hit that limiter quite early because of the really, really long run from the last to the first corner. 256, I believe, meters between those two corners, so these drivers hit that limiter. Makes it hard work going in towards turn number 1, where they flirt with the curb and then back on the power through 2 to set up sectors like 2 and 3, which put in a challenge for these drivers, a mix of medium to low speed corners until you get here in the circuit, which is probably the most challenging point in the track. These drivers really do jump all over the curbs to set themselves up for the last corner. Hugendorn not being thrown off of the back of Drummond. Now it's still just over 3.5 tenths that split up the Kart Republic Fusion from the parallel.
That brings me on to the point, of course, with the kind of sprocket setup on these karts for this, because, again, the lap here at La Conca is actually quite challenging. Yes, as you point out, you've got that long start-finish straight where they will reach the limiter quite early on that straight, and they're kind of topping out. But they get the acceleration out of the corners, and it's that acceleration that benefits them in the first and the second sector, where it's quite narrow. The third sector is where it really opens up and stretches out. So again, they're kind of more set up to get the power out of the corner, and of course when they get down that long straight, they do hit that limiter, and that's where you don't see that real gain from the drivers. So it is quite a challenging setup for them, but I think everyone's got it pretty much nailed on this one, which is why you see Hugendorn here. You would think, okay, he's on the start-finish straight, he's got the slipstream, he's got the toe, he'll just get past. It's not the case.
No, absolutely not. Is the case now, though, that Hugendorn is starting to eat into that gap once more. He's in the toe, but of course the toe won't be massively beneficial with that run down to the straight as more changes is going on in the background. And that's Vladimir Ivanikov trying to get in this fight, which includes Gast and Pradit, who have both lost a number of positions with this race. That is Vladimir Ivanikov all over and all in this fight. Not the qualifying he would have wanted. Muscled out there at turn number 10. Ivanikov then was on a charge, but has to give those positions back up. Gast and Juan Mateo Russo fighting through as well. Russo and Ivanikov, of course, teammates. Will they work together to get Gast back?
We'll have to wait and find out. Keeping an eye on the field in this one then as the race progresses near to the end. Inside that top 10, still some good battles happening. Of course, Drummond in the lead from Hugendorn. Manny still holding on to third. Endo Arata. Emil Hernandez for DPK Racing looking very strong right now. He's on a 7th place gain inside that top 5. We keep a close eye on him. Lucas Sell on a 4th place gain. Gavin Adam also on an 8th place gain. Noah Banglin on a 10th place gain in 8th place. Pedrotti having a good run in this one. 8 places gain in P9. And Valerio Villapiana also on a 12th place gain inside that top 10. This fight here, though, just raging on as that's heading through. Look at some of the retirements here. Only 4 of them. Benjamin Magnac and Manuel Maguez are the latest retirements in this race. Hugendorn not being able to do anything about Drummond in this one, Nicole, despite the fact that he's had those fresher tyres. Well, Zach's also had those fresher tyres. They both started on that side of the grid, so they would have both had them. But seemingly still showing some better pace out there on that Fusion kart.
Yeah, Drummond then sector number 1 and 2 consistently faster than Hugendorn. Hugendorn does light up in sector 3 and redeems that gap, chases up to him slightly, but I'm questioning maybe if it's the case of setup for Drummond is maybe just a little bit stronger, or if he's just a bit more comfortable in that faster sector of the circuit. But for now, they still stand separated, and now the gap continues to increase because it's half a second that split up the driver at the front of Drummond to Dean Hugendorn. Shortly further down the field then, after those two drivers, still no change for Manny and Endo Arata. They're still P3 and P4. Hernandez P5, Lucas Sell P6, as this is a good change down towards turn number 3 as Filippo Sala being challenged by Pradir, who's trying to get those positions back desperately. Pradir, of course, started right at the sharper end on that 3rd row alongside Van der Kerkhoff, has just suffered, has been shuffled, and is now trying to get back up.
Yes, indeed. Well, timer very quickly running out. The sun again still out of those clouds and shining down on the circuit here. And it is keeping the track nice and dry for our field here. The pace has come down considerably as we lap now in the 48 seconds out there as Zach Drummond, your race leader. You can see the stats there for him. Started this race 11th, currently first, gaining those 10 places. A really strong performance of him. And like we say, with this result, really bumps him up in those points as well. He now sits 4th on 123, and I will stress that Andrea Mani, who was in this race in 3rd place, who has had a great run so far, is on 135, indicating how close it is.
Yeah, there's been some consistency for Andrea Mani, but of course, Zach Drummond, you could probably expect that he should be holding on to the qualifying heats points overall, but with that penalty yesterday, it's not quite the case. It is, however, the case, though, that Zach Drummond takes the checkered flag to bring home for Fusion a qualifying heat win ahead of Paralin's Dean Hugendorn and Andrea Mani, who rounds out your top 3 for Prema. Endo Arata, Emiliano Hernandez, Lucas Sell, Noah Baglin, Gavin Adam, Valerio Villapiana and Thomas Pradir round out your top 10. But that is the driver that you absolutely want to be in these sunnier conditions now. Zach Drummond for Fusion and for Scotland. Qualifying heat win and a bump up those points orders.
Yes, indeed. And what a day it is turning into for our drivers and their confirmation of the biggest mover. Valerio Villapiana, as mentioned, their 13 places gained, finished P9. There's your full results there on your screen. And of course, for the rest of them, they will head back now to Parc Fermé to get everything sorted out. I've got to say, Nicole, I was a little worried about the start of that race. Everyone on the slick tyres actually worked out quite well, and don't know what we were talking about, you know, wet tyres, it might be slippy, has anyone gone wet, all of that. No, we just didn't know what we were talking about. Definitely slick tyres out there, and unfortunately did only result in those 4 retirements. Benjamin Magnac, Manuel Maguez, Clovis Neugrade and Peter Gorecki. Very unfortunate for them, but relatively calm race there for many. For others, like you say, the recovery operation underway. For Zach Drummond, though, really strong performance from him. He's been a little bit of one of those that has been in the back foot at the start of the weekend in those wet conditions. Now it's becoming dry. He's finding his feet and he's really putting some good points on the board now.
Yeah, I think qualifying maybe would have been an unexpected result, especially coming through from last year where Drummond consistently was quick. Maybe didn't finish the championship where he would have wanted. He was P21 overall. But he would have gone into this year thinking they would have been at the sharp end. Quali didn't go his way, but these heats absolutely are. We will shortly take you through these best bits. Race was started then, every single driver on that slick tyre, and a really difficult and challenging entrance down towards turn number 1. Unexpected. Was it going to be slippy? Was it going to have some grip? Most of the field, the drivers in your mid-pack section, finding that the traction didn't exist, but everybody actually managed to get that one done very cleanly. This was the stage then that Dean Hugendorn found his way past Andrea Mani. Of course, he did not hold on to the race lead because Zach Drummond, at this stage in the race, when he got past the likes of Thomas Pradir, managed to light things up, get things underway, and at turn number 16, overtake the Paralin to grab that race lead and hold on to it for the remaining laps. In the middle of the race as well, Andrea Mani did manage to get back into P3, where he sat for the rest of those laps, as we had retirements for the likes of Clovis Neugrade, Manuel Maguez and Benjamin Magnac. Noah Baglin is one of those drivers who fought up the order consistently, as was Vladimir Ivanikov, the Birolart driver, who continued to push his way through and continued to help the likes of teammate Juan Mateo Russo to fight it out. They found themselves in a bit of a battle halfway through the race with the likes of Marco Gast, but those two drivers ended up sharper in the field, Ivanikov rounding out in P14, but it continued lap after lap, especially in the last 3. Filippo Sala then didn't have the qualifying he would have expected. fought it out, got into the sharp end of the order, but in the end lost out to the Tony Kart of Thomas Predin.
Indeed, quite a good fight at the end of that race. But all the seniors now, I'm sure, very delighted with the fact that the conditions have now turned in favour. Some really quick and dry racing, and I'm sure the juniors will be well received of that as well as that clean-up operation gets underway. We turn our attention now over to the juniors once again. Qualifying heats A versus D will make their way out onto the circuit very, very soon, and we get to see again a real taster of what these juniors can do in these dry conditions, because again we've had just that mix of other drivers going out on the wet tyres earlier on and then switching over to the slicks. Everyone on slicks now, and you can see there a fair few sets of brand new slicks there, and this will be their first sets that they have deployed.
Yeah, I don't believe they are new though for the likes of your pole sitter Antonio Yanni, of course, fastest junior driver overall over the course of yesterday's time qualifying, has used those tyres already within a race, so will maybe halfway through the race be on a bit of a back foot compared to the likes of Maxim Bobrishov, who will be starting alongside with those brand new Max's tyres.
Indeed. So let's see how this one will go then for OK Junior A versus D. There is Maxim Bobrishov just getting seated into his kart now, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, looking very comfortable in this weekend's racing. Looking at him in the points, well, at this moment he doesn't sit anywhere within inside the top 8 in the intermediate classifications as it stands. That may change at the end of this race, of course, as he's been up in the sharp end of the field. He has had qualifying heat wins so far this weekend. But let's see how this one will transpire. Obviously, we have seen good results for Julian Fresnelli. We have also seen those tough results. He's starting that one on that second row of the grid, the Italian right behind Antonio Ianni. He is ready to go for this race. Remy Samchek as well, also a driver to watch out for. Current leader of the junior intermediate classification points, though, is Alex Malota. Now, Malota was out earlier on. He has 138 points to his name. He is only 4 points clear from Priam Bruneau, who is second in those points. So we will see what happens then as engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the track. It's time to see Groups A versus D race here, starting with the OK Junior category. Let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup. Antonio Ianni starts this one on pole position. He joins Maxim Bobrishov alongside Julian Fresnelli and Remy Samchek go from row 2. They'll see Giacomo Gusto and Lenny Makinen locking out row number 3. Leo Gorski and Jason Cosmopoulos go from row number 4. They'll see Will Green and Martin Bertolacini on row number 5. Felipe Sanchez and Mark Lumitz on row number 6. Gilles Haufei and Marek Zaric go from row number 7. They will see Liam Nashuati and Mason Robertson on row number 8.
Needing some good races then for one of his first appearances in the OK Junior category, Navala Morales will start alongside Nikita Bott. From row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Buana Gisese of Italy alongside Dia Islami, who also needs a good result after a penalty yesterday for cutting the track. Row number 11 is Mark Casada alongside Mark Pilipenko of the USA. And then from row number 12, we have Stan Ratajski with Harry Williams. 13 will be Albert Tam, parallel as always for Tam, who'll be starting alongside Alexander Rost. 14 row, then it looks like Xavier Lazaro with Minjae Kim. And then 15 will be Samuel Hugon with Tommaso D'Ambrosio. 16 rows in total, 31 juniors for this qualifying heat, and Julia Aguilard will be the last one of those runners.
Indeed. Well, again, a full grid on this one, but it looks like Kim Min-jae has not gone out on circuit. The driver representing South Korea is not clocking up on our timing screen, so hopefully we will see them out again a little bit later on today, as the field will head down into that final sector now through the S's. And ready to start this race. Like I mentioned, into the last 4 races now before we go into the lunch break and the second half of the day, of course, where we'll really get down to the nitty-gritty side of things to see who is making it through into those superheats tomorrow, and of course who will be most crucially starting on pole position for those superheats. The field makes its way round the final corner and in towards those tram lines. Are we going racing? The answer is yes. Towards those tram lines, towards turn 1. Good start for Iani. At the beginning of this one, Frasnelli goes through. Half spin in the middle of the pack there from one of the KB carts. I think that may have been someone a little further down the order, but we'll try and figure that one out. Will Green has had a good start. He's already up a few places in this one as the rest of the field shoots their way through. But crucially, though, it's the best start I think we have seen for Antonio Iani at the start of these races.
Thinking then, Anthony, it could have been Giacomo Giusto that was being shuffled out at that first corner. The Paralin, I think, has been pushed slightly further down compared to where he started. Down through the chicane section, these drivers will go, and the entire field is led by those two Tony carts at the front. Antonio Iani and Julian Frasnelli now switch at turn number 16. They might be teammates, but there's no team games within this one as Julian Frasnelli wants to add to his tally. As I can already see, Anthony, a huge indentation in that front nose cone. That's not to say that it has dropped, but that could be playing on the mind. As down the inside, the teammates switch again. Iani takes the race lead. So you've got the two Tony carts, and now you've got the two Ricky Flynns. A duo and a duo, but they're not working together because the Tonys are working against each other and allowing the Rickies to get closer.
Indeed, a lot of Tonys and Rickies out there at the moment. Right, anyway, big lunge again there from Antonio Iani at specifically turn 3, of course. This is where we saw him in that previous race, where he absolutely torpedoed it down the inside. I think he's really happy with his braking zone there. But then Frasnelli's happy with his braking zone at turn 15. And this time around, not only has he lost out in the race lead, but Iani loses out to Bobrajov, who steps up now into second place. Gorski is just there. It's Tony, Ricky out there. 1, 2, 3, 4 as they go through. As off the track, unfortunately, is Jihan Hui going no further. Back down the inside goes Iani. Crucially, at turn number 3, he's comfortable with that spot, but crucially as well, it's Bobrajov that goes through. So as quickly as it was Tony, Ricky, it's now Ricky, Tony as they go through. There we go. Good stuff here. Now, not only that, there's a energy course trying to get closed in on this one, and also one of the Premiers, the Current Republic team, closing in the form of Will Green, who is also now part of this leading group.
Didn't know what to expect from this circuit as we headed into this event, but what I can say, Anthony, I think, well, I can speak for both of us, really good racing so far, good overtaking opportunities, but lots of battling going on as well. Iani and Frasnelli not giving it up to each other. Not the case for Bobrajov and Leo Gorski, who look like they're just more settled and they're more interested in trying to help each other along. Not the case for those two drivers in green. Now, down the inside, Will Green looks like he's going to try and have a go. Felipe Sanchez, therefore, energy course just slightly holding up the Prema, who looks impatient, looks to have a go, looks to invite the Paralin shortly behind into the fight as well, as Will Green, P11 in 2025, goes into this season on strong form and makes the move, as does Julian Frasnelli, who once more swaps position with teammate of Iani.
Yeah, indeed. And now Frasnelli will see if he can try and close in on the two Ricky Flynn carts that have now clearly broken away of the former Bobrajov and Gorski. But the whole field now starting to get involved here. Out of the final corner, there goes Felipe Sanchez, the Brazilian, as well, looking very strong. He's trying to push his way through that order nicely. But again, a lot of pressure on it. Down the inside, big step up there for the Calicart, the Lenovo Calicart team driver from Estonia, Mark Lumitz, pushing through now.
Yeah, Lumitz looking strong there, and you can just visibly see as well, Lumitz much shorter than the drivers behind, which includes Sanchez and Remy Samchek. So I think that could help him in these drier conditions, letting the wind go over his head. Maybe struggled a bit in those wet conditions where he can't shuffle that centre of gravity around. But now, in the sun, on the dry track, Lumitz looking strong. It's now a challenge looked to almost be on then into the final corner between Frasnelli and Gorski. Challenges going on now by Iani, who looks to be pushed back by Giacomo Giusto there. So Antonio Iani looking like, you know, the fighting and the scrapping in the early stages has cost him something here.
Possibly so, and again, now the temperatures in these tyres starting to kick off, and that's Bobrajov going very slowly, and so is Gorski. They've both lost out on Frasnelli, who's caught up massively, and now Will Green has as well. So that is shaking up massively there. because Gorski and Bobrozov were looking like they were far away, and now you can just see the pressure building in. Green tried to go down the inside there, but just backed out of it last second, allowed Bobrozov to have another little look, but didn't. Watch them in towards the hairpin here. Gorski very defensive right now. Fresnelli has opened up a huge gap and now just needs to think about being nice and smooth over the course of this next few laps, because the gap's already opened up to 1.7 seconds. Gorski here right now, despite the fact that he was leading earlier on, is now becoming a little bit of a rolling roadblock.
Fresnelli out there then, unbothered by what's going on behind him, of course, leads those intermediate classification points as well as this race. So Fresnelli looking like he could be on the charge to try and add to a tally of race wins. Of course, had one yesterday, and for now he's being given potentially another one, as Gorski, Green, Bobrozov and Justo not giving each other any room. Samchek lost 2 positions within this race, currently sat on the back of this fight. Let's not forget, despite Samchek's pace, has had some terrible results. A DNF yesterday in the rain at turn number 3, and then a DNF earlier on as well, has not put him high up in the points order, despite having some great race pace. 2 packs of carts going on now. The last in the front is Samchek. The last in the second is Makinen, as Samchek down the inside at turn number 3 gets the move done on Bobrozov.
Yeah, indeed, and looking very quick there in the background. Ayani under pressure here. Lumitz looks to the inside in towards turn 7. Can't quite do it. Here is Will Green back on the rear bumper of Gorski, still waiting to try and get that move down the inside here.
He's done that again.
Yeah, he's got the initial drive out of the corner, but then all of a sudden that mid-speed area for Gorski just gets it on the exit of it. So it's quite an unusual situation. On the brakes, though, Green looking a lot more comfortable here and sends it to the inside and gets through into second place. It's taken a few laps longer than I think he would like, as that gap now between Green and Fresnelli has opened up to 2.9 seconds.
Yeah, Fresnelli then looked like he was in for a challenging race originally when he was fighting out with Ayani, but he's unbothered now at the front as we go. 3 carts wide there through that second sector. This is a nice little battle between Justo, Samchek and Bobrozov. Bobrozov, of course, had a heat win yesterday, inherited a heat win as wide out of turn number 6. This is the drivers getting involved. That is Mason Robertson, the Red Bull young junior driver, trying to fight his way through. Many drivers actually, Anthony, within this sort of top 10, top 15, experiencing DNFs yesterday. Of course, Robertson being one of those drivers, which I think is what's really lit up this race, because it's starting to get into that second phase of heats now where you see drivers become more desperate.
Samchek to the inside of Giacomo Justo, and he's got that move done. So did Bobrozov, so the Paralin driver dropping 2 places there at turn 1, but he fights back on the exit, goes to the outside here. Bobrozov just squeezes it back through on this final lap. Here is it to the front of the field, and Green is under pressure from Gorski once again. Leo Gorski trying to get that nose down the inside. Can he do it here? Remember, he's quicker on the power on the middle part of this part of the lap, but he can't quite do so just there. Will it be a lunge under braking, or will Green hug that inside line? Julian Fresnelli, though, at the front of the field, only has 1 more corner to negotiate of turn 16, which is borderline a straight line, and he will see the checkered flag as he wins the race here in qualifying heat A versus D. It's wheel to wheel across the line, and Will Green just holds on to it from Leo Gorski. Remy Samchek holds on to 4th place ahead of Maxim Bobrozov. Giacomo Justo holds on to P6 ahead of Lenny Makinen, who finishes that race in P7. Mason Robertson, a good run there. 8 places gained to finish in P8 ahead of Mark Lumitz. Liam Natuashi running out the top 10. A very strong drive there at the end of the race for the field, but crucially continuing on the trend of dry running as the blue skies and clouds continue to just mix themselves above the circuit here at La Conca in southern Italy. There's a look at your full results on your screen. The top 10 we've gone over. Marc Caseda finishing that one in P11 ahead of Felipe Sanchez, Xavier Lazaro from in Cosmopolis. Antonio Ianni from the front row, again, just dropping to 15th, but a much stronger start to that race ahead of Stan Rajaski, Nikita Bott, and the likes of Martin Bertoluccini, who locks out the top 18. Albert Tam finishes that race in P19 ahead of Mark Pilipenko, who rounds up the top 20, and Velo Morales ahead of Marat Zaric, who finishes that race in P22. Dina Islami from Harry Williams, Julia Anglard from Tommaso D'Ambrosio, Samuel Hugon from Alexander Rust, Ji Haofei and Bawana Gisese finishing that one in 30th place. Kim Min-jae, unfortunately, not starting the race. Here's a look at the highlights from it, and, well, definitely a good start for Iani in this time around. Frasnelli as well, able to squeeze through. Yes, did see it was a half spin there for one of the carts up at the sharp end, possibly Remy Samchek, as pointed out by Nicole Sutherland, who had that half spin at the very start. Then we started to see the fights happening between the two teammates, the two Tony Kart drivers going wheel to wheel there, Iani and Frasnelli, that allowed to bring in the two of Maxim Bobrajov and Leo Gorski, who continued that fight through. Bobrajov later would go backwards. There was the moment for Ji Haofei off the circuit at turn 15, able to rejoin. Crucially, not retiring from the race. Bobrajov, brief spell in the lead, as Iani would go through as well. Gorski also. That continued that quite entertaining battle between the Tony Karts and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers. Then Will Green started to push his way through the field quite nicely. We saw, again, the energy courses there. Felipe Sanchez, who was having a good run up in that top 5, later did unfortunately drop back in the order. Despite the fact that they may have lost the lead at that point, the two Tony Karts continued to fight there. Iani and Frasnelli battling their way through. It allowed everyone else to somewhat close in at the back of the field, recovering Remy Samchek from that half spin at the start of the race. Started to make moves through the field there as well. Lenny Mäkinen also joining that fray. A bit of bumping and barging in the midpoint of the lap as well. Drivers going for those overtakes. You see the Birol kart there of Tommaso D'Ambrosio just trying to get a 2 for 1 there out of turn number 10, causing 1 or 2 karts just to squeeze themselves wide at one of those parts of the lap, and I think that was Alexander Rust who got caught out with that moment. Everyone else, though, seemingly in control, and speaking of in control, was this battle here. Down the inside, Will Green on Leo Gorski. That was his move up into 2nd place, and he held that one to the very end of the lap, and certainly a very deserved drive. Samchek, though, on that last lap, a last-second lunge there just to squeeze down the inside, gets through as well, does Bobrajov. Giacomo Justo jumping down the order there a couple of spots, but he does finish that one inside the top 10 with a P6. Across the line would go Julian Frasnelli, who would claim back that lead while the fighting raged on behind Green and Gorski. Photo finish across the line, but Will Green would take the 2nd place spot. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, the fighting within that race was quite intense, and it was quite intense by 2 teammates. Your race winner, Julian Frasnelli, and of course your driver that started on pole of Antonio Iani. Julian, the battle between you and the teammate Antonio was quite feisty and maybe not something that you'd typically expect. So for you, can you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, it was just a battle, but it was okay. He needed to do his race, I needed to do my race. I didn't expect it, but it's okay.
And we've had challenging track conditions time and time again today. We've gone wet, dry, dry, wet. We've had slicks in the rain as well out there on the track. So for you as a driver, how challenging is it to go out there on the slick tyre thinking that, you know, the surface is wet and you might hit a patch of water?
Yeah, it's like this heat was completely dry, but the heat before, if you did a mistake, you could have gone on the grass, so you need to be always perfect.
And Julian, of course, you've had heat wins already. Another one has just been added to your tally. You thinking that you're looking strong going into the rest of today and into tomorrow?
Yeah, I didn't expect it that on the dry was pretty fast, but we will see what we can do later on.
We absolutely will. And to see what happens next, we'll head back up to our commentary box to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. We turn our attention Of course, over to the senior category qualifying heat A versus D is the next one out on the circuit. Blue sky still heading over the track as the clouds begin to clear in the sky. It's been a while since we've seen Group D out on the circuit, but they're back out now with Groups A. And this is going to be quite the interesting one, I am sure. Of course, Jindra Peschel, that race earlier on in Groups A saw him drop down to fourth place, but he's still in a good spot in these races. Kasper Reipold in Group D, he also had a very challenging race earlier on where we didn't even see him finish in that top section. Unfortunately, him retiring and down in 25th place at that race, so not the result he will have wanted. Kinmark, strong performance earlier on in Group D, found himself P2 in that race. So again, looking forward to seeing what he could achieve for Luke Conca as well. I'm pretty sure it was a tough result for him as well. Conca finding himself a little further down than I think he would like in that race result. But finding himself now in that second place spot and in a good position ready for this race. There is Jindra Peschel, the driver from Czechia, ready to go racing here. The Tony Kart factory driver on that pole position spot in this one. Of course, the fastest driver from timed qualifying in the wet conditions. Now really looking forward to seeing what he can achieve on a fully now dry circuit. I would still say the track is in a state of greenness. I think it's still quite slippy out there. I don't think it's at its full potential right now. Let's say on a beautiful summer's day where it's 35 degrees C and there's tons of rubber down on the circuit, I can imagine it could be a lot faster. But right now, I think it's still trying to get to that very moment. There is Kasper Reipold back on the front row for this one. Really needs the good points now to see what he can achieve here. Ready in La Conca as they all try to fight their way to those running spots there. The air temperature has still not increased just yet. It is expected later on today to get up to about 17 degrees. I did see that on my forecast. It is still holding at around 13 degrees or so. But the crucial thing that we can say is that the track is dry. That is the main thing that we can focus on right now for the field. Everyone on the slick tyres, and of course no one worrying about what they want to do, which I'm sure makes life a little bit easier in the servicing park ahead of this race, Nicole, because it will only be the one group of karts that go through. There you can see Group A, used slick tyres. Of course, they've all used these ones so far. I'm sure it's the similar case for Groups D from earlier ago as well, as engines get fired up as the field heads down and we get a camera full of mechanics again. Right then, as they get going, a little struggling start there for Drew Waltz, who finally does get lit up there with the engine. Right then, let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Okay, qualifying heat A versus D. Jindra Peschel back on pole position for this one, joined by Kasper Reipold on that front row. Oliver Kinmark and Luke Conca are joined by Isaac Sayer and Nicholas Stanley on row 3. Row 4, we'll see Michael Gorecki and Henry Domain. There we'll see Zach Green and Klarika Wolczek lock out the top 10 on row 5. Tobias Jenny and Gilles Herman go from row 6. Now we'll see Drew Waltz and Pietro Bagutti on row 7. Daniel Picorni and Bruno Blanco will look at the first half of the field on row 8.
Row number 9 then will invite Evan Purcell alongside Matteo Gallo. From row number 10, your top 20 is finished off by Luke Tal and Louis Nunez. And then from row number 11, we have Italy and the Netherlands in the form of Antonio Coccianella of Yves Riz. Row number 12, Aston Sharp will be sat in that VAR-branded Birol Art machine. He's starting alongside Amin Kara Osman. 13 will be Marcel Matijwicz with Anya Levar. Your penultimate row of your field is Raphael Boulard alongside Vanessa Schilkenator, who had a great race earlier, the charge of 15 places. Row number 15 then, your final row of your grid, 30 drivers in total. Gustavo da Silva will start alongside Lias Abostobler.
Indeed, so ready for the action on this one then. as the field gets themselves squared away. Ready for this one. Mechanics make their way from the pre-grid up into the mechanics stand to try and insist the drivers any way they can with various hand signals. But we look forward to seeing how this one will transpire then for the field. Right into the racing now. Results really do matter at this point of the weekend for the field now. We've chucked through a lot of qualifying heats here, and we're into the dying stages of it. The last times we will see some of the drivers out before that last full rotation later on today. Field gets nice and steady then for Peschel and Reipold as they enter into the tram lines. Will the lights go out? Answer, yes. As they head towards turn one, Peschel, great start there. The outside row, Reipold not getting away well. It's gone down into the pack there. The rest of the field goes through. There you can see the KB of Michael Gorecki pushing his way forward into P5. He's behind the two Jamie Green racing drivers there who have got through. Zach Green's got up with Isaac Sayer as well as they've pushed their way forward quite nicely at the start of this race. There, the 224 machine of Luke Cornder. He's gone backwards a little bit, but he is still in this fight as they head out of the likes of turn number 10 into 11 into the S's for the first time.
Kasper Reipold then within this fight there. You can see the all-in-back driver just heading in towards turn number 16 and making a great overtake to open the door for the Ricky Flynn driver shortly behind. Reipold, of course, had that DNF yesterday, also did not get off the grid. Big dramas for him. He is trying to redeem himself and he's trying to get those 3 positions back. Peschel at the front of your order, 2 tenths clear from Oliver, Sayer, Green and Reipold, as Reipold now finds himself at the back of this mix because the likes of Cordner has now found his way past Cordner, another one of those DNF drivers from yesterday, as we've got a switch between those 2 Jamie Green drivers trying to have a go. Are they going to work together? Are they going to work against each other?
Well, it was a mistake for Isaac Sayer out of turn 7. He ran wide, misjudged the corner slightly and allowed Green to just get that nose down the inside towards turn 8 and push his way forward. There you can see they're just fighting in the background more of the Ricky Flynns as well. Drew Waltz trying to push his way forward as well, as I believe the rest of the field all trying to get involved. Now, Isaac Sayer under pressure from Luke Corner as a heavy contact into the barriers there. Yves Rees is okay, he's up and out of the kart, but has made significant contact with the barriers at the exit of turn 15. But crucially, he's up, he's walking, he's all okay, but that is not the way he wanted his race to go. Here is Zach Green closing in on Oliver Kinmark, Nicole. Fight for second place is very much on.
Absolutely is. Jamie Green racing then, of course, new into this paddock for 2026. And straight away with their 2 drivers of Zach Green and Isaac Sayer right into the fight, right into the mix. Down to complete another racing lap. Zach Green down and towards turn number 1. The fight is not on just yet between him and Oliver Kinmark, but watch as they enter in towards turn number 3, which is a hot spot round this circuit. Not just yet, as the driver of Luke Cordner shortly behind gets closer. And there he is, your driver of... that we just saw the DNF Yves Rees over into the fence. Let's not forget as well, wet grass for these drivers. You touch it, you're going to slide across, as there is the change for P2. Oh, Luke Cordner looked like he was going to make it into that spot just yet. Him and Zach Green side by side, but Green holds onto it, I think probably not anticipating for the Ricky Flynn to give it a go.
Well, they both get past Kinmark there, who goes backwards now. At the front end of this field. Reipold will be the next driver to try and capitalise back on this one after that pretty tough start that he had at the beginning of this race. Green's gap to Jindra Peschel, 1 second is the gap, but with the pace that Green has been having, now with clear circuit in front, could he close it on Peschel? That's going to be easier said than done. Peschel's just set the fastest lap of the race, 48.450. Very quick indeed, and also looks like Cornder's got past Green all of a sudden. So now it's Luke Cornder who could be the driver to close in on Jindra Peschel.
Peschel, of course, in time qualifying was 4 tenths faster than anybody else. He was 8 tenths faster than anybody else in group. And we questioned, was it the case that he's just exceptionally quick within the wet racing, or would he carry it forward? Well, for now, those gaps aren't quite as big, but he's still just as strong in the dry conditions as he was in the wet. As now we have got battle continuing to go on. Isaac Sayer trying to fight back up as Nicholas Stanley is in this one as well.
Yeah, Nicholas Stanley making the move out of turn 15. However, I'm looking at that nose cone of Nicholas Stanley. It looks to be dragging on the floor just that little bit. Watch it out. Yeah, it's got a bit of a dent. It looks wobbly to me. Might be a nose cone penalty there, but down the inside, big lunges happening, and as soon as one MP gets through, another one gets through as well. Good stuff here for Henry Domain, fighting through past both Clara Kowalczyk and Isaac Sayer, gets that move done. Reipold now on the charge, gets through past fellow VDK Racing teammate Oliver Kinmark up into 4th place. That is a good recovery drive now, and the fight back to close into the 2 drivers ahead. Jan at the moment are not closing in on Peschel at the front. The gap still holding at 1 second.
Halfway stage of this race then, so only 50% of this one for the likes of Luke Cordner to chase up to the back of your race leader, and your points leader of Peschel was off the road slightly there for Casper Reipo, just out of turn number 6. Drops a wheel slightly over on that rumble strip. Let's not forget as well, will be slightly wet because we have had rain today. If you haven't been watching up until this point, the Reipold redeems himself, gets back onto the road and continues to lead round BDK teammates. As this is a hot spot. Isaac Sayer getting muscled side by side between Sayer, and that's Tao now trying to go for the move down in towards turn at number 1. Tao holds it strong and switches position, gets the job done.
Yeah, indeed, Luke Tao looking very strong this season. Of course, a very tough middle season for him last year. Got caught out with injury, and good to see him back in the paddocks now and racing away and looking very, very strong. Domain now the fastest driver out there, 47.862. Henry Domain currently circulating in 7th place right now, right behind fellow MP Motorsport teammate of Nicholas Stanley. That battle you can see on your screen here, both of them closing in on the likes of Oliver Kinmark and Casper Reipold. So once again now it's VDK versus MP Motorsport out on track as they head through. Also followed by a victory lane of Clara Kowalczyk, who is seemingly just sneaking her way through the field here, Nicole. A 2-place gain for the front runners. This is a little bit further back in that order. Another one of the Jamie Greens. It's Isaac Sayer again, just getting squeezed out down the inside. There goes Armin Kara Osman. That's her 11th place.
Isaac Sayer then looked really strong in the initial stages of this race, but questioning, is it the case as the temperature rises in the tyre and both in the air, because we're now up to 15 degrees, Anthony. Yeah. Is it the case that maybe Sayer isn't quite used to this OK Senior racing just yet because he is new to this field? Has he maybe gone a little bit too hard on the tyre and overdone it? Drivers that aren't overdoing it though, Oliver still going for it, now finds his way back past VDK teammate as we've got 2 team battles going on. VDK versus VDK and MP versus MP. Oliver versus Reipold, Stanley versus Henry Domain. Those 2 drivers just switch positions as again, they're not trying to give too much away to each other. Clara Kowalczyk looks like she could be in for a good one. She can get past all 4.
Certainly so. And both risky overtake attempts there. Well, one a complete overtake attempt by Oliver Kinmark there on Reipold. In doing so, that allowed the MPs to close in a little more. But then also, at the same time, Domain tried to get that move on Stanley into turn 1. That also just dropped them back a little bit more as well and into the clutches of Clara Kowalczyk, who is not going to look down the inside, but Domain is down the inside, gets through, and so does Clara Kowalczyk. 1 down for Kowalczyk. She's thinking, I'm just going to take one of these lap after lap, but they've got to think about it quicker because they are running out of time as we are now on lap 11 of 12.
Well, Peschel out there in the front then by 1.1 seconds with the fastest lap as well. So just approaching these corners to really see where he can maximise that tyre on the tarmac, because these are some of the first dry laps that we have seen this weekend for our drivers. Kowalczyk looking hungry there in that P7 is shortly behind her. Stanley now looking to be muscled by the likes of Luke Towell, who's under pressure by Tobias Sejenyi, and Amin Kara Osman, who is in this fight as well with 13 places gained so far within this race. Change now on in the background. I think that is Amin Kara Osman now going in at that final corner on Nicholas Stanley as well. Casper Reipold defensive into that first corner. That's going to allow Clara Kowalczyk to continue to close in as on the defensive line Reipold's going to go side by side. Kowalczyk goes with Henry Domain. Final lap of things, but it's not tailing off. Big battles going on, and that's going to allow Clara Kowalczyk to get past.
Yeah, beautifully done there. She read the road perfectly there, and down the inside, a big send for Tobias Ajeni as well, trying to get through. The two MPs clatter each other, and off the track goes Domain. Brings it back onto the circuit, but loses a lot of time. Peschel, though, he was quick in the wet. He's rapid in the dry. He crosses the line. Peschel takes the win with also the fastest lap of the race as well. 47.810 ahead of Luke Conca, Zach Green and Oliver Kinmark. Clara Kowalczyk at the end of that one, I think, takes her best result of the weekend so far. She comes away with a P5 ahead of Casper Reipold. Luke Tal with 12 places gained, finished P7. And Tobias Ajeni is 3 places in 8th place. Ahmed Khaled Osman finishes in 9th place with a 15-place gain and also becomes the biggest mover from 24th on the grid down to 9th place. Henry Domain at the very end there just loses out and finishes inside the top 10, and there the stricken card of Idris there, and the 232 NP Motorsport machine looking a little bit worse for wears there, buried in the catch fencing there at the exit of turn 15. Well, there's a look at your full results. The top 10 we've gone over. Nicholas Stanley, I suspect, may drop down a little more with a potential nose cone penalty just ahead of Isaac Sayer. Jill Herman finishing quite strong as well in 13th place ahead of Pietro Baguti. Aston Sharp with a good run there. 8 places gained to finish inside the top 15. Evan Purcell finishing 16th place ahead of Drew Waltz. Antonio Cocchianella gaining 3 places, finishes in 18th place ahead of Vanessa Schilkenater, who gained 9 places to finish in 19th place. Louis Nunes finishing in 20th ahead of Daniel Picorni, Bruno Blanco, Michael Gorecki and Lewis Ebers-Doblo gained 6 places to finish in 24th ahead of Marcel Matijevic and Gustavo da Silva. Anya Lavar finishing in 27th ahead of Matteo Gallo, Rafael Bullard, and of course the one retirement of Yves Rees from that race. Here's a look at the start of your race, and you can see here inside row, Peschel immediately able to sweep over to the right-hand side to, or the left-hand side to gain the optimal line for turn 1. Reipold seemingly not getting away too well at the start of that one, just dropped back a little bit, but later, of course, did fight back through the field. The rest of the racing then happening on that opening lap. Big overtakes for the start. Luke Conca was another one that was recovering back in that early stage. Then we saw the likes of the 265 victory lane of Clara Kowalczyk trying to push her way through. Of course, her now pushing through nicely here with victory lane. She's done spells with RFM back in the day, Monster K, and of course Kart Republic in previous years, and a well-known racer in the Champions of the Future Academy program as well, where she would run on the Kart Republic machinery also. This one here, though, of course, Green pushing through nicely. Zach Green having a really strong race in that one, gaining 6 places overall and able to get up into 3rd place in Jamie Green's first time racing out in the Academy program. You can see there a little tap on that new anti-launch device there on Clara Kowalczyk. It flicked around there, but crucially stayed together. I know that was one of the things that was worked on over the previous months from the first time we saw them out in Cremona in the OKN World Cup last year. We then later saw these anti-launch devices out in Malaysia as well, and that was also a very interesting weekend for them. But here now is their first outing in Europe in 2026, and certainly been a new thing for the drivers to have to deal with. We'll leave you with these highlights, but let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Another race complete then, but top form once more for Jindřich Peschel. Jindřich, good race for you in dry conditions this time. Last time we spoke, of course, was torrid. It was really, really wet, but out there, you're equally as quick.
Yeah, the weather has been changing a lot today, so yeah, the first heat today was not that great. The speed was not bad, but I finished 4th, and yeah, now we managed to fix it, and the speed was very good now, so yeah, perfect.
And as a driver, of course, with the evolution of the track getting drier and drier, how do you mentally manage that? Because it's difficult to know when you're going into each corner, right, that what's the track condition going to be like for you? How do you deal with that in your head?
Well, yeah, of course, you always have the formation lap to kind of check how's the track, and then you just have to adjust during the race. Of course, be careful with the tires because they get destroyed quite easily, so you have to be very calm and very careful.
Well, great job indeed, Jindřich. Thank you very much. That concludes that OK Senior race. Next up, back to our juniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Fermé, as once again, clouds disappearing, blue sky coming over the circuit. OK, Junior qualifying heats at B versus E, the last two races of the morning phase before we go into the lunch break. And then, of course, we will be back at around 2:25 on the broadcast for the racing to start at 2:30. Groups D and F for the final rotation of those qualifying heats. There is the pre-grid for this one. Pri and Bruno at this moment looking very comfortable with Roland Nagy starting alongside. And again, just to reiterate the intermediate classifications at the moment, of course, before this race goes out, it is Julian Frasnelli who leads those points with 138 joint with Alex Malota. However, Pri and Bruno, who is in this race, sits third in those points, only 4 points behind Frasnelli with 134. So a win here will put him straight to the lead by quite some way. There is Pri and Bruno ready to go for this one, here with the Victory Lane karting team. And they've certainly delivered some solid results for him over the course of this weekend so far. But again, the pressure will be on with the likes of Roland Nagy starting alongside. Not only that, but also the Mexican driver of Santiago Diaz de la Vega as well. He's looked very, very strong today. He'll be starting that one right behind Pri and Bruno. There is Roland Nagy for the DPK Racing team, the young driver for the Aramco Formula One Driver Academy. And certainly looking forward to seeing what he can achieve in this one. And those used slick tyres again being deployed in this one as the last few words of encouragement. You can see there as well, Giorgio Girardello and the number 76 machine also getting a few words of encouragement. There is Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Do not rule him out. He's gone for the clear visor in this one. The sun is now out. He's still got that clear visor. We'll get the whites of his eyes out there on circuit. There you can also see Zach Zhu just behind. He had a good recovery race earlier on after his first race of the day with those slick tyres. Fiasco, really good race after that one with those slick tyres, and then again hoping for a good result in this one. Lucas Palacio also just, you can see him there, and the number 64 machine just getting himself ready for the Kart Republic Motorsport team from America. Right then, moments away from getting this one started. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. She's made the run back up. How's the weather out there, Nicole? Looking pretty nice, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of the coldest people probably ever, and I don't have my coat on anymore. So it's nice and warm out there. You know, it's actually getting warmer and warmer every time I leave the commentary box. So these drivers in for a good dry race that I think will continue to get hotter, continue to challenge.
Indeed it will. Here we go then. Here's your grid. Pri and Bruno and Roland Nagy, row number 1, joined by Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Giorgio Girardello on row 2. Zach Zhu and Lucas Palacio will go from row 3. They'll be joined by Peter van Sturven and Manny Nuvolini on row 4. Jeff Verbeek and Austin Newstead go from row 5. They'll see the likes of Antonio Pettonia and Tiberius Müller on row number 6. Row 7 sees Theo Palfrain and Antoine Venot. They'll see Daniel Miron and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on row number 8.
Row number 9 will welcome Jean Gargelik with Mohamed Elbazaki. And then from row number 10, we have Energy Courses Jarlath Sayer alongside Augustine Filignoli. From row number 11, Wenyubo will go alongside Alessandro Truchot. And then from 12 is Akil Ray with Jay Kostecki. 13 will be Alessandro Carabollo with Maxim Noapel. And from 14, Matvey Durganov will see Nicholas Guth. 15th row and penultimate of your field is Alexander Lazarus versus Libor Vlasak. And going into that first corner on the last spot of your field, P31 is Abdena Al-Mahidi.
indeed. So, field ready to go then. Everyone is out there, which is lovely to see. This camera angle that we're using now is depressing me because that shows clouds. The other side, if you look towards the last corner, it's beautiful blue sky that's forming. We've still even got clouds in that shot. It's just showcasing that the wind is still here in La Conca. But yeah, it's a lovely view on the other side of the circuit from here. There you go. There's the blue sky that we can see just sneaking in from behind those trees. Right then, Priyan Bruno ready to go. Roland Nagy as well joining on that one. Loving the livery of that DPK. I'm a big fan of British Racing Green. And yes, that kart looking absolutely splendid there on the front row of this grid. Field a little spread out at the back of the field here. Hopefully it all closes in now, which it looks like it has done so. As we get ready to go racing on this one, it is lights out, fights on in OK Junior towards turn number 1. Good start for the inside row there. Bruno, Diaz, Zhu get through. Nagy drops down in the order a little bit. Girardello also there as well. I can see that Nagy slotted into 3rd place now, so did lose out on 1. Santiago Diaz de la Vega managing to get up into 2nd place, but crucially, Priyan Bruno still in the lead of this one. Another one of the DPKs of Zach Zhu is there in 4th place as the rest of the field go through. Running very wide there in the background is one of the energy courses and one of the Forzas as they get back onto the track. And getting involved, and that looks to me like one of the Ricky Flynns, maybe even Billy Van Sturven, getting through past the likes of Zach Zhu for 4th place.
Relatively clean start for our whole field now then. Anthony is down in towards turn number 16. This first lap overtaking opportunities do exist, and Zach Zhu does make himself your driver to overtake, but is quickly challenged again by the Ricky Flynn of Billy Van Sturven. Sturven, though, backs off and puts it back onto that racing line to allow Zach Zhu to have it into that first corner. Priyan Bruno then leading the way ahead of Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Roland Nagy P3, Zach Zhu P4, Billy Van Sturven, and then Joely Girardello has dropped 2 positions to just be in the fight above this that you can see unfolding on the screen, all shortly behind Jarlath Sayer, who just slightly ran off the road there towards that 6th corner.
Back at it.
Challenge. Zach Zhu now gives a position away. Billy Van Sturven down towards that chicane section, gets the move done and makes himself your new leader of this train of karts. Oh, side by side into that final corner. Billy Van Sturven parks it on that white line ahead of Zoe Girardello, Manny Nuvolini, and they're all trying to fight for position and sort themselves out as they go on towards the entrance, towards turn number 1, pushing and shoving for this 7-kart battle. The Zach Zhu now goes down the inside to make himself the leader of once more.
Girardello, though, cannot get the legs on him. Stays 3rd in that train of karts as they go through. Now Girardello looks to the inside. So does Manny Nuvolini. They squeeze through. Billy Van Sturven squeezed off the circuit.
Whoa.
The Forza, the Fusion in the background there defends. It's Daniel Miron battling away with Lucas Palacio as those two go wheel to wheel. Now the Ward Racing of Antonio Pizzonia gets involved as Antoine Vinard also just sits at the back of that train. Through the chicane they go then. This is all great racing, but it's all for about 10th place right now. It's not the positions they want to be in. They want to be fighting at the front end. Wide goes Pizzonia, Palacio and Antoine Vinard have the opportunity to get through, and they have done so. Vinard looks to the inside, is blocked by Palacio, who slams that door closed, and Palacio holds on for the moment. The Williams back driver still looking very, very comfortable. Bruno still in the lead as back comes Pizzonia now. He tries to get that Ward Racing now on the Parolin chassis through the inside, but again can't quite do it. And stays behind for the moment. As mentioned, Bruno in the lead, fastest driver out there as well. Santiago Diaz de Vega cannot close in. The gap is now 1.2 seconds from Nagy. Zhu is holding on to that 4th place battle as the battle's raging on in the background as well. This is all a little further down in the field as that's Tiberius Müller in the number 19 machine, unfortunately, for the Beyond Racing team, dropping a little bit backwards there, down to 22nd place. He lost out to Felagoni, Di Pietrantonio and Achille Ray as well.
Change now down towards that first corner, that hot spot. Daniel Moron fighting it out, and we have had the swap between him and Billy Van Sturven. So Sturven, despite getting to the sharper end, he now gets demoted by Moron. Then Moron on a big charge of 8 positions gained off of turn number 6 as this track is now coming into life, as more grip is being laid down. You're seeing these drivers get more cheeky, more challenging with these track limits, really running off the load, using that rumble strip to get the rev, widen up the circuit and really get something maximised out of these junior engines. Out of the final corner, Priam Bruno replicates what he was doing earlier on in his heat and pulls away from the fielders down towards that first corner. Manny Nuvolini and Zach Zhou having a go at each other. This is for the last spots inside of the top 5. Girardello there, comfortable in the parallel, can see that this battle is going on as Manny Nuvolini just bumps into the back of the DPK ever so slightly, but now down at that 6th turn, gets the job done cleanly and signals to say push, get ahead, chase to the parallel.
Indeed, and a nice little overtake there, pushing them way forward. Teal Pelfrain now the fastest driver out there, as I think if we had a moment on circuit, I just saw 3 names tumble down the order in terms of Peter Antonio Truchot and Carabello. But I think it may have just been a glitch. I cannot see any yellow flags out there. Here is a current look at your live qualifying heats as it stands. Priam Bruno, as I mentioned earlier on, a win here would bump him up quite considerably in the lead now. He's got a 14th place clear run from Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Big move down the inside. Nice little overtake. Daniel Miron on the charge now, getting past the DPK racer of Zach Zhu there, pushing forward nicely in this fight. There at the moment is Roland Nagy. 3rd place has been caught up by Gianni Girardello. That could be an interesting fight between these two. Also, in the case of the fact that they're not actually far off the back of Diaz de la Vega, who is there in 2nd place. Fight is on. Look to the inside goes the parallel. Gets through past the DPK machine. And Nagy now down to 4th place. Girardello on the charge will try and hunt down the driver in 2nd place of Santiago Diaz de la Vega.
Well, drama in the form of time penalties then for the number 33 of Wen Yubo as a lunge down the inside by Manny Nuvolini getting past. But 5 seconds out then for the 33 of Wen Yubo and the number 88 as well of Alessandro Carabollo. So those 2 drivers given those 5 seconds, which will tumble down the order even further. Daniel Miron then not being let go by Zach Zhou, still trying to hold on to that bumper. And Zhou needing a good result after that DNF we saw from him, of course, and off the road. One of the Birrells gets all wrong over the grass. That's the 110 out there that will tumble down. Akil Ray, of course, was P30 just a moment ago, but now will go down to P31, so dead last for him. This race then quickly going down the main straight. That's Billy van Sterven again, not letting the drivers behind have any room. Runs himself off the road at turn number 1, almost does trip over and gift the position to Antoine Venant. But just you could see him, that defensive posture, just trying to slam that door shut. As shortly behind him, Pizzonia still getting involved as this is a big battle. Daniel Miron in the fight. Daniel Miron getting things done, getting the job done, and leads this, gets past Roland Nagy, who just goes tighter out of turn number 10. But this quad here on your screen, this battle remains wide open.
It certainly does so right now. Well, the fighting raging on, and it still rages on here. Zach Zhu late on the brakes there at turn 15. But that allows the likes of Santiago Diaz de la Vega to go back through. Miron still very lucky, so was Roland Nagy there. Just hold on to it there again across the line. Antoine Venant, Billy van Sterven and Austin Newstead still fighting away here as we enter onto the final lap. Big lunge there for Billy van Sterven on Wen Yubo. Antonio Pizzonia in that fight. This, though, at the sharper end, this is Gianni Girardello and Manny Nuvolini. The battle for 2nd place. Priam Bruno is 2.4 seconds further up the road. Could we see Nuvolini come away with his best result of the weekend so far if he can get that car down the inside? Girardello will make it, I'm sure, as wide as it can possibly be into the final major overtaking opportunity at turn number 15. Out of the corner they go. It's not going to happen, but for Priam Bruno, he leads once again in the intermediate classification. Gianni Girardello takes P2. Manny Nuvolini goes 3rd. Girardello with that steps up to 3rd in the intermediate classification points, only 2 points behind Santiago Diaz de la Vega, who still sits 2nd in the points with 100 and 58 compared to Priam Bruno's 184. Priam Bruno here taking a significant lead now ahead of the rest of the juniors as they head into their final rotation of races later on today, of course, for Groups B versus E. We will see Groups B out at the very end of the day. It will be the last race of the day for Priam Bruno to do what he can for Groups E. Their last race of the day will be with Groups D, and that will be at around 4 o'clock local time for them. So one more race to go each then for Groups B and E. The final chance to put points on the board, which at the moment is led by Priam Bruno, takes another win on track. Gianluca Girardello from Mani Nuvolini, Daniel Miron from Roland Nagy, Zach Zhu finishing ahead of Santiago Diaz de la Vega for 7th place, and tail frame from Lucas Palacio. Antoine Vinot at the end of that one does round out the top 10. Antonio Petsonia finishes ahead of Billy van Sturven. Great fights out there, but finishes that one in P12 ahead of Wenyabu, who gains 8 places in that fight. Austin Newstead finishing that race in P14, just ahead of Jarlif Seyer, who rounds out the top 15. Mohamed Elbazaki finishing that one in P16 ahead of Jeff Verbeek. Augustine Felagoni ahead of Matvey Duganov and Alessandro Truchot. Jay Kostecki finishing in 21st place ahead of Livor Zazak, who rounds that one out in 22nd place. Maxim Nepal finishes ahead of Lorenzo Di Pitti Antonio in 24th place. Alessandro Caraballo finishes that one in 25th ahead of Achille Ray. Jan Glazelik from Alexander Lazarus, Tiberius Müller from Abdunor El Majidi, and Nicholas Gut, who rounds out the 31 field. The good news is that all 31 carts that started that race does finish that race. A good run for them, and there you can see Priam Bruno just heading in to the weighbridge. Here's a look at your highlights from the start of that race. Relatively calm, but a much stronger start for the inside row. Watch Nagy there in that green livery. DPK just pushes down to 3rd place, allowing Diaz de la Vega to get up in the early stages. Zach Zhu, good start for him. He was up into 4th place, had that great battle with Billy van Sturven as they constantly chopped and changed. That put them backwards in the order just that little bit. Later, of course, we saw the moves from Mani Nuvolini. He would fight his way through the field. He would get up into 3rd place, as well as Daniel Miron as well. Really strong race there for Daniel Miron. He was able to gain those 11 places and push his way through the field. This was him gaining those positions again, this one on Billy van Sturven through turn number 1. Nagy under pressure at that later point, then overtakes coming in by Gianluca Girardello. That would get him up later on into 2nd place. And then this, again, just continued to trend out on that track there. Roland Nagy having a tough race. There was the tense moment for Achille Ray and the Biralat Racing Machine, just running wide there in the exit of turn number 6, kicking up the grass onto the circuit. And then this fight here, the last few moments here for Santiago Diaz de la Vega, not 1 but 2 places as Zach Zhu here very late on the brakes, very lucky not to lose out too much there, only losing the 1 position. Across the line though, Priam Bruno clean and dry at the front of the field, clear by 2.1 seconds from the rest of the field, takes the lead of the intermediate classification with only 1 more race to go later today for the OK Junior qualifying groups B versus E. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, that concludes our race results for the junior heats. Virtuelli, great race for you, good weekend so far for you, sharp end of the order. Coming into this season, you know, the preparation to be as quick as you are, what's that look like?
Yeah, those are the first races with Maxis. I like those stars, it's very good. I mean, a lot of preparation. We test a lot of also in the first races of the year. And yeah, we're doing really good, both on the wet and the dry, so I'm pretty happy.
And you found yourself in the middle of and staring at the battles that were going on in that mid-pack section, Mani Nuvolini being one of those drivers to get involved. Can you tell us how you managed to stay on the track and how you managed to pick your positions away during that?
The start was not the best, because I think I was like P8 or P7 from P4, so it was not the best. but then I started to do some good overtakes, just getting in front. Me and Manny just work together, and yeah, it was a great race. Just I wasn't pushing so much because the tires. I have also to manage the tires. Yeah, it was good.
Joelle, great job out there. Thanks for catching up with us. One more race then to conclude this morning's rotation of heats. Anthony Jordan, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed. One last race then before we go into the midday break. The sun very much out in force now here in La Conca as qualifying heat B versus E for the seniors makes its way out onto the track very, very soon. It wasn't long ago that we saw these drivers out on the circuit. We see them back out again in this one, and certainly looking forward to seeing what they can achieve in this one. There you can see Francois Cadal back on the front row for this one. Pole position for the Swiss driver. Tough race earlier on. Did finish down in 10th place at the end of that one when all the results came in. James Anagnostiadis finding himself back in 3rd place at the end of a very busy race indeed, which saw the win for Devon Waltz at the end of that race. He'll be starting this one, of course, down in 15th place, a 14-place gain for Devon earlier on. He'll certainly be the one to watch in this one. Davide Battaro, a tough race for him earlier on as well. Dropped 14 places, but still a real contender with this one. He showed some great pace in previous races, has taken a race win as well so far this weekend, so keep a close eye on him. Endo Arata as well, also a driver to watch out for, has been fighting up at that sharp end of the field. One driver who certainly made good strides in their previous race was Noah Baglin. He gained 12 places in the last race. Groups E were out, and that was with Groups C versus E, which saw Zach Drummond take the win of that race. But again, we are expecting some good little races from this one. Van der Kerkhoff as well. Challenging race earlier on, does not see him inside the top 17. Marco Gast as well, also for him. He did finish 17th in that one, so again, a little bit of a drop back in that previous race, but now dry conditions, sun shining. I'm sure he is hoping, as well of himself, with Mateusz van der Kerkhoff to step forward. Ilya Berezkin on that inside row number 3. Good race earlier on. 3 places gained. Saw him finish in 2nd place. That was behind Devon Waltz, of course, and just ahead of Anagnostiadis. They saw so many other drivers involved when that was Groups B versus F that saw Sebastian Mins gain the most places, finishing 14 places ahead of where he started that race. But Sebastian Mins, of course, not in this race. Engines fire up, drivers make their way out on the track. Nicole Sutherland back in the box. It is a lovely looking day out there now.
It's a lovely day out there. You know, the temperature coming up, rising once more. We're now up to 15 degrees. Very different to what we experienced when we first landed here.
Yes, indeed, which was awful. But right then, here's your grid. Francois Cadal back on pole position, joined by Davide Battaro. James Anagnostiadis and Endo Arata going from row number 2 for this one. Ilya Berezkin and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff going from row number 3. Oscar Gallin and Marco Gast go from row 4. They'll have William Marshall and Lucas L on row number 5. Dan Alaman and Emil Hernandez on row number 6. Iskender Sofakari and Benjamin Magnac lock out row number 7. They'll have Devon Waltz, who has taken a race win from the 8th row of the grid, alongside Thomas Chikarashki.
Row number 9 then looks like Yuri Livar alongside Noah Baglin, and then from row number 10 we have Gabriel Canal alongside Eduardo Salamond. 11 will be Mika Runitz versus Valerio Villapiana. And then from 12, we have Spain and Italy in the form of Angelina Simmons and Vladimir Ivanikov. 13, Nefeli Cosmopoulos with Lillian Scarborough. And from the 14th row of your field, Yuri Bachika will start alongside Svet Simonov. 15 rows in total for this last qualifying heat of this morning's rotation. And it's rounded out by Nicolo Kuman and Flimit Planeta, who will see each other on P29 and P30.
Indeed. Current leader of the intermediate classifications is Jindřich Peschel, 138 points to his name. Francois Cadal at this moment does not sit inside the top 8 in that intermediate classification. Neither does Davide Battaro. One driver that does, who is in this race, is James Anagnostiadis. He currently sits there 6th in the points. He's got 120 points to his name. A win of 50 here shoots him straight to the lead of the intermediate classification. And that would put him in a great spot to potentially be on pole position for the superheats tomorrow. We head out of the final turn then and towards the tram lines. Francois Cadal and Davide Battaro control the pace as they enter the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are towards turn 1. And again, Francois Cadal has the ultimate gain there through turn 1. Davide Battaro slots in the pack. It's a good start for Anagnostiadis. He's up into an early 2nd place, as it looks like Ilya Berezkin has also got into 3rd place. Remember, Berezkin's been quick at the start of these races. Can he do the same in the beginning of this one? There, the Tony Kart pushing through. Endo Arata holding on to 4th place. The driver from Japan having another good start here as they head through. As a problem for Francois Cadal. Very slow out of turn 10 and straight through goes Anagnostiadis, and Cadal down to 3rd, and he's fiddling with something on the kart. Clearly, something has gone wrong.
Yeah, Cadal then visibly struggling there. Is he just adjusting something? And he's signalling to the mechanic.
Again.
He's signalling to the mechanic. Is it something to do with the carb there? Down in towards turn number 1. It does cough back into life for Francois Cadal, but he loses out. And talking of losing out, James Anagnostiadis now down into P2. Ilya Berezkin. Berezkin, great race start for him, really aggressive, really strong when breaking that line, and now finds himself the race leader. Maybe not for long though, because James Anagnostiadis, you can see, looks hungry to snatch that one back and out of
the
exit of the corner and on towards the entrance of turns 11 and 12. Gets it back, just proves, you know, what you can pull off around this circuit, and just questioning maybe, Anthony, if that's setup that is playing into things for these drivers as well, as now Ilya Berezkin was your race leader, is going to now be demoted down to P4. Over the curb, out to the final corner. Berezkin drops to P4, not the lap that he would have expected to finish off despite that overtake.
Davide Battaro back to 3rd, pushing his way through, and the fighting is happening just behind as well. I can see the Devin Waltz and Iskender Solfakari, Ward Racing and Ricky Flynn battling it away as well as they continue in this fight. The whole train starting to close in now, which sees Lucas Sell the fastest of those drivers there. 49.196, currently sitting in 10th place, not far off the back of this train. Anagnostiadis is in the lead now by 0.6 of a second from Endo Arata, and as I was saying there, Nicole, a win here would shoot him straight to the top of the board. 170 points to his name as it currently stands from Francois Cadal's 143. He's looking at the final stage of this to lead the intermediate classification. Fighting still going on though, down the start-finish straight. The Ward Racing pushing through now. Iskender Solfakari certainly not backing down from any challenge that he's got right in front of him as he sees Endo Arata trying to defend the position. Ricky Flynn's Devin Waltz also trying to squeeze his way through, but has just lost out to the Tony Kart from just behind. It looks like Gabriel Canal pushing through as Dan Aleman and Oscar Gallin trying to join the fight as well.
Those technical gremlins now clearly no longer a problem for Francois Cadal. Finds his way back past Ilya Berezkin as to off the road. Is that Iskender Zulf? No. Who is that? That's potentially William Marshall. William Marshall through the 2nd sector, off the road onto the grass, but back on the circuit after keeping his foot pinned. Now, eyes and ears back on Ilya Berezkin, now being shuffled down into the pack as these drivers just getting so aggressive with each other down the start-finish straight. That's one of the Tony Karts being muscled out by a Fusion. Slightly further down, Oscar Gallin, I believe, is in that fight with Endo Arata down that main straight, but nobody giving anyone some moment to breathe here out the final corner. So this is Marshall just being muscled out. Angelina Simmons can be seen in that battle as well. Don't think she was directly involved, and I don't think she encouraged that either, but Marshall off the road, back on, but will have dirty tyres, and the next lap will be difficult work for him.
It was Yuri Lavar, the Hartmann Racing driver, in the middle of that was one of the assisting drivers there that saw Marshall go wide. That moment down the start-finish straight, Endo Arata there in towards turn 1, giving a side pod there to Ilya Berezkin over the line there. Certainly showcasing that it is getting a little bit feisty out there in the seniors at the halfway point of this race. It's settled down a little bit now, and this is Francois Cadal now having to defend from Iskender Solfakari on that Ward Racing machine. Drew Waltz is still there as well, and I mean, Drew Waltz did this, Devon Waltz, I should say. Devon Waltz earlier on did this as well. Gained those 10 places, squeezing to the inside there. Not going to happen. 2 for 1 special for the victory lane there of Lucas Sell, both Endo Arata and Oscar Gallin. Losing out on the spots there. Now the DPK machine up the road starting to get involved here. Francois Cadal battling away with Iskender Solfakari, but it's Solfakari who gets through now and is on a 10-place gain here. Where has this pace come from? And now straight down the inside goes Devon Waltz. He's on an 11th-place gain now as well. Here comes back Ilya Berezkin. It's all kicking off, and as soon as one happens, 5 overtakes happen.
This has released Iskender Solfakari there in that P3 position just from the fight, as now again Ilya Berezkin and Francois Cadal fighting this battle out. Both of these drivers within this race, I would say, Anthony, have drawn quite a lot of attention to themselves, both quite aggressive. But Ilya Berezkin now trying to pick off this position once more, down in towards turn number 16. No driver inside of the top 15 making up position just there. You can see Noah Baglin in the background trying to make up more positions. Both him and Levar up by 4 within this race. Poor qualifying for both of these drivers. Of course, wet conditions really did throw some drivers off, as now down the inside, Angelina Simmons making a good go at turn number 3. Simmons now adds to her tally, as well as putting in that purple lap. So the driver who's experienced DNF after poor results is in the sharper end of your order. Anagnostiadis out clear by 2.7 seconds. Then Bataro, Zulfikari, Waltz and Cadal in your top 5.
Only one retirement in this race so far. That goes to Spain's Ward Racing's Benjamin Magnac, who unfortunately is no longer circulating. There was Anagnostiadis going through your screen. There is Davide Bataro. There is Zulfikari. There is Waltz. There is Cadal. There is Berezkin. And Dan Alaman now very, very close as they continue the fight. Big trains all the way throughout it. And again, the look down the inside there. Endo Arata fighting back through. Now as well, Via Piana losing out on the positions. There's another retirement there. One of the VDKs going backwards. I think that's Matthias van der Kerkhoff in the 264 machine. Another not great result for the Belgian that will not see a checker flag in this race. Looks to the inside through the chicane. Victory lane again on the charge here. Lucas Sell trying to squeeze past Berezkin.
Yeah, Sell looking strong there, but not strong enough for turn number 16 like Angelina Simmons, who uses that hot spot to get past the likes of Endo Arata there. Arata had a bit of a moment down that start-finish straight just a couple of laps ago. Now has had to settle in the hands of the midfielders. James Anagnostiadis still clear. That gap has not reduced, but it also has not opened up anymore. As Bataro looking quite settled now, but shortly behind, we've got this nice little battle going on behind Angelina Simmons between Endo Arata and Valerio Villapiana. The two teammates for Tony Kart will fight it out through the second sector and invites in the likes of Yuri Levar and Noah Baglin. More purple laps going out for drivers and more purple sectors going into things as well. Oscar Gallin being one of those drivers. Gallin, of course, we saw him get shuffled down and muscled out, and is trying to redeem himself. Looking down then, once more we have got Iskender Zulfikari in P3, just visibly aware of what's going on that kart. Of course, new kart for him going into 2026. Last year was part of the Forza camp. This year, part of Ward sat in that Paralyn.
Indeed, they're starting to scrap just that little bit more now at that sharper end of the field. Victory lane on the move here. Lucas Sell and Simmons both getting past Ilya Berezkin. Baglin and Villapiana getting past Yuri Levar as well. So they're all stepping up the order here, and there you can see that fighting still happening here. Villapiana looking to the inside. At the exit, not quite happening. That allows the likes of Baglin just to squeeze through, and Levar also getting through. A lot of big movers here from the back of the field pushing their way up. I mean, you've got people who've gained 10 places, 11 places, 15 places and 10, all inside the top 12 at this moment. There's been a real shake-up in the order of this race as we go onto the final lap of it. Anagnosiadis has been absolutely sublime at the front of this field. He's opened up the gap to 3.2 seconds after, I think you may have heard me say, if he wins this one, he leads the intermediate classifications going into the final rotation later on. And I think he's in a really good place to step up from the second row to the front row here in these races. The super heats, of course, looming tomorrow when he'll have one more race later on today when he'll be battling Group C out on track. James Anagnosiadis wins the qualifying heat B versus E and now leads the intermediate classification with 170 points to his name. Davide Battaro finishes ahead of Skender Solfakari. In that last race, gains 10 places ahead of Devon Waltz, 11 places. Dan Alleman gains 6 and finishes inside the top 5. Francois Cadal and Luca Sell across the line. Angelina Simmons finishes in P8. Ilya Berezkin finishes 9. Noah Baglin just squeezes inside the top 10.
Yuri Livar, Endo Arata, William Marshall, Valerio Villapiana and Oscar Gallen take you to your top 15. And then Vladimir Ivanikov, Gabriel Canal, Mika Runitz, Lillian Scarborough and Marco Gast fought hard to try and get inside of your top 20, which they all managed to achieve. Tough stuff though for Gast and Hernandez as well. Both of those drivers losing out on a number of positions. 2 of your drivers that really did fall short within that race. Not too much drama though for the rest of our field within that one. We only had 3 drivers that failed to finish. Those drivers being from P28 downwards and including Nikola Okuman, Mateusz van der Kerkhoff and Benjamin Maniak. There you can see on your screen then the conclusion of that qualifying heat classification, your last qualifying heat of this morning's rotation before we head into our lunch break and then into this afternoon's long run of heats again.
Indeed. Well, not too long. Only one full rotation where it will see 1 or 2 groups go out twice. I think Group D will be out twice later on. They've not had many races. But as you can see, the sun is shining just behind us out the door. We're going to enjoy some of that sunshine in a moment while we take about a half-an-hour break. We'll be back at around 2:25 for the next of those qualifying heats that will start that last rotation. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland. We will see you in a few moments. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Live coverage of the Champions of the Future, round 1 in 2026 here, live from La Conca in southern Italy, that I happen to just translate into English, which translates to the basin. So basically the sink, really, because we've been drowning in water so far this weekend, but that has gone away. The sun now shining here in southern Italy, ready for the last 10 races of the day. These 10 races will determine who goes through to those superheats tomorrow, who will send home before those superheats, and of course who will make it into that final. We will wait to see what will happen. But coming up next is the juniors, groups D versus F. Now for groups D and F, this will be their last 2 races of the day, and for Maxim Bobrojov now, his first chance to start on the pole side of the grid. He's been starting on that outside line towards turn 1. This time he has got that inside line, and he'll be joined by, once again, Leon Shelidze, joining him on that front row of the grid, and certainly will be an important race for the Georgian driver, who has certainly been caught out with many an incident today. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland back in the box. Nicole, last 10 races, certainly we're going to see who is going to be pushed through into tomorrow's superheats.
Yeah, of course, this is crunch time now for our drivers. Of course, in our senior grid, 90 competitors overall, within the juniors 93. So we're going to see a number of drivers not even make it to our superheats in tomorrow. And one of those drivers that will feel that pressure, will feel that crunch time moment, is, of course, Leon Shelidze. You just said it, Anthony, difficult results for the Georgian driver so far. We saw a moment with him near the fence earlier on in qualifying heats. Now he needs to try and pick things up to qualify into that all-important day of superheats and finals tomorrow. But of course, for now, eyes and ears back on your qualifying heats. 10 more to go. 14 this morning in those rotations of what was quite difficult conditions for our drivers, swapping between both dry and wet conditions. But now we know that this race will absolutely be dry, and it will be 15 degrees out there for our drivers.
Absolutely beautiful day to go racing now compared to this morning. As engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Fresh after the lunch break, we will see who will be starting where, as the conditions now absolutely optimal for the drivers as they head out onto the circuit. Maxim Bobrojov, as we said earlier on, starting this one on pole position. He'll be joined by Leon Shelidze on that front row of the grid. Remy Samchek and Jonas Pundis go from row number 2. They'll see Lenny Makinen and Savile Kage on row number 3. Yasin Cosmopoulos and Nicolo Perico on row number 4. They will see the likes of Martin Bertolucci and Ava Lawrence on row 5. Mark Lumitz and Denny Babacek on row number 6. Marek Zavric and Miguel Manzano go from row 7 with Mason Robertson and Francisco Roja on row number 8.
Drivers starting from your 9th row of your field. Nikita Bott will start alongside Jean Pujol. From row number 10, we have Dia Islami with Benjamin Westwood. And from row number 11, it's the USA and Sweden in the form of Mark Pilipenko and Elton Hedverse. From row number 12, Great Britain and Ireland will start alongside each other, and that's in the form of Harry Williams and Christian Kobe. And then from 13, Alexander Rost will start with Tony Cacciaferro. 14th and penultimate row of your 30 kart field will be Min Jae Kim and Oliver Spencer. And then to go racing for the first race after our lunch break, Tommaso D'Ambrosio will start alongside Guillaume Bassato.
Indeed, so a very busy race ahead of us here. Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton back on the gantry, ready to start the racing here this afternoon. And again, all pressure will be on the drivers here in their last 2 races here for Groups D. So at the end of this couple of races here for juniors and seniors, Groups D and F, that will bring a close to that full rotation of heats. Then we go into the final rotation of heats, which will start with Groups A versus C. That'll be the last races of the day for all the drivers to put in the points that they will need to get through into those superheats tomorrow. Here we go, though, for D and F. OK Junior, Max Bobrikov and Leon Shilidze in towards the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes, towards turn 1. And it's a good start for Bobrikov. Sweeps again to the outside line, switches back, gets the optimal line for turn 1. Shilidze does not get the capitalised start at the front of that field, but still has a good getaway. Samchek had a good start there. You can see one of the Ward Racings pushing through in the front there. They've had a relatively decent start from Martin Bertolacini, who has put himself up in the lead of that second train of carts. Everyone else pushing through. Shilidze diving down the inside there of the CRG of Jason Cosmopoulos and gets that move back up into the top 4.
Busy start then for the backpack of carts in our field. A couple of the drivers in the background being pushed off onto the grass, but for now it does look like we have all 30 of our drivers out on the track. No major moments in that first lap. Down in towards turn number 1, the CRG then of Jason Cosmopoulos looking like he was going to challenge the Georgian driver, but thinks against it and tucks back in. Visibly stronger there through that third turn. I want to see how the CRG battle gets out with Shilidze there. Not sure if they have switched positions, but drivers in the background switching positions. One of the Ricky Flynns in this fight getting all involved. Perico has been demoted slightly in the start of this, as Mark Lumitz once more within the dry racing. Really strong, confident starts. Through the chicane section he will go, and he finds himself sandwiched in between this fight that includes Martin Bertolacini, Lumitz, Zvaric and Perico. Down in towards turn number 6. Dean, there he goes. Mark Lumitz down the inside. Textbook move from what we're seeing this weekend from our drivers. Lumitz further up in the order.
Indeed, the Lenovo Cali Kart team driver from Estonia now on a 5-place gain here in this race. Shilidze, the next target further up the road, who at this moment is still under close competition with the drivers around. Look down the inside, there is a change for the lead. Samchek past Bobrikov, now Mäkinen squeezes through. Bobrikov first, down to third as this early laps of this race continue. Now Samchek looking like he's in control. Remy Samchek had a pretty decent race earlier on, Nicole, as well, I'm going to say. Still not inside that top 8 in the intermediate classification, as again, big moves down the inside. Nicolo Perico on the charge gets past Lumitz.
You're right, you know, Samchek did have a good previous race, but he's also experienced 2 DNFs, a huge DNF in his first qualifying heat yesterday, where he was leading but then ran himself off of the road. So I don't actually think he's going to be much of a contender when it comes to points. And, you know, maybe that's the case of why Bobrikov did actually just allow him that racing room to get through, as now at the front of the order. Big change for the race lead. Mäkinen finds his way through, gets past Samchek and invites Bobrikov closer into it. But going back to that battle, that indirect battle between Samchek and Bobrikov, Bobrikov's had a heat win. He's been in the sharp end of the order all weekend so far. He's P2 in qualifying heats points. He's going to be driving round every single one of these 16 turns, knowing actually he can just stay there, he can stay settled. He's doing enough to keep himself well within the top 5 for now. Shilidze, more drama for the Georgian driver that started on that front row, who had DNF after DNF, and now finds himself under investigation.
Well, not only just himself, but many more drivers under investigation, and not including alone Shilidze. Jonas Pundis, who started P4, is under investigation. Savale Kage, who started 6th, under investigation. Remy Samchek, who started 3rd, under investigation. Francisco Roja, who started 16th, under investigation. And Harry Williams, who started 23rd, also under investigation. Multiple drivers here will be heading to the stewards after this race.
I would potentially predict, Anthony, that was for the first couple of laps. Everybody probably, you know, P10 backwards, as Savale Kage now under investigation for starting procedure
I
infringements.
think they're all starting procedure infringements, maybe something untoward. Yeah, so all the drivers here coming up with something, and that is the latest one to come out. Jean Puer as well under investigation. So the list keeps on growing from the start of that race. Lap 6, we are on of 10. Mäkinen in the lead here. Samček down into second place. Bobrov still there. Cosmopoulos, really strong start in this one, Nicole, is somewhat closing in on these drivers up ahead. But at this moment, not close enough to really pile on the pressure. There you can see as well the fighting going on. That is the Estonian Mark Lumits on Zaric there, who's currently on a 7th place gain in P6, as Remi Samček retakes the lead at the front of the field. Mäkinen back to second.
I think Samček then is just turning up the dial, knowing that as we go into this crunch time stage of the day in this second phase of our heats, he's under some pressure, he's in some trouble. It was good in qualifying, but issues caught him out with those DNFs, and now he knows he needs a heat win. He needs a top 3 at least in here to try and hold onto some points, as Denny Babicek now is given a 5-second penalty. So Babicek, the driver racing for the TEPS racing team down there in P14, will drop well down the order, round to about 20th position for now. But of course, laps left within this race and laps left for your top 5 to continue to battle it out. Samček for Forza, out there in the front, still being put under pressure by Mäkinen, and Bobrov now under pressure by the CRG. Bobrov switches position. That's a great move by Cosmopoulos.
Yeah, indeed. Cosmopoulos immediately there signalling to Bobrov just to say, let's push forward. That one overtake lost a significant amount of time to themselves in front. However, Cosmopoulos immediately goes defensive into the hairpin. That is the opposite of what he was hoping that Bobrov was going to try and help him push forward. That's allowed Perico to close in now. So Perico joins those two to make it a group of 3. All the meanwhile, now they are 1 second behind the lead 2 of Samček and Mäkinen. So if Mäkinen starts to pile on that pressure and they start fighting, yes, it'll bring those 3 back into play. However, with the time we've got left, I think it's only going to be a 1-move overtake, if there is going to be anything, between these two, knowing that, of course, they have both got another race later on today.
Mäkinen there, really strong on the brakes, really strong on the front end as well, and visibly looks like he's trying to chase up. Body language looking really good as Perico now starts to apply some pressure to Bobrov. Perico out of the final corner, slightly tighter on the exit, side by side down the straight, but tucks back in onto that racing line and allows the Ricky Flynn to hold on to it for what will be the final lap. 3 cars wide, down the start-finish straight. That's further back in your order. Drivers getting very, very close for comfort. You can tell, Anthony, final moments of the day and maybe final moments for the weekend for some of these drivers, and they're showing us just that.
Well, they've got one more race later to go for both Groups D and F. So they have got another chance to get the points on the board, but you are right in saying that the desperation now starting to kick in for a lot of drivers here further back in the field. But at the front here, Samček and Mäkinen, with only one more corner to go, are clean and dry. Out to the final turn they go. They'll head to the line. It's going to be a photo finish, so Mäkinen may have it on the power across the line. Oh, by 0.013, it's Remi Samček who wins that race from Lenny Mäkinen. What a run that was to the checkered flag. Cosmopoulos comes away with P3 ahead of Nicolo Perico. Bobrov with his P5 puts himself up to second in the points now. 168. Sits a fair few points behind Priam Bruno. Priam Bruno, of course, will have one more race to go to add points to his name. But let's see how that will transition into those points, of course, because it all falls down to that. At the end of that one, then, Samček takes the win from Mäkinen. Cosmopoulos from Perico. Bobrov in P5 from Zaric. Then it's Puro who finishes with an 11th place gain in 7th place. Lumits from Manzano. Bertolacini from Babicek in 11th place. Kage from Robertson. From Lawrence in 14th. Westwood rounds out the top 15 from Pilapenko. Shilidze finishing that one in 17th place. Again, another tough run there for the Georgian driver, but still showcases some good points. See if he can try and get into those superheats tomorrow. For the rest of the field in that one, Christian Alexander Rust finishes in 18th place. Tommaso D'Ambrosio finishes in 19th, ahead of Francisco Roja in 20th place. Harry Williams from Dinia Izumi, Kim Min-jae from Elton Hedford, Guillaume Bassato from Tony Cachaferro, Christian Kobe from Oliver Spencer, Jonas Pundis, and Nikita Bott rounding out the 30 karts that started that race. All 30 karts finish that race. There was a last few lap moment there, a warning flag going out, unfortunately, to Denny Babacek, which will incur a in-race 5-second time penalty, which is a big shame. But there you can see your race winner, Remy Samchek, there putting a good chunk of points on the board there from starting on the third row of the grid, but of course is one of the many drivers under investigation for the start of that race. All of those drivers, including Leon Chilidze, Remy Samchek, Jonas Pundis, Savale Kage, Francisco Roja, Jean Puya, and Harry Williams, will all be heading to the stewards after that race for a quick chat. So their race and this one certainly not over yet. For the battles, though, and the highlights here, some good little fighting happened. Remy Samchek, that was his change into the lead, squeezing past Maxim Bobajov. Then the later corner, Lenny Mäkinen able to squeeze his way through. Mäkinen later on would get up into the race lead. He would push himself forward in a nice show of force, but would later drop back to second place. There was that overtake in towards turn number 8. He would squeeze his way past. Later on, though, would lose it again down at turn 15. More battles happening throughout the field. Marek Zaric having a good race there. Brought Jean Puya along for company, but again, remember, they are under investigation. Maxim Bobajov at the end of that one, though, dropping to P5. Is not the end of the world for him as he now sits second in the points. Photo finish across the line. Samchek and Mäkinen finishing by 0.013 of a second across the line at the very end of that one. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland, who's ready with some of our drivers.
Well, ready indeed then, Anthony, and ready with Remy Samchek. Remy, good race for you then. You've had a P1, a P3 and 2 DNFs. So going into that race, when you were sat on the grid, knowing that you've had some difficult results, how did that help you, push you forward and keep you on that top spot?
I mean, I was just trying to push as hard as I could. I knew I had the pace in the drive, so yeah, I was just trying to get away from everyone.
And the adjustment as well from the wet to dry conditions. For you as a driver, how have you felt that? Because it's been a quick turnaround. You've been really limited in the dry testing as well. So what has that felt like?
I mean, track is really slippery still, but yeah, I think I was doing good in that condition, so I'm happy with that.
Well, a lot to be happy about within that race, Remy. Thank you very much. We'll head back up then into our commentary box because plenty more racing left to go. Anthony, back to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, 9 races to go as we head into the last of the penultimate rotation of heats with groups DNF coming up next. We will see that very, very soon. Before then, we will take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the seniors out next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future, live here from southern Italy at the Conca International Circuit. And the sun's still shining here as we go into the last race of the penultimate rotation of qualifying heats. After this race, each group from groups A to F will get one more chance to put points on the board. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box as senior OK qualifying heat D versus F will be next out onto the circuit. Kasper Reipold and Ili Christian on the front row for this one. There is Kasper Reipold that has switched suits now. He's in one of the VDK suits at this point as he gets ready to go racing. He's had the ups and downs over the course of the day, but he is ready to go racing. And of course for him, also his first time starting on the pole side of the grid for this one. Current intermediate classification as it stands, it is James Anagnostianis who leads the way with 164 points to his name. He may have incurred a penalty then in his previous race because he had 170 at the end of that one, so he's dropped down a few spots. D Waltz, I'm pretty sure it might be Devon Waltz that is there. It might be Drew Waltz. I'll try and confirm that for you later on. Is second in the points with Francois Cadal. Yindra Peschel currently fourth. Andrea Mani, Lucas Sell, Dean Hugendorn, and Ili Christian currently sits 8th in those points. Ili Christian in this race has still got another race to go, so Ili Christian could actually still come away with 100 points to his name, which would put him on 225. So curious to see how that will happen. They saw a quick look at the marshals who have been bracing the conditions today. The rain this morning, now dealing with the glorious sunshine. But we're still only at 15 degrees temperature at the moment. Great work from the marshalling team. We couldn't go racing without them. And of course, also to the camera crew that is out there bringing you these pictures, and lovely pictures there. Chris Simpson from the north of the UK is on this camera. We brought him out to sunny Italy because he needed some sunshine, but he's only had rain so far, until now, giving us these lovely pictures of the clouds. Engines fire up as the field heads out onto the circuit. Senior OK qualifying heat D versus F. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then for the start of this race. Kasper Reipold and Ili Christian on the front row of the grid for this one. Good points are needed for both of them to get through to the superheats in a good position. Luke Kornda and William Kalija. Let's start this one on the second row of the grid. Nicholas Stanley and Liv Krutulov go from row number 3. And then we'll see Henry Domain and Asher Osteen on row number 4. Klara Kowalczyk and Bosco Arias go from row 5 with Gilles Herman and Zarif Rakal on row 6. Pietro Bagutti and Nicholas Schaufler go from row 7 with Bruno Blanco and Michael McGoy rounding out the first half of the field on row 8.
Row number 9 will invite Matteo Gallo alongside Sebastian Mins, and then from row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Louis Nunez and Victor Staumack. From 11, it's Yves Riz who needs a good result after a DNF earlier on. He's starting alongside Max Lacroix. From row number 12 then, shortly behind those drivers, it's Amin Kara Osman with Ludovico Mazzola. And then from 13, we have Anya Lavar starting alongside Max Wayland. 14th row of your field will invite Vanessa Schilkenator and Luigi Coluccio. And rounding out your field, 15 rows in total, 30 seniors to get us going. It's Elias Ebersdobler with Peter Stiller.
Indeed. Well, look forward to seeing how this one will go. Well, I said earlier on that maybe Anagnostianis got a penalty in his previous race. I am wrong in saying that when he finished third. No penalty applied, but yeah, I thought he won that race, and yeah, he had 170, but now he does have 170 again, so not sure what happened there. Right, anyway, but it's still the case that Anagnostianis leads the points now, apparently on my screen with 170 points out of D. Waltz. Then it's Cadel, Peschel, Mani, Sell, Hugendorn, and now Hernandez that is there with 126. So again, just outside of that is Christian. Reipold, of course, will be a little further down in that one. So again, bit of work to be done here, but it's not impossible for any one of these drivers who's had a tough day to squeeze into those superheats. What might be the challenge is getting from that superheat, of course, into the final. But of course, the chance to race tomorrow is still a chance to race another day here in the Champions of the Future as we head into the final turns now to start this race. Kasper Reipold of Poland, Ili Christian of Canada set the pace here. VDK versus Tony Kart. into the tram lines. As we get ready to go racing, it's lights out, fights on towards turn 1. Christen round the outside's had a brilliant start. He's going to try and hold on to second place, but he has to slot down to third. Conca goes through, Reipold holds the lead, as in the background there, 2 of the MPs going wheel to wheel for 4th and 5th place. That's most likely Nicola Stanley and Henry Domain fighting. They've both managed to get past the likes of Lev Krutulov in the energy course that has somewhat gone down in the order as he goes wheel to wheel with the Paralin and the 211 machine that is also trying to get involved. It might actually be one of the other drivers who's there. It's William Collegian, the 271. He's fighting with, it certainly is, and they've managed to squeeze through, and he's got past up into that position. But now the rest of the field slot through into the lead. It is still Reipold that leads the way into the hairpin, as the rest of the field trail behind.
Good run of results so far this weekend for Illy Christian. Sat there P3 in that Tony kart. Casper Reipold and Luke Cordner have both had DNFs come into play to their weekend so far, as just shortly behind the 2 MPs going side by side and assisted by Clara Kowalczyk there. That's Henry Domain, Nicola Stanley and Kowalczyk. Almost deja vu from what we saw in their previous race, as Kowalczyk goes up the inside and makes the move stick for P5. But going to this battle, which has now changed again, as Luke Cordner is now your race leader ahead of Reipold and Illy Christian, who's got through. You know, for the likes of Illy Christian, those drivers ahead of him, only Cordner now, that DNF for him is going to throw him off points-wise. So I'm sure Illy will be thinking that and knowing that when it comes to your heats point standings, he's not a direct competitor. Cordner leads the way then, ahead of Christian, Reipold, Domain, Kowalczyk, Lev Krutulov back now to where he started, ahead of Nicola Stanley, who's dropped 2 positions, and William Kalesia, who's now down by 4 places, as this is quickly turning into a nice little fight there. Henry Domain now all over the back of Casper Reipold, inviting in Clara Kowalczyk as well. So Domain, his first year of OK racing or off the road. That's one of the fusions and one of the MPs. So we've got the 245 and the 232 off the road. Yves Riz, who had a DNF earlier on, that is him off, and I believe that could be Max Wayland as well, who find themselves parked near that final corner. Big Sen's down the inside. Domain's got past and has brought through Clara Kowalczyk, as well as Lev Krutulov.
It's Yves Riz and Matteo Gallo that have gone off there. Max Whelan's with Kart Republic. This was an MP and a fusion off the road. Those 2 drivers become the latest 2 retirements after Gilles Herman dived into the pit lane in lap 1. I just saw that at the top of the screen where he dived in and retired from the race. This moment here down the inside, good move there by Nicola Stanley on Reipold. That's a change for 6th place. And is now a good step up through the order. Stalmack, Victor Stalmack, under investigation, start procedure infringement. Nicola Stanley on a charge here now, Nicole. That's another place gained. Lev Krutulov now also overtaken.
Yeah, Lev Krutulov really has found something within this race. I think after that result yesterday, where he fell short, didn't manage to pull off a good result. He's pulling something out of the bag, and he's just done it again down the inside at turn number 3. That's another move for Krutulov. This time it's on Luke Cordner. And again, Clara Kowalczyk, really, really tactical decisions for her right now. She's just allowing the drivers ahead, the likes of Henry Domain and Lev Krutulov, to do all of the work for her. You know, shuffle those drivers ahead of her, out her way, and make those overtakes stick.
Yeah, indeed. So Christen leads the way from Domain, Krutulov from Kowalczyk, Conca from Stanley, Arias there as well. This is that moment between Yves Riz and Matteo Gallo. Oh, it just looked like one was going very slowly there. Was it Riz that went slowly? Gallo into the back, nowhere to go there. Very interesting moment down at turn 7. But back with the live pictures here, on to lap number 6. Christen still leads. The gap's only half a second at the moment. Illy Christian under pressure from Henry Domain, but it's Lev Krutulov who's piling on more pressure here on Domain for 2nd place. This is the fight for P2 now on your screen as they make their way in through the chicane for the next time. But then you've got Kowalczyk, Conca. Then you've got this big battle happening in the background. Bosco, Arias, Schaufler, Kalesia, Reipold all fighting for position. There is Stanley at the front of that train right now, trying to defend from these now, but Bosco Arias looking to the inside, thinks against it after Stanley is trying to push forward as hard as he possibly can. Arias this time down the inside at turn number 3 and 4. Gets it done and squeezed off the road. There goes the DPK of Schaufler. Schaufler going backwards in the order. He's not going to be too happy with that one, and I think that side pod may have come loose because of that one. You can see it there. The right-hand side pod on that DPK has detached from the rear side, and unfortunately, they might keep it out there now if it stays attached, but there might be a technical flag coming the way of that DPK.
Yeah, of course, we've still got plenty of laps left to go, so if it's the case that Schaufler clips a curb or gets to a point of the circuit where the elevation is slightly different and it just manages to drag the bottom of that pod and pop it off, he's going to find himself in a spot of bother when it comes to technical flags. Let's focus on what's going on ahead of him. Krutulov still managing to chase down, still closing in on Ili Christian, especially with fastest laps. Klara Kowalczyk not letting off, and she's not allowing Henry Domain any room to breathe, is absolutely on the tail end of that MP in front of her. Kowalczyk as well within this race has promoted herself up the order within the qualifying heats points. Now currently sits in P7 behind Peschel, as behind those two drivers. We've got a change between the two Ricky Flynns, as Bosco Arias now fighting his way through. Arias and Luke Corner both experiencing DNF so far within these qualifying heats, and now settling it out as down the inside, Klara Kowalczyk now breaks inside of the top 3. A change between her and Henry Domain. Great move, great car control. Klara looking really strong indeed.
Certainly so, as this race nearing its conclusion. Kowalczyk here could be latching on to the back of the drivers in front. There is another overtake down the inside. Kalesia now on Conca. That is a change for 6th place. Stepping up through the field. Chrisen under pressure now. Race lead. This is it. Down the inside. Krutulov wasting no time there. Sends it down the inside at turn 15. Takes the lead away. Chrisen, though, will not give that one up. Stays in the slipstream at this point and latches on to the back of Krutulov. I can imagine that Chrisen was just keeping the tyres in check here. Remember, a lot of these drivers will have a fresh set of tyres to deploy here. How they want to deploy them. They'll have a fresh half set here to deploy at this moment. Only one driver in this race has deployed them in the form of Ludovico Mazzola. Mazzola at the moment is in P20. He's on a 4-place gain, but it's not benefited him too much in this one. So maybe our drivers thinking they are saving the tyres for tomorrow, and that's why we're seeing Chrisen not push as hard in that late stage of this race. But Krutulov takes the lead from Chrisen. Kowalczyk still there in 3rd place. A lot of real estate between themselves and her. One car diving off in the background.
Schaufler.
That will be Nicholas Schaufler, of course, after that rear or side podder has come off. And yes, I did see a technical flag come out. Big moves down the inside. It's William Kalesia once again on the move, this time past Henry Domain for P5.
Yeah, Kalesia then, one of those drivers that's made a team change over the winter, now heads into the senior grid for 2026, was a junior previously and now is leading around. Fell short in the early stages of this race and fell short yesterday as well with DNFs in the rain, but now is trying to fight his way back through to salvage some points. Through the chicane section of the circuit, these drivers will go, and Kalesia has broken away from Henry Domain now, who visibly looks like in this stage of the race is just tailing off ever so slightly. Not tailing off though, Lev Krutulov, half a second now between him and Ili Christian, but it doesn't massively affect Ili in the terms of those points. Still climbing the points order. P2 now, of course, to James Anagnostiadis, who are yet to see after the lunch break. But going into the final lap, Lev Krutulov, a fantastic job within this race to climb up 5 positions, will now enter into the second part of the circuit with Ili Christian 6/10 behind him in that Tony kart. The Energy Course driver, though, coming into this season as a veteran, as a driver, as a name at the front, will see that checkered flag to take what will be a qualifying heat win ahead of Ili Christian, and a great drive by Klara Kowalczyk.
Certainly so. Betters her result of P5 from earlier on now to finish in P3. Krutulov, though, first win of the weekend in those qualifying heats, and it came in the form of that final race, which puts him nice and high up in that order. With that, Christian now sits on 169 intermediate classification points, 1 point behind James Alegnosiadis. Both James and Christian still have one more race to go today, and that is going to be the ultimate fight to see who's going to be starting on pole position. We look forward to those last races. D. Walters finishing that one in third. Well, he says third in the points out of Henry Domain, who now steps up to fourth. Klara Kowalczyk steps up to sixth in the intermediate classifications with still one more race to go. There's your full results on your screen. Krutulov from Christian, Kowalczyk from Bosco Arias, Kalija from Domain, Corner from Stanley, McGoy and Blanco lock out the top 10 from Asher Osteen, Sebastian Mins, Tarifa Akal from Kasper Reipold, Luigi Coluccio was your biggest mover in that race. Total 13 places ahead of Max Wieland, who gained 10 places in that race. Victor Stalmack from Armancari Osman gaining 5. Ludovico Mazzolo also gaining 5 and finishing in P19. Louis Nunes in 20th place, finishes ahead of Max Acquire from Pietro Baguti. Peter Stiller, who gained 7 places in that race after a team change this year, VDK to MP Motorsport, finishes racing 23rd place out of Lillis Herbers Doppler, and Anya Lavar in 25th place. Vanessa Schilkaneta with DPK running in 26th place. The retirements, Schaufler, Yves Rees, Matteo Gallo and Gilles Herman right at the very start of that race. There's your race winner, Lev Krutulov. After a very good end of season last year, we saw him dominate quite well in Kristianstad in Sweden with the Energy Course team. We see him once again at the start of this season here in La Conca, fighting fit as well. The start of the race, the highlights here, Reipold breaking away very well, but Christian, the best start we've seen from that outside row, Nicole. Everyone else seemingly has fallen right back into the pack. Christian not doing so.
No, absolutely not. And I think that's coming into play now as the dry line starts to form all over the circuit. Of course, that wider line completely dry now, so that anti-pole side not struggling as much. And that is what you saw from Ili Christian. Your driver to be then within that race, of course, was Lev Krutulov, who fought through the field and fighting hard. Further in the background was drivers like Bosco Arias, Klara Kowalczyk, Nicholas Stanley and Henry Domain. Kowalczyk was this point in the race that she, I think, decided and actually realised I can allow the drivers ahead of me to do the hard work and I can just pick off some positions. This was the moment then when we lost the MP and the Fusion driver. Ivris and Matteo Gallo were those two drivers that took each other off onto the grass and made themselves 2 out of 4 of those race retirements. Lev Krutulov then found that turn number 16 was one of those highlights for him, overtook the likes of Luke Claudner, and this is when Klara Kowalczyk did open up that gap as well and follow through nicely. Claudner and Arias were fighting throughout pretty much the entire race, and this was the moment that the weekend went from bad to worse for Nicholas Schaufler, of course, off onto the grass and just lifted up that side pod, which ultimately led to a race retirement. Kasper Reipold was challenged time and time again throughout that race, despite starting on pole position. Reipold then did finish relatively okay, but not what he would have expected when taking to that first corner on the first lap. The Ricky Flynns had plenty to say to each other, but this was the point for me, Anthony. This was the highlight for Klara Kowalczyk's heats that she betters. It was a P5 for her earlier on, but manages to convert it into a P3. And this was that race-winning moment for Lev Krutulov, where he overtook Ili Christian and then extended his gap to 0.8 of a second. Kalija then also one of those drivers fighting fit through the field, but did ultimately lose a position, finished off P6.
Indeed. Well, across the line, Krutulov, though, claiming that win after a gain of 5 places and clear by 0.8 of a second. Certainly a well-deserved one there as we head now into the final rotation of qualifying heats. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with that last rotation very soon.
Let's start with the Play Seat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around. So actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners. And likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving. So I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Playseat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. The Playseat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here. You have not, well, if you're only just joining us, you've missed quite a bit, but don't worry, you're just in time to watch the full final rotation of qualifying heats. This is crunch time now for the fields. Groups A versus C are the next one to head out onto the track. This will be the last time we see the OK Juniors Groups A out. Oh, no, it's not actually. I completely lied. Groups A and C are both out again later on today. So I'm completely telling porky pies on this one. So Groups A and C have both got 2 races to go. So everything I've said building up to this one is absolute rubbish. Right, anyway, Antonio Ianni is on there in pole position. In his penultimate chance to score some points. The last rotation, I will confirm, comes after these 2 races. There we go. That's what I meant to say earlier on. Savelodo Sachi-Sablowski going from that front row of the grid as well. You can see him there on the right-hand side of your screen in that Koski Motorsport liveried machine. Julian Frasnelli, again, back right behind the likes of Antonio Ianni. Again, he has been a consistent figure in the top of the points in this one. Actually currently sits 8th in the intermediate classification going into this race. A win here bumps him very high up in that order. And in fact, I think would take the lead by only 4 points, if my maths serves me correctly. Right then, as we go into this race, well, let's take you through that full starting lineup. Conditions still absolutely perfect for the field, for which Antonio Ianni will start on pole position. Savelodo Sachi-Sablowski joins him on that front row of the grid. Julian Frasnelli and Alex Malota go from row number 2. Giacomo Justo goes alongside Oivo Venturato on row number 3. They'll be joined by Leo Gorski, had a really good race earlier on, alongside Olivier Sini as well. Will Green and Oscar Nivoli go from row number 5. They will see Felipe Sanchez and Max Veld on row number 6. Gilles Halfay joins Henry Constant Kumpin on row 7 with Liam Nashuati and Alexandre Point on row number 8.
Row number 9 will welcome Nuvala Morales alongside Zavre Dudkovsky, and then from row number 10 we have Buana Gisese with Aurelien Lumaire. 11 will invite Mark Quesada and Daniel Ferraria, and from 12, Stan Ratajski will start alongside Alexander Lejenki. 13, Albert Tam with Juan Garfiate, and from 14 we'll see Xavier Lazaro alongside Emerson McAndrew-Uren. 15, Samuel Hugon with Michelle Orlando, and from row number 16, your final row of your field, Julia Angelard will have Rocco Simone with company.
Building was shaking there in the commentary box. I don't know why that was. Maybe someone coming up the stairs quite vigorously, probably to tell me off that I got the groups wrong. Right, anyway, but we're ready to go for this one. And again, looks like all drivers are out there, which is good to see. It's at this point of the weekend, Nicole, you do not want to have any mechanical gremlins. You don't want to be losing out on a race like this because, you know, your chain guard fell off or a side pod fell off before your race even started. That's not what you want at all. So all cards are out there, which is good to see. Groups A versus C then for Antonio Ianni, who again is looking to see if he can try and capitalise in this position. Frasnelli, though, has been a thorn in his side throughout these races, who starts right behind him, but it will be Sachi-Sablowski who will try and get the run into turn 1, into the tram lines. We're racing towards turn 1. And again, Ayani goes through. Soslovsky dumps down into the field. It looks like Giacomo Justo getting up to 3rd place. A good start for him there behind Frasnelli and Ayani, who hold on to 1st and 2nd for the 2 Tony karts. It's a little bit feisty in the background there, 3 wide as they exit out to the final section. You can see there some of the drivers going all the way backwards, and it looks like it's not been a good start for 1 or 2 of the drivers. Unfortunately, we'll have to get back through that order, but crucially at the front here, Nicole, relatively decent start from the field. Everyone looking pretty comfortable here.
It's been some great race starts then for the likes of Will Green, who's instantly jumped into the sharp end of your field, currently P5 as up at the front. Frasnelli there with Iani, those 2 drivers, 1 and 2 once more, like they were earlier on, side by side. In towards the first corner, allows Will Green to snake his way through. 2 for the price of 1 for Will Green through that first corner. Finds his way past the likes of Gorski. Their great reading of the road ahead of him, as Frasnelli and Iani are gifted a slight bit of Italian real estate out there in the front for the Tony Kart team. But expect those 2 drivers, if the story is anything like what we saw earlier on, they will start fighting, as we've had a retirement out there, I believe, for Samuel Hugon, the CRG driver, who dives into the pit lane and will go no further. Through the chicane section, these drivers will go once more. 3rd sector for these drivers, late and hard on those brakes for Will Green, really barreling some really good speed into that final corner to try and chase down these 2 who now go into the first corner. Frasnelli and Iani, 0.3 of a second between those, being chased down by the Prema Kart Republic.
I've got a feeling that Frasnelli and Antonio Iani may have had a talking to after their previous race. Yes, because what was the one thing that you saw in that last race they were in together versus this race, Nicole?
You don't want to battle too much with your teammate because you don't want to crash with your teammate.
Exactly, and that and falling into the clutches of the drivers behind. So I think that word has sunk in amazingly, and they are still in the lead of this race. Now, the gap is opening up between the 2 of them. It's about half a second. The fighting is getting closer just behind as Leo Gorski battling away with Alex Malota currently further back. And you can see that battle going away from them. Now, Will Green still holding on to 3rd place, is still trying to close in, but the gap at one point, it's about 1 second between Will Green and Iani as it stands. This fighting, though, still kicking off. Olivieri Sini in the background as Malota gets back past Gorski as the 2 switch places once more.
I don't know if you'd agree with me, Anthony, but Malota this year really looks like he's come into the field with some good pace and with some good progression over the winter. Of course, took an on-track win yesterday, has had wins today, and is now currently P4, and points-wise looking really strong in that P3. Has jumped up into P3 with 176 points to his name, but he's still, for now, behind the likes of Priyan Bruno, who we'll see again later on, and Julian Frasnelli, who is our race leader. But unfortunately, as I've called his name, he has been given a 5-second in-race time penalty. That is Alex Malota, the driver in P4. 5 seconds will tumble him instantly down the order to around about P15. But that's only for now, of course. We're only at the 50% mark of this race, which is heating up for drivers further back in the field. That's the likes of Nuvalo Morales getting all involved with 6 places gained.
Yeah, this is the battle, I believe, for 7th place downwards. Giacomo Justo, Savaloda Soslovsky, Venturata there as well, Lagenki and Morales, who are all involved in that one. And Savaloda Soslovsky is now just tumbled down to 11th place because of that. And yeah, indeed, very busy little battles happening through there as they head through. Action happening here. That's one of the Ricky Flynns battling away across the line. And yes, indeed, I think that might be Liam Nashawati and Ascari Volley battling away. Ascari Volley getting some of the moves done, but you can just see there in the background even more fighting going on, because that is Lagenki getting past Oiva Venturata for position.
Well, that's the Paralin and the Charles Leclerc driver in this battle, getting very close for comfort, and we've just seen the driver lose out and now get swallowed up into this pack, which includes, of course, Sanchez, Kumpen, Valle, all led by Nuvalo Morales. through that third sector. These drivers will head once more as Giacomo Giusto is the driver leading this one round. And now you can tell, Anthony, now you can tell we're at that point of the day where all of these drivers are desperate to get some points on the board. They're thinking about superheats tomorrow. You can tell they're thinking about it on the entrance towards turn number 1, where again they go side by side. No overtakes really going on into that first corner. Of course, these drivers on the limiter as they head down the start-finish straight. A really long run from that final corner down in towards turn 1, which makes overtaking really difficult. But it does open things up, like into turn number 3, where we just saw a number of moves go on. Eyes and ears back on this one, though. Sini and Malotta switch positions. Sini has now found his way past and sits in P4.
Yeah, indeed, and moving up the field nicely. Antonio Ianni has done a brilliant job in second place so far, but he is being closed in. Will Green is closing in. The current Republic Motorsport driver in that Prema liveried machine is starting to get involved. There is Olivier Sini, who's just got that move done on Malotta. Of course, Malotta with that 5-second time penalty. This fight here, though, is what we want to see for Antonio Ianni. This is his best race position he has been in so far over the course of the weekend. He has been struck with some pretty tough race results after a fantastic qualifying for him. Of course, the pole position sitter in this one has just been feeding backwards, and it's happened here down the inside for Will Green, but that's not to be worried about. This is still a really strong position for Ianni. If he can stick with Will Green, he may even be able to catch up to Frasnelli, but the gap's open up to 2.3 seconds, and we're going on to the last laps of the race here, and it's not, I think, going to be doable for him. But if he can hold on to a third place here, he can hold his head up high of a good race result.
Well then, in 2025, of course, Prema took that championship win with the form of Noah Baglin. So Will Green has some big boots to try and fill, but so far looks like he is doing that. P2 for him. He won't chase up to the back of Frasnelli now with that 2.5-second lead out there, but he will promote himself up the points order. Was P6 going into this race, has now jumped up past Santiago Diaz de la Vega for that P5. Head over the shoulder, sees that Antonio Ianni is still right there, as is his teammate of Sini, but now will enter into the first sector to tick off these laps. Frasnelli, though, out in the front, unbothered by this, unbothered by that battle. The Tony Kart driver, great job to add to his tally of wins. I think now, Anthony, 3 wins for Julian.
Yeah, indeed. Adds some good points to his names and does take the lead of the intermediate classifications. I'm scared. Oh, there, breakdown for Navalent Morales, the 100 machine of Spain. For Birol will go no further on this final lap. Such a shame there. Question is, though, will there be any action here for second and third place? Well, Sini's going to try it, but it's not going to happen. Frasnelli crosses the line, takes the 50 points, leads the intermediate classification into the final rotation for them, which we are now heading towards, of course, with the last senior race coming up very soon before that final rotation. Will Green takes second, and that one there for Antonio Ianni. His best result so far in these points. A great job there in the end ahead of Olivier Sini. Alex Malotta from Leo Gorski. Oiva Venturata finishing in 7th ahead of Giacomo Giusto. Alexander Legenki, a 15-place gain makes him the biggest mover in this race. 15 gained, he started 24th, he finishes 9th. A great run there, just ahead of Mark Caseda, who finishes that race in P10. An 11th place gain for him as well. A great race indeed. Osachi Sadlowski, at the end of that one, 11th place ahead of Henry Konstantin. Stan Rajanski, also a great run there, 10 places gain ahead of Xavier Lazaro. A 13th place gain to finish in P14. Nachawati doesn't gain or lose any places, stays in P15, so a solid result there ahead of Sanchez, Jiaofui and Tam. Ganciase from Felder, then it is Point, McAndrew from Simone, then it's Aurelien Lemaire, Julia Angelard, Michelle Orlando, Sarah Xavier Dukowski from Ascari Volley, Daniel Ferreira and Bawana Jesese as well, finishing in 30th place. Morales and Hugon retirement at the end of that race, which is such a shame for Samuel Hugon. He had attached his fresh tyres aboard that kart and retired on the first lap. So thankfully, I think they won't be too badly damaged. So he'll have those for that next race later on there. Julian Frasnelli, I think, happy with that result. Adds to his tally. Now sits with 188 points. And there I can imagine very upset Navala Morales after that breakdown out there on that final lap of the race. Here's a look at some of the highlights from that one. Very dramatic start for it, and you can see here how the Koski kart just didn't get away there. Sassilovsky jumping down the order immediately, falling into about 5th, 6th, 7th place at the end of that one. Frasnelli taking an early lead in towards turn 15. He would break away. There was the retirement from Samu Hugon with those fresh tyres adorned his card, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. Then we saw the likes of Navala Morales having a good little race there, fighting up through the field, got up into the mid-pack and was looking really, really comfortable there after a good start to the race, and such a shame that that kart would grind to a halt later on. Big overtakes happening at this point. Giacomo Justo getting involved in the battles, or Venturata all around in that area. Alexander Legenki would close in at that point. Alex Malota as well also involved. This was that change for second place. Will Green had eventually caught up to Antonio Ianni, who'd done a brilliant job to hold on to second place. And there it was, the kart just grinding to a halt at the end of the last lap and just squeezed out of the main pack there. And Navala Morales, absolute disaster. And oh dear, that's going to be a nose cone penalty if I've ever seen one. It's one of the Paralins going very slowly. The number 77 of Ascari Volley there, unfortunately, tumbling all the way down at that last lap to 28th place. Across the line, though, Julian Frasnelli would take another race win to put himself in the lead of the intermediate classification points, heading now into the final rotation after this next senior race, with groups A and C for seniors coming up next, and then it will be groups D and E, A and F, and then B and C. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland. But we'll take a little time to talk about that one because at this moment, like we say, A and C is all done. The seniors will be coming up very, very soon for their 12-lap race. And I do believe now we can head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, this time we are ready, and we're ready with Will Green. Will, great race out there for you. A P2 in the end after you fought your way through. Looks like some good racing and some good overtaking opportunities. That move for you on Antonio Ianni, can you talk us through it?
Yeah, I drove the chicane quite well, and then I got a good run into the last corner. I was quite far back, but that was one of my only opportunities, so I had to take it, and it worked out, so yeah, I'm happy.
And of course, this year for you is year 2 with Kart Republic, year 2 with Williams, and going into this season, first event, do you feel like you've brought with you more experience, and are you feeling a bit more confident than maybe you would have 12 months ago?
Yeah, for sure. I think second year, there's always a bit more expectation, and I had a good weekend at Franciacorta. I started 18th and finished second. I think when you have a good result, you always have a bit more confidence, so yeah, I'm happy and confident.
Well, plenty to be happy about with a race like that, Will. Thank you very much. Plenty more to come up. Anthony Jordan, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme. S&D clean-up operation underway to recover those tyres. The last race of the penultimate rotation, that is what's coming up next. We'll take a short break. Seniors A and C is out next. back, ladies and gentlemen, to Champions of the Future here in La Conca. Just a few more races to go before the end of the day. Senior Group A and C is about to head out onto the circuit. That will be the last race before we start the final rotation of heats. Now I can say that I can confirm. With this one, after this, we'll have Group C and E, A and F, and then B and C to round out the day. The sun's still shining on the grid. Slick tyres all around here for the field as we get ready to go racing. And here, heading out onto the track, Jindra Peschel, who finds himself back on the front spot of the grid for his penultimate race of the day. Current look at the intermediate classification for the seniors, of course. Anagnostidis was the leader of those points. He still is. Chrisen sits just 1 point behind him with 169. Waltz there with 147. Domain with 144. Kadal with 141. Kowalczyk with 139. Peschel and Mani 138 and 135. Wow, the temperature's getting on there. Dan Ashton's even taken off his fleece out there. It's getting mighty warm, I guess. On the track there. Andrea Mani just having the last few checks to his race equipment, his shoes going on, and he gets himself seated and ready to go. The Monegasque certainly looking forward to seeing what he can achieve in this race. Of course, he sits currently 8th in that intermediate classification point, and a win here would give him a good chunk of points. He would lead by 15 going into that final rotation. So Andrea Mani still, if he wins this one, of course, technically, points leader. There is Oliver Kinmark of Sweden. He's getting themselves ready to go and looking forward to seeing what he can achieve here. Kinmark at this moment not inside the top 8 in the intermediate classification, but is certainly going to be a driver to watch out for in the Superheats and that all-important final on Sunday in the senior category. So we look forward to that one. It's been a long day for the Marshals. You can't give them any room to take a break. Looks like they have had a long old day out there, all of them sitting down ready for that next race before they speak into life a little bit, and spark into life, I should say, out there. Right then, speaking of sparking into life, here come the karts. The seniors are out on track. Qualifying heat A versus C. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland back in the box as we get ready to go for this. Now the last race of the penultimate rotation. I'm getting it right now, Nicole, I swear. Right, here's your grid. Jindra Peschel, pole position, joined by Andrea Mani on that front row of the grid. Oliver Kinmark and Dean Hugendorn this time for Group C, starting from the outside of those front 2 rows. Isaac Sayer and Thomas Pradir, they go from row number 3. They'll have Michael Gorecki and Archie Owen on row number 4. Zach Green and Clovis Nougaret going from row number 5. Tobias Jenny and Zach Drummond go from row 6. Drummond, of course, who was also a driver who's quite high up in that order. Could be one to watch out in this race. Drew Waltz and Jean-Matteo Rousseau joining on that 7th row of the grid. Daniel Picorni and Gavin Adam round out the first 8 rows.
Row number 9 will look like Evan Purcell alongside Egon Pedrotti, and then from row number 10 we have Luke Tal with Rafael Bussato. 11, Antonio Coccianello with Filippo Sala, and then from 12, Aston Sharp will be looking at Manuel Miguez. 13, Marcel Matijwicz with Peter Gorecki, and then from row number 14, Rafael Bullard will see Mariano Lopez. 15 rows in total for this OK qualifying heat, of course, Groups A versus C, and it's rounded out by Gustavo da Silva and Nicola Frigg.
Indeed. Well, just looking at tyres, it's been reported to me once again. We've got 2 sets out there, or 2 half sets, I will say. Isaac Sayer has deployed a set on the left-hand side of his kart. He starts this one on the 3rd row of the grid. Gustavo da Silva starts right at the back of the grid on row 15 alongside Nicola Frigg. Also has deployed tyres on the left-hand side of the kart. So for this, the penultimate race of the day for the senior category groups A and C. A lot of those drivers possibly waiting until the last race of the day. Maybe a lot of them waiting for the Superheats tomorrow to deploy those tyres. We'll have to wait and see. As we get ready to go racing, we exit out of the final turn. Once more, pace dictated by Jindra Peschel and Andrea Mani as we enter into the tram lines. The sun is shining as lights are out and fights on towards turn 1. And again, solid start there for the inside row. Peschel, Kinmark, Sayer get through. Mani has to slot back into position. In fact, Mani's gone down to about 4th place. Little wide there in the background for 1 or 2 karts. There's one kart going very wide all the way to the back of the grid. Looks like it's possibly one of the Kart Republics. It is, and I believe that may have been Tobias Jenny, who's gone down right to the back of the field.
Well, Zach Green was muscled out at the start, but his Jamie Green Racing teammate of Isaac Sayer still very much within the sharp end of your order. Down through towards the chicane section of the circuit, your front pack will fight. And through turn number 16, we'll shortly be able to take you through who your top 5 are. As Zach Drummond down through turn number 16 pulls off a textbook move. Jindra Peschel then is your race leader ahead of Oliver Kinmark. Isaac Sayer up by 2 positions to sit in P3 ahead of Dean Hugendorn and Andrea Mani. Mani then not the start to this race he would have expected, has tumbled down, and further in the background, more drivers under some pressure. Now I think that was Clovis Nougrade, the CRG, being hustled out there by the Ricky Flynn.
For every position, though, that Andrea Mani can take back in this race, he will move up in terms of points in his intermediate classification fight to start on pole position for the Superheats tomorrow. So this is still going to be a very important race. Down the inside, Dean Hugendorn gets the move done on Isaac Sayer. Remember, Sayer's got a brand new set of tyres, but look at this now. Andrea Mani's going to capitalise it. Not 1, maybe even 2. No, just the one of them gets past Hugendorn and steps up now into 4th place. And again, increases the points, closes the gap down. However, Isaac Sayer's got something to say about that as he continues to defend that position away from Andrea Mani, who continues to keep attacking for that position and successfully does so. Hugendorn gets through as well. Isaac Sayer on this fresh set of tyres drops back even more, and Mani now increases those points, closes the gap down to Jindra Peschel, who is still in this lead with an 8/10 lead and advantage from the rest of the field.
Juan Mateo Russo then under investigation within this race. Russo further down in the order, P11 currently, and will be staring at the back of this fight. Hugendorn, Sayer in there. Mani is still very much within it as well. Zach Drummond still trying to bite the bullet, like you said, Anthony, down towards turn number 3. Moves are on for Zach Drummond. Muscles out. Andrea Mani now gets into P5. As Mani just seeming to struggle slightly when in the pack of karts. Drummond deploying some of that experience he would have added to last year when he was in the sharp end, as now Mani loses another position, this time to the Tony Kart of Thomas Pradier.
Well, with that overtake, Andrea Mani tumbles down to now 5th in the points. Hugendorn up to 3rd, is now joint with James Anagnostiidis on those points. So it is still going to be incredibly close, but at the moment it is Peschel who is effectively the points leader here in this intermediate classification, now clear by 18 points from Anagnostiidis and Hugendorn, who of course will both have one more race to go after this one. Chain guard there. Ooh. That's off a Birrell, I think. If he lifts it up, yes, it's off a Birrell. So which Birrell is that missing off? That is a great question because there are many out there, Nicole.
Change again between Mani and Pradier out at sector number 2 then. Mani has made his switch with the Tony Kart once more. A comfortable switch as well into turn number 16. Pradier does not return the favour, but the battling going on between that duo has opened up the gap. More battling going on further in the background. Zach Green starting to get back into the fight. Waltz in front of him. That is Drew Waltz in this fight, is now down towards the first corner. Zach does get past Waltz, doesn't allow the door to open for Clovis Nougrade, but those drivers looking strong, as is Zach Drummond, who continues to pick off positions. Now, turn number 6, Drummond makes Isaac Sayer his newest victim.
Certainly does. Still a lot of changes happening around there in that mid-pack. Zach Green, Luke Tao both getting past Drew Waltz. So again, big battles happening. Halfway point of this race, though. We are on lap 6 of 12. we head down into that final turn. Big look to the inside here, and that is a nice overtake there for Dean Hugendorn on Oliver Kinmark. That's the second place. Peschel is just down the road, and Hugendorn now moves up to second in the intermediate classification, 173 points to his name. However, if Hugendorn could get past Peschel, yes, it'd be a good gain in points. He wouldn't take the points lead, however. If you can drop Peschel back into the field, this might help Hugendorn out, might help Manny out, definitely will help Anagnostiadis out for his last race, but certainly could be a very interesting turn of events here. Through the second sector they go. Still on the attack is Isaac Sayer here. Remember, he has deployed that brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of his kart. Seemingly it has helped him out there, but he's only circulating still where he started in P5. He did gain places earlier on, but he has since then lost those places as he continues to battle away here. Right on that rear bumper, runs slightly wide there. To say he's pushing hard here in the field. Action going on in the background here. Look at this fight for position. This is a 25th downwards. Gustavo da Silva, Tsejenny, Basato, Rafael and Frigg. They're all fighting for position there. But blimey, all the way down in 25th place.
Yeah, of course, those will be the drivers that are in the danger zone. Some drivers won't even qualify into those superheats tomorrow. We've got so many seniors, 90 in total. We will be saying goodbye to a number of those. Still though, the drivers at the sharp end of the order, that second pack of karts still continuing to be led by Isaac Sayer in one of his first appearances at this level of racing. His first appearance in the OK category in the Champions of the Future. Down through turn number 1, he's still leading around Oliver Kinmark and Andrea Manny, as Thomas Pradir is also in this quad, in this fight as well. Hugendorn has caught up pace-wise to Peschel. 0.8 of a second now splits up the driver out there in the front, as we'll watch a replay between Isaac Sayer for this move on the VDK of Oliver Kinmark. Great stuff by Sayer to just go really nice, really late into turn number 3, deep into the corner, and just pushes out the VDK to make sure that he can't return the favour into the following parts of the lap. Turn number 16 ticked off by our front pack. Still no change. Still Peschel from Hugendorn, Drummond, Sayer, Oliver Kinmark and Andrea Manny.
Yes, indeed. Well, lap number 10. And these drivers here are going forward in this one. But these drivers now looking in a big battle here as down the inside. Look at that there. Committed for Thomas Pradir on Kinmark. Manny as well now trying to fight back, does go down the inside. Andrea Manny gets that move done, and of course every one of these positions that is happening is just keeping him back in the in that fight here. He's back on 169 points. He joins Christen on those points, but steps up to 4th in the intermediate classification with that overtake. Peschel still in the lead. 1 second is the gap between himself and Dean Hugendorn, but not close enough for an attack just yet. Time very quickly running out. Only 0.4 of a second between Drummond and Hugendorn, though. This is that fight on your screen. There is Hugendorn heading out of turn number 7, increasingly under more and more pressure from Drummond behind.
Yeah, absolutely that then, Anthony. Peschel, though, still leading the way of those qualifying heats, points ahead of Dean Hugendorn. James Anagnostiadis, we're yet to see out in this second phase of heats. We will have to see how the Australian gets on. But for now, Peschel replicating what he did in time qualifying and being the dominant driver. Head over the shoulder as he sees that last lap board. Knows that the gap between him and Dean Hugendorn is big enough for him to just back off slightly, preserve some of that tyre that he's got bolted onto that Tony kart. Baby at home because Hugendorn is a second behind him. Hugendorn probably still sat there conscious that Zach Drummond is right there as well. One slight mistake could cause that gap, that half a second gap between the driver in the parallel and between the driver in the Fusion to close, but now only 50% of this lap remains. Peschel through that final chicane, the toughest point of the circuit. Barrels plenty of speed down towards the final corner. Will tick off that lap, use some of the exit curb, but we'll see that checkered flag. Jindřich Peschel again takes a heat win.
Superb drive there for Jindra Peschel across the line. Takes the lead of the intermediate classification as, well, right at the end there. A black flag coming out for Gustavo da Silva. I did see he had a technical flag early in the lap. He's ignored those calls to come in. Well, that might be his weekend over here. Ignoring too many technical flags and black flags might see yourself taken out of the weekend, but Tim, in the positions that he's been in anyway, might be a weekend over, which is such a shame for the Portuguese driver. There, though, Jindra Peschel, a great run there, lights to flag finish. But the biggest mover, Zach Drummond, 9 places gained, 12th to 3rd place. A very strong drive indeed that steps up Drummond into 6th in the intermediate classification points at the end of that race. And of course, that means next is the final rotation. We're finally there, Nicole. We're finally at that last rotation. We've been waiting quite a while. There's your full classifications at the end of that one. Peschel from Hugendorn, Drummond from Sayer, Pradir from Mani. Kinmark from Rousseau, Green from Purcell, Tal from Nugarade, from Sala, Gorecki from Picorni. Then it is Drew Waltz from Pedrotti, Miguez from Lopez, Cocchianello from Adam. Then it is Sharp from Gorecki, Owen De Silva, Frigg, Sachenny, Basato, Rafael and Matievich, who round out the 30 karts that all finished that race, which is nice to see.
Yeah, not sure if we've actually had that so far this weekend.
Once or twice.
All of our runners managing to pull that one off. But that is your driver that all would probably have wanted to be. Jindra Peschel, another good job, well done. Ticks off that race, adds to his tally and adds to his qualifying heats lead, of course. Is leading the way ahead of Dean Hugendorn and James Anagnostiadis. And for Peschel, then, this is how that one unfolded. Down towards the first corner at the first lap. Really nothing major to report. Saw the green and went green down towards that second corner. Side-by-side moments that caught out the likes of Zach Green. Zach Green getting quite close for comfort for one of the Ricky Flynns out there. Didn't majorly throw him off the track, so for the rest of the race. Andrea Mani had a busy race, as did Zach Drummond, who at turn number 16 did pull off some good overtakes to promote himself up the order. Of course, ended up in P3 overall. Dean Hugendorn also had to originally fight. And actually, one of the main stories, Anthony, in this race was the battle between Hugendorn, Mani and Isaac Sayer.
It certainly was. Isaac Sayer trying to deliver the results in that one. Did gain one position at the very end of it, finishing in P4. Of course, trying to push himself up that order as much as he possibly could. Of course, he did deploy those fresh tyres in that race, the same as Gustavo da Silva. Unfortunately for da Silva, it would end up in a black flag in that race, so not the results he would have wanted at all. But yeah, again, very, very good little racing. There, the chain guard coming up. That, I suspect, was for Gustavo da Silva on that Birrell Up Racing machine. We did wonder it was off a Birrell. We just didn't know which one it was, and turns out it was da Silva, who unfortunately did not adhere to that one. Overtake still coming in thick and fast. This was, again, Isaac Sayer going for those moves. He would end up getting past the likes of Thomas Pradir. Later, he would, of course, squeeze past Oliver Kinmark. Kinmark would drop back to 7th place after showing a great performance out there on circuit. This was the overtakes coming in thick and fast. There was Pradir also getting through, and then in turn, they had their close little race that continued to fight away out on the circuit. Meanwhile, of course, no one able to close in to Jindra Peschel, despite the best efforts from Dean Hugendorn. I think if he had 1 or 2 more laps, that 9/10 of a second gap that closed in may have closed in even more. So certainly showing some good pace there with Peschel and now Hugendorn leading 1 and 2 in the intermediate classification points, just a few points ahead of James Anagnostiadis in 3rd. Well, Nicole, now it's time. The last rotation of qualifying heats is upon us. In 3 minutes' time, we will see the OK Juniors out. Groups D versus E. They will be the first groups to start that last rotation. Then we see groups A versus F, and then it rounds out with groups B versus C. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with that last rotation. just seen the most impressive thing in the commentary box. Nicole Sutherland's just neck to coffee, which means she's going to be bouncing off the walls for these last few races.
If I start talking really fast, you know why?
No, it'll be when you think you're talking slowly and then you're absolutely rapid on the comms. There we go. Right then, I'm going to stand up for these last few races. I've been sat down after lunch, but yeah, I had quite a lot of pasta. But don't worry. Last rotation of races. This is that time now. This is the last time we see Groups D and E out on the circuit. The last time for these drivers to earn points. There, Maxim Bobrozov starting this one on pole position. Had a strong race earlier on. Remember, those points as it stands at the moment in the juniors, it is Frasnelli who leads them with 188 from Priam Bruno's 184. We won't see Priam Bruno out on circuit until the very last race. Alex Malota, Maxim Bobrozov, there he is. He is fourth in the points with 168. A win here puts him in the lead, but again, it all depends on what happens in the later races for the other groups. That is the question. For Roland Nagy, he doesn't sit inside that top area at the moment, but of course he's had those ups and downs, but he is still in a strong position, I am sure, and a good win here if he can. We'll put some good points on the board for him. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup for the last race of the day for OK Junior qualifying heat D versus E. It's crunch time for them as Maxim Bobrozov sets off on pole position for this race, who sits fourth in those points alongside Roland Nagy of Hungary, the Aramco Aston Martin Junior driver, getting himself primed and ready to go for this one. Remy Samchek and Giorgio Girardello go from row number 2. They'll be joined by Lenny Mäkinen and Lucas Palacio on row 3. Yasin Cosmopoulos and Manny Nuvolini, the Mercedes Junior driver, has certainly been delivering. Can he squeeze a few more points out of these races from the 4th row of the grid? Martin Bertolacini and Austin Newstead go from row number 5. They'll see Mark Lumitz and Tiberius Mueller on row number 6. Marek Zadic going from the 7th row of the grid and is joined by Antoine Vinal. Row 8 and the first half of the field sees the Red Bull Junior driver of Mason Robertson and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio.
Row number 9 then is started by Nikita Botta, who needs a good result after DNFs earlier on. He will be alongside Mohamed El-Bazaki. From row number 10 then we have Dia Islami alongside Augustine Fignoli. And then from row number 11, Mark Pilipenko will be housed alongside Alessandro Truchot. 12, Harry Williams with Jay Kostecki of Perth, Australia. And from 13, Alexander Rost will be looking at Maxim Noapel. 14th row of your field, Binjay Kim with Nicholas Guth, and 15 in total, 30 carts. Tommaso D'Ambrosio will be housed alongside Libov Lazak for that final row of the grid. The final row of the grid that will be looked down upon by Dan Ashton, our Deputy Race Director, who, of course, this weekend, has had the responsibility of pressing that button, getting our drivers to go green into the tram lines. Out of the final corner, these drivers will go then, leading up, all behind Maxim Bobrozov, who will set the pace, sets the tone out of that final corner.
Reports Mark Lumitz missing from the grid, the Estonian for the Calicart team out of this race. Also a fluttery of new tyres all on the left-hand side, but we'll go over them as the race progresses, as we go into the tram lines. For the last time today, D&E is go down and towards turn number 1, and Bobrozov gets that whole shot into T1. Nagy on the outside slots down into 4th, maybe even 5th, maybe even 6th place at the start of this race. It's not been the start for him, but for the rest of the field, it has been a good start. Samchek slots into 2nd place. The another one of the MP sports carts goes through. Lenny Mäkinen, maybe even Lucas Palacio having a very good start there as well. But the rest of the team there having a very strong performance as there. The CRG in the background of Cosmopoulos. Also another strong start at the beginning of these races. Gets away and holds on to 4th place. But already a clear breakaway at the front for Bobrozov, Samchek, and Lenny Mäkinen from the inside of rows 1, 2 and 3 at the start of this race.
Noticing a bit of a theme then, Anthony, with the setup of these tyres as drivers in the background, like Lorenzo Di Petronio, goes for a move down the inside. Noticing a setup, those drivers that have opted for that new tyre on one side of the kart typically are drivers who have had DNFs. Mason Robertson and
Big send.
Lorenzo Di Petronio being two of those. Like you said, big send down the inside. That is a change for your race lead. Remy Samchek now switches positions with Maxim Bobrishov. Both drivers have been at the sharp end of the field. Both drivers with heat wins, but now Bobrishov under pressure again. Lenny Mäkinen makes a move, gets into P2 and now invites the rest of the field into it. Jason Cosmopoulos, Manny Nuvolini and Lucas Palacio starting to now chase up.
This is not what Maxim Bobrishov wants here. He is bleeding points from his intermediate classification points lead. He needs to gain those positions back. He is still in the points lead now, but only with 209 points. Another 2 places puts him a lot more and puts him in a much better position for what could potentially happen in the next few races. This will help him out, but not too much, because at the same time he went for a move on Mäkinen, so did Cosmopoulos on both of them, and he gets a 2 for 1 there in towards turn 3, and Jason Cosmopoulos there, a brilliant start for the number 85 machine, and that CRG pushes through into second place. Can there be a retaliation here for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver of Maxim Bobrishov? Remember, he is trying to squeeze his way back to the front here, but at the moment it's not going too well, as in the background there, big moves happening, and so it's happening at the front. Bobrishov gets back through past Mäkinen and back up into third place as he tries to hunt down the CRG of Cosmopoulos, who is trying his also best to hunt down Samchek, who leads in the Forza Racing machine.
Well, big sends again now, this time down at turn 3. That's Lucas Palacio going for the move then. The Williams-backed Kart Republic driver now breaks into P4, switches positions with Mäkinen. Mäkinen has to settle now, but looks under pressure, under threat by Lorenzo Di Petronio there down the inside. Oh, looks like he was going to have a look, but has to back out. Then releases Manny Nuvolini into the back bumper there, but we questioned, Anthony, were those new tyres going to benefit some of those drivers? Well, for Di Petronio has absolutely done that. Down at the final corner though, Joely Girardello now getting involved, switches positions for Manny Nuvolini. So Nuvolini, after just bumping into the back of the driver ahead through that second sector, has lost out and has actually sacrificed a bit of pace.
Yeah, certainly has. Lap number 5 of 10, half race distance in this last race for groups. D versus E. There is Roland Nagy still trying to fight his way back through the order here. He's just lost out to Zadych Antruchot, who've got through 10th and 11th place. Nagy down to 12th place here. He's got Bertolacini for company just behind. We'll cut back to that in a few moments' time. This one here, though, is Austin Newstead fighting and holding off the likes of Girardello and Manny Nuvolini, as that's fighting for 7th, 8th and 9th place right now. As they head down into that final chicane, Newstead to the inside, slams that door very much closed. Does one thing and one thing only, though. Well, 2 things. One, he's held that position. He lost a lot of time to the group in front there, which allows Di Pierantonio to break away. Overtakes there in the background. That is Roland Nagy fighting with Martin Bertolacini. Also fighting in turn with Harry Williams.
Big sense down the inside at the hot spot once more. This one is Anton Venant that is getting involved, and he was getting involved with the likes of Bertolacini. So Bertolacini being pushed and muscled down into the pack. Down through the second sector, Palacio now challenging the driver ahead of Bobrishov into the chicane section. The driver that's new to the Champions of the Future series, really pushing ahead on the Ricky Flynn and makes the move work. Turn number 16, hotspot overtaking. Kart Republic makes his way through and now makes himself the newest driver inside the top 3. Cosmopoulos is the driver in the CR3 in P2 that Palacio will be looking at, but for now, Bobrishov still right there, has not been thrown off of the trail at all and has not been thrown off of the points either. Still leads the way with those intermediate classification points. 206 to his name to be ahead of Julian Frasnelli.
Indeed, still watching this fight. 3rd, 4th and 5th place right now for, again, Bobrishov here, the points leader at the moment. Still needs these points right now, but Mäkinen certainly going to make it very, very difficult here as Kostecki is having a bit of bother there out on track. Down the inside, and Mäkinen gets that place back into P4, goes through there. Unfortunately, out the race, Mason Robinson, the Red Bull Junior driver, goes no further and is clearly very, very upset with that one. As off the road there goes the number 16 machine. That's Dina Islami out of the contention on this one. The Danilo Rossi driver going very, very slowly now at the back of the field.
Well, we can confirm that Mason Robertson, of course, was one of those drivers that deployed new tyres, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough for him now to try and qualifying him into those superheats. Has had poor result after poor result, DNFs on the board for him. Another driver that's still trying to chase up, trying to replicate some good results seen by teammates so far is Di Petrantonio. New tyres for him, still trying to push ahead, 8 places so far, and will be really, really pushing, but a bit of a wobbly nose cone deployed on board that Kart Republic for him. We can't say whether or not it has dropped, but he has been particularly busy within this race.
Certainly has done so. This is a nice little fight that's happening. Not one, not two, but 3 of the Forzas battling away for 10th, 11th and 12th place right now. This is Marataric, Austin Newsted and Harry Williams, all line astern. Hopefully they have a nice calm race. This is Manu Nuvolini looking for a quick move down the inside at turn 11 as this is the moment that we lost number 16. What happened there? Under braking. Clearly maybe a bit of a mishap there at the point of that race. So not sure at all, but the race goes on nonetheless. At the front there, Remy Samcek, who in this position has found himself now into 8th in the points. But finds himself still in the lead. The gap has come down just that little bit here. Yasin Cosmopoulos has closed the gap down on this final lap, down to 7/10 of a second. I just don't think it's going to be close enough.
Yeah, I don't quite think it's going to be enough. But like you said, Anthony, last lap, last moments for some of these drivers. Samcek out in the front, had DNFs so far this weekend, but I think after a P2, 2 wins, a potential win here, making it the second. I think he's doing enough now to promote himself strongly. Or that's a moment down the inside. That's Manu Nuvolini doing a great move down at the chicane section to get into P8. But the checkered flag will be waving and it will be out first to Remy Samcek.
Certainly will be. Samcek takes the win though. Helped him out a little bit, but he only jumps up to 8th in the points now with 164 to his name. Cosmopoulos has a good run there. He still doesn't sit inside the top 8. Palacio helps him out as well, but he doesn't move up the order. The only people that has helped out is Giorgio Girardello, who's now gone to 2nd in the points with 192. Bob Brajov, who finished that race in P6, goes to the top, but only now with 202, of course, Frasnelli, who still has a race to go, is 188. Priam Bruno, who still has a race to go, has 184. Alex Malota, who still has a race to go, has 174. They could all take that points lead away from Bobashov. It's a very outside chance of being on pole position, but it's still a chance nonetheless because you do not know what is going to happen. The full results then at the end of that race. Remy Samcek finishing in P1 ahead of Yasin Cosmopoulos, Lucas Palacio from Lenny Mäkinen, and Giorgio Girardello rounding out the top 5. Maxim Bobajov finishes ahead of Lorenzo Di Petrantonio, who does gain a 9-place advantage over the rest of the field, finishing in 7th place. Manu Nuvolini holds on to 8th place throughout that one. He finishes, though, ahead of Alessandro Truchot, who gains 13 places and does become the biggest mover in that race, with Marek Zarec rounding out the top 10. Austin Newsted from Harry Williams, Roland Nagy from Martin Bertolacini, Antoine Venant from Mark Pilapenko, Jay Kostecki from Christian Alexander Rust, and Augustine Falagoni. Nikita Bott from Mohamed El-Bazaki joins Tommaso Di Ambrosio in 21st and 22nd place. They had a good little fight at the end of that one. Maxim Nepel finishing 23rd ahead of Libor Vlasak. Then it is Nicholas Guth from Tiberius Müller, who unfortunately dropped down 14 places to finish in P26. Kim Min-jae from Dina Islami, having that moment, finishes in 28th place, with Mason Roberts being the only retirement from that race. Here is your highlights from it, though. And for Maxim Bobajov, decent start for him, was able to break away, but Samcek also a very strong start. He was able to stick with Bobajov, later getting the overtake on Bobajov, and put himself into the race lead. He would go on to win by 0.8 of a second. Then you saw the attack from Lenny Mäkinen. Mäkinen started to put himself up in the order. He would later drop down to 4th place, but would recover, would help himself out in the points as well, would step up to 6th in the intermediate classifications before drama started to ensue when the likes of Yasin Kosmopoulos started to get involved in the fight. As soon as Bobrikov went for the move, so did Kosmopoulos. That CRG just squeezing down the inside to take those positions both away from Mäkinen and Bobrikov. Later on then we would see the push forward from Lucas Palacio, who would get himself up into 3rd place, the American, for the Kart Republic team, delivering a good, strong result there. Would increase his points advantage, but would not find himself inside the top 8 at the end of his final race of the day. Of course, the advantage going to Maxim Bobrikov and Giulio Girardello now. They both sit 1st and 2nd in the points, 202 and 192 at the end of the race. Those last few overtakes for Maxim Bobrikov certainly not delivering what he wanted. Drama there for Mason Robertson. Deployed fresh tyres in that race. Unfortunately, didn't go his way. The same could be said for Dilia Islami there. Straight off the track at turn 15. Unsure what happened there. A mishap with the brakes, possibly so. He kept going in that race, but unfortunately tumbled right to the back of the field. Manny Nuvolini, very brief rubbing there through the corner. Just managed to squeeze his way through past the likes of Alessandro Truchot. But it would be Remy Samchek across the line for Forza Racing, delivering another race win and would put himself up to 8th in the points. Well, that is the last time we see the juniors out and puts Maxim Bobrikov in the lead of the intermediate classification. But of course, with still 2 more junior groups to go, that could very much change by the end of the day. The seniors will be coming up next, of course, for Groups D and E's their last race of the day. But before that, let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, we're down here then with Giulio Girardello once more. Giulio, tough race there for you. You finished around about P5. For that one, though, with the battling that was going on, lots of busy drivers. How do you manage the overtakes? How do you manage to not get caught out in trouble? Because there was drama out there.
Yeah, and start was very tricky because the outside line don't start very well. I was like P11, P12, and it was really difficult. But then I managed to overtake one by one, and I mean, I'm okay with this result. We'll see what others can do, and yeah, we'll see what position we are tomorrow for the Super 8.
And talking of the others, of course, today you have finished your rotation of heats. You'll now be watching from the sidelines at the rest of your competitors. When you're watching later on, is there anybody in particular that you're really going to be looking at when it comes to tomorrow's racing?
Not really, because I think we're all the same level, and I'm very fast, and yeah, maybe there will be something to improve, and maybe yeah, we'll watch a lot Bruno Priam because he's very fast, and he's faster than me in some parts of the track, and I'm faster than him in some others. And yeah, I'm gonna watch all the races. They will be fun, obviously, and yeah, we'll see.
Well, great to catch up with you, Giulio. Thank you very much. That is Giulio Girardello. Anthony Jordan, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. Over now to the seniors, qualifying Heat D versus E. Again, for these drivers, this is their last chance to get points on the board. The current seniors list is as follow. Jindra Peschel leads those points with 188, ahead of Dean Hugendorn with 173. James Anagnosiadis, of course, has the 170. We're going to have to wait a little bit of time to see him out on the track, though. Andrea Manni currently sits 4th from Ili Christian, Zach Drummond, Oliver Kinmark, and D. Waltz out on track. Of course, in this race, Casper Reipold nowhere inside that top running positions as it stands. Neither for Davide Battaro, Luke Corner, and Arato. Of course, when they add points here, they will step up, of course, into that top 8. But of course, the chance of them fighting for a pole position is not as strong as what it will be for those last 2 races, of course. That is going to be the ones that will see those points step on in that order. But for these drivers, that doesn't take away the fact that this is still a very important race for them to see what they can achieve out on the circuit. Again, any one of these drivers could step up the order quite nicely here. And for a lot of these drivers, they are in that danger zone of not making it into tomorrow's Superheats. Of course, any of the drivers who have found themselves falling a little bit further back in those races, maybe in a spot of bother. But Casper Reipold here on that inside row again. It wasn't that long ago before we saw Groups D out a moment ago, where we saw Groups D versus F, and it was certainly a very challenging race there indeed for the field. But they find themselves back on the grid now, ready to go for this race. And just to confirm of that one, some of the results from that race that did see many a driver go up and down for Casper Reipold in that race. It was quite the tough one, dropping to 14th place for one of the other poles. Klara Kowalczyk actually found herself stepping up to 3rd, her best result there. Luke Conca in this race, at 7th place for him earlier on, focusing on this one to try and squeeze as many points as he can out of this one. Only scored 32 in that previous race, of course a total of 50 points that you can earn for a race win. So they've got a lot of work to do ahead of this one. Nicholas Stanley from the USA as well, also a bit of a tough race, dropped to 8th place at the end of that one after a challenging run. Henry Domain as well was a pretty decent race, a 1 position gain to finish in P6, which at the end of that race did see Lev Krutilov take the win ahead of Illy Christian, and that, of course, those drivers in Groups F. These, of course, being Groups D versus E, as they get themselves ready to go out on the circuit. Let's take this time then to go through the full starting lineup for the seniors in Groups D and E. It is the likes of Casper Reipold and Davide Bataro back on the front row of the grid. Luke Conca and Endo Arata start this one on the 2nd row of the grid, and they will join Nicholas Stanley and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff on row number 3. Henry Domain and Marco Gas go from row 4. They will see Klara Kowalczyk and Lucas Sell on row 5. Row 6 will see Gilles Herman and Emil Hernandez. Row 7, Pietro Baguzzi and Benjamin Magnac will go from row 7, with Bruno Blanco and Thomas Cikaraszki on row number 8.
Row number 9 will house Matteo Gallo alongside Noah Baglin. And then from row number 10, Luis Nunez will start alongside Eduardo Salamond. 11, Ifriz will be with Valerio Villapiana. And then from 12, Amin Kara Osman will be looking at Vladimir Ivanikov. Anya Lavar and Lillian Scarborough will go from row number 13, and 14 will house Vanessa Shilkinator versus Svet Simonov. 15 rows in total, and they are rounded out, of course, by Lies Ebersdobler and Philip Planeta. Formation laps being completed by the drivers then, or maybe not by one of the drivers getting it all wrong going down the start-finish straight. That is, I believe, Anya Lavar, who's just come off of the pre-grid then, got it slightly wrong when exiting off of the grid, especially on those tyres, and just ended up on the grass.
Yeah, indeed. Fresh set of boots. And let me go over tyres very quickly, because it's probably going to be easier to tell you who hasn't got fresh tyres out there, because there's only 4 of them. Armin Kara Osman, no tyres in this one, I think deployed them earlier on. Lillian Scarborough has got no new tyres. Svet Simonov has got no new tyres, and Philip Planeta also no new tyres, because I think, again, they deployed them earlier on. Everyone has deployed them on the left-hand side, bar one person. Thomas Cikaraszki has only deployed 1 tyre, and that one's on the rear left. So there we go. That's how that works out. So basically, everyone's on brand new tyres in this race, but of course only on that left-hand side. So let's see how this one will transpire then. As Casper Reipold and Davide Bataro, well, they've got nothing to lose here. They've just got to see who can gain as many points as they possibly can into the tram lines. It's lights out, fights on in the senior category. Davide Bataro around the outside. That's a brilliant start there. It was so good. Was it even too good at the start of that race? We'll have to wait and see. But Davide Bataro takes the lead of this race. It's all getting a bit feisty in the mid-pack there. One of the Koski carts getting absolutely wrestled all over the place at the beginning of this race there. Not the start they would have wanted at all. But the rest of the field all getting going. Good overtakes in the middle of the pack there. Everyone stepping forward. But it's Bataro that leads the way. very closely followed by the rest of the field that have all, thankfully, made it through the first few corners unscathed.
Well, on your screen then, drivers just visibly trying to fight it out on the entrance towards the chicane section of the circuit. Turn number 16 being ticked off by these corners, and turn number 16 being an overtaken moment for these drivers. Out at the front, Davide Pitaro almost half a second clear from Casper Reipold. Corner there in P3, P4 Nicholas Stanley, and P5 Endo Arata. Nobody doing too much then through that third corner. Everybody looking settled other than drivers further back. I think Cell and Louis Nunez are starting to get involved with each other to fight it out. And Cell actually has now swapped positions with Bruno Blanco. Big Sens down the inside. That's down at the second sector, further up in the order. One of the MPs getting into this. Nicholas Stanley having a lot to say to Endo Arata, but Endo Arata holding on to that one. They switch positions once more and invite the Ward into the fight. Benjamin Magnac into P5 now, gets past Nicholas Stanley, but let's not forget, Magnac has had DNF after DNF.
Yeah, certainly has, but the fight's still going on. Here we go then. Into this next lap. We're on lap 3 of 12. As it stands, no effect for the top 4 in the intermediate classification. They stay as they are. Pasha Hugendorn, Mani and Anagnosiadis. The highest ranked driver from this race would be Henry Domain, who gains enough positions to get to 170. Of course, every position, though, that Domain gains in this will squeeze him up that order and will help him out. Is leaning on the rear bumper there. Benjamin Magnac, wow, that was a very tense moment. This one's also looks like it's going to be a tense moment. Davide Pitaro is going to start battling with Casper Reipold, I can imagine, in the next few corners because he has closed in to just 0.2 of a second.
Benjamin Magnac, then, we know it's a 10-place gain for him, but visibly looking a little bit impatient there on the back of Endo Arata's back bumper. Has now managed to make the move stick and has allowed the position to Noah Baglin as well, as Endo Arata there starts to tumble down just slightly. P8 send down the inside, change for that race lead. Casper Reipold and Davide Pitaro switch positions.
They do indeed. Nice little change there. Luke Corner, though, may capitalise on this one. The German driver is closing, but not closing enough to get a move down the inside into that final hairpin. You can see him pushing himself forward as much as he can, but let's see what will happen here. Magnac, though, still on a 10th place gain, has got Baglin on a 13th place gain, right on his tail. Down the inside now, Corner can go for the move, changes it for second place. This allows Magnac to close in ever closer. Benjamin Magnac might have a chance here to get involved on the drivers in front, but right now he'll have to just think about what he wants to achieve in the next few laps of this race. Right now, just behind, though, Baglin still falling off the back. There's a second gap between themselves and Baglin behind. Hernandez as well is another second just behind that one, as Thomas Chikarashki, unfortunately, is going to pick up a 5-second in-race time penalty for causing a collision.
Davide Pitaro there sat P3. Anthony actually is in a really unique position within this race. There's drama out there. That's at the second sector, turns 8 and 9. We've lost the 306. The Forza machine will tumble down. That's drama out there, Anthony. Names we can confirm is Pietro Beguti as being one of those drivers, but falling down the order, a number of names.
Lucas Cell, Henry Domain, who was fighting in those points to get up inside the top 3 or 4, lost out on it massively. Pietro Beguti and Vladimir Ivanikov all losing out on massive points. It has put Klara Kowalczyk up to 4th in the intermediate classification, with her currently sitting in 8th place out there. Down the inside, move for 3rd place. Benjamin Magnac completes it through turn 15 and takes that 3rd place spot away as they cross over the line now, but fighting back, though. Maybe Davide Pitaro, as slightly wide there goes Magnac. He loses the back end, but he still holds on to the position.
Davide Pitaro here can be really clever with his position out on the circuit. I'm not sure if he's aware, but I'm sure the team will be aware. Reipold, Corner and Benjamin Magnac all have had a run of really difficult, really challenging results that have left them with DNFs. So points-wise, they don't contend with Davide Pitaro. Pitaro currently sat there in P8 with 157 points, but no driver ahead of him is within contention, is within challenging position. But talking of challenges for the race lead, Luke Cordner at that final corner has got past Casper Reipold, adding points to his name, trying desperately to claw back up the order, but now leads this race for Ricky Flynn.
Indeed, still watching the fights all over the place here. Klara Kowalczyk and Endo Arata just getting past Emil Hernandez in the DPK outfit, just trying to push their way forward. And again, there is still big lunges happening there in the background. We cut here to the battle at the front, still Corner in the lead of this race. Only just, though, from Reipold. Benjamin Magnac also starting to close in here. He could be looking at a heat win here, could Benjamin Magnac. 11 places gained. Nothing to take away from him, nothing to lose for Magnac. Of course, all of these drivers have deployed fresh tyres. None of these drivers are saving them for tomorrow for their superheats. They're all deploying them now. And this is a very interesting scenario that we are seeing here. But the fighting still on as they head across the line. Still, it's the Kowalczyk, Arata Endo, and Emil Hernandez battle that is intriguing me at the moment. It's the battle just behind this one, because of course Klara Kowalczyk now is third in the intermediate classifications with what is happening with all the drivers out on circuit.
Well, Emil Hernandez is involved in this battle, but has been given a 5-second time penalty, so we'll drop down the order on my timing screen. He's been given that black and white flag, so despite fighting hard within this one, despite being in P8, he's going to tumble down the order. So that move on Endo Arata pretty much pointless. Noah Baglin now gets past Davide Vitaro there. Baglin, though, of course, under investigation. Going under the start-finish gantry, these drivers complete yet another lap, all under the guidance of Luke Cordner. Cordner out there in the front by just under 0.7 of a second. As there on your screen, you can visibly see the body language by Noah Baglin, who's on a 14-place charge, just trying to push himself forward and questioning, what that under investigation is for. But for now, we can confirm he's continuing to chase up to the drivers ahead. Benjamin Magnac being that driver, and the pace between those two is that Baglin is faster, not by much, but he would head through this last sector of the lap to then meet the 265-metre straight in that toe down towards that first corner and potentially go for a move in the hot spot of turn 3.
Indeed, but let's see how this one will transpire as they go. Not long left in this race here, and you know what, I've got to say, for Klara Kowalczyk here in her last race before tomorrow, stepping up to third in the points. Of course, she won't stay there with the rest of the races that are going to happen, but this is still putting her in a really strong spot. This move will help out Noah Baglin. Down the inside on Benjamin Magnac, pushes through into third place. Davide Vitaro now wants to get back. The Lenovo Calicat driver is really piling on that pressure to Magnac as they head down into turns 15 now. Any look to the inside? The answer is no, and stays behind as they head down the start-finish straight. There's your race leader, Luke Cordner, pushing forward as much as he possibly can here. The gap advantage 1.4 seconds from Reipold.
Well, last lap then for our drivers. Last lap for Luke Cordner as your race leader. Down towards turn number 6. Cordner looks over his shoulder, can visibly see that there is no distance that Reipold and Baglin will be able to catch up by. Baglin, though, still trying to push forward. Defensive by Benjamin Magnac, desperately trying to hold on to this one, but it's not going to be enough. Down the inside, Davide Vitaro's going to have him. Davide Vitaro takes the ward. Benjamin Magnac just has to settle, allow him to go, but Vitaro there towards the final corner makes it stick, but Luke Cordner will see that checkered flag. Luke Cordner then takes a race win. Great results by him ahead of Casper Reipold.
Yes, indeed. You'll be heading down for an interview with our drivers, and of course, for everyone, it's a great result there for Luke Cordner, but he finds himself now still just inside that top 8 in the intermediate classifications. He becomes race winner here, does Luke, for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. The driver from Germany winning from third on the road. Reipold at the end of that one finishing in P2 ahead of Noah Baglin. Davide Vitaro finishing P4 ahead of Klara Kowalczyk, who will lock out the top 5 positions. Of course, Baglin being the biggest mover on circuit, started 18th, finished 3rd, a gain of 15 places. For everyone else, like you say, Benjamin Magnac finishing that race in P6 ahead of Endo Arata. Emil Hernandez in the 2:35 machine does finish that race on track in 8th place after a good run. But the Mexican, unfortunately, receiving a in-race 5-second time penalty will drop him down the order just that little bit. Gilles Herman in the end, finishing that one in 9th place. The rest of the field as well. Bruno Blanco finishing that one in P10 on a 5-place gain. Marco Gas in 11th. Nicolas Stanley in 12th. Matthias van der Kerkhoff in 13th place. Louis Nunez in 14th. Valerio Villapiana in 15th place. Thomas Chikaraski in the 2:11 machine finishes that race in P16, doesn't gain or lose anything on track. However, also is another driver who will pick up a 5-second time penalty. Eduardo Salamonde finishes that race in P17 ahead of Armin Carrier Osman on a 5-place gain after a tough qualifying. Still a good, strong result there to try and squeeze through into those superheats. Yves Rees finishing in 19th ahead of Annie Lavar, who rounds out the top 20. Here's a look at your highlights from that race. And again, watch this one from Davide Vattaro. Sweeps around the outside and gets that run in towards turn 1. A beautiful start there from the Lenovo Calicat team driver, who delivered a superb start there. Did unfortunately drop down to 4th place by the end of the race, but still a very strong start nonetheless. Then later on, Reipold would slowly reel in on lap number 4, would get that overtake back past, or would say to Batara to think and let's try and break away. That breaking away didn't happen as Luke Cornder suddenly found the pace in this last race and was able to squeeze firstly up into 2nd place, later up into the race lead. Unfortunately, retirements happened at the start of that race, which did involve Pietro Baguti, Vladimir Ivanikov, Henry Domain, and Lucas Sell, unfortunately, who didn't make it to the end of that race. Benjamin Magnac was a driver on the move. He would step up 8 places in the end to finish in an impressive P6. He was a bit higher up in that order near the very end. He managed to get up into 3rd place in the early stages, but later would drop back. There was the change for the lead. Luke Cordner getting that move done, and there you can see Noah Baglin late on the brakes there, stepping sideways into that penultimate corner, just squeezing past Davide Vattaro. That would be his 15th place that he would gain and squeeze him up into 3rd place. Then later on would get that move done on Benjamin Magnac, and then later, of course, that overtake would happen for Davide Vattaro. But across the line, it would be Luke Corner who would take the win. However, the one driver who benefited the most out of that one was Klara Kowalczyk. That 5th place finish would put her on 175 points. That would see her finish 2nd overall in the intermediate classification. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland in Parc Ferme.
Well, you just said it then, Anthony. We wanted to catch up with Klara. Klara, great result for you. You've just promoted yourself into P2 in those points. I don't think you were aware until I just told you. So great racing so far for you. And tell us about the battles that we've seen from you, because you've really pushed your way through.
Yeah, I think this heat was really hard at the start because obviously we almost went off. But then I think the recovery was good. The tire management is really important here, because especially with the bad track, the tires get ruined easily. So I think I did quite well with that, because throughout the heats my tires remained well. And yeah, the last lap I just got kind of lucky with the switchback. And yeah, I think overall the weekend was quite good with a P3 in the heats, some P5. So I think I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's super heats and finals.
Well, there's still more races left to come, so we'll have to see how it unfolds for the rest of your grid. But Klara, some good racing, well done. Anthony Jordan back into the commentary box then to see how those races unfold.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed. We will see how these races get involved. But, of course, we will talk a lot about tyres. We've got a bit of time, though, because there's quite a lengthy clean-up operation happening down there at the last part of the circuit, and that is a full trailer of karts there, 4 of them on the track. That is all 4 of the drivers who were involved in that incident. I will stress them, guys, please keep your foot on the brake pedal on that trailer. Right then, OK Junior qualifying heat A versus F will be the next one heading out onto the circuit. And tyres, once again, the big talking point in this race. A lot of the drivers here have deployed them. Both of the drivers on the front row have deployed them. All of them on the left-hand side of the kart. The same can be said for Julian Frasnelli. He has also deployed those fresh tyres on the left-hand side of the kart as well. Other drivers who haven't, Giacomo Justo and Ioannis Pundis, believe they are saving those for tomorrow. I don't think they've already deployed them, so that will be a case of waiting and seeing tomorrow if they will look after those. Savile Kage has deployed them also at left-hand side. A lot of drivers have deployed them all the way throughout the field. There is Antonio Ianni. Had a really strong race earlier on, a P3. That talking to, I think, clearly worked out for the 2 drivers. Don't battle, you see where you end up, and they ended up in first and third at the end of those races. So a strong result for them nonetheless. Leon Chalidze ready to go for this race, and again has had those ups and downs, but of course will be a driver to watch out for, I'm sure, in this one, who is certainly hoping to deliver those results. You can see there the used tyres on the right-hand side of the kart, the left-hand side of the kart as the driver looks at it, of course, is that brand new set of tyres. There, Julian Frasnelli. Technically, if you look at it, he is the points leader in the intermediate classification. 188 points to his name. He's got a pretty significant buffer from the driver who's currently in the lead of those points, which is Maxim Bobrozov. With his 202 points. Frasnelli here with a win or anything inside the top 10 would put him inside the lead of that intermediate classification, which means he's got a really strong chance here of coming away with a pole position, maybe even for Superheat 1, maybe even for Superheat 2. We just don't know. But we'll have to wait and see, as we are moments away from seeing the start of this race. As the whistle blows, the green light flashes, the engines fire up. This is OK Junior, A versus F, heading out onto the track, their last race of the day. And this is how it will look for the grid. He started the weekend with a pole position time for Antonio Ianni here in La Conca in the wet conditions. However, the racing has not fully gone his way. He does not sit inside that top 8, but he starts once again on that front row of the grid. Leon Chalidze is in a similar story. Qualified well on the front row, but has not had those results. Julian Frasnelli and Ioannis Pundis go from row 2. They'll have Giacomo Justo and Savile Kage on row 3. Kage with the fresh set of tyres. Row 4, fresh set for both. Leo Gorski and Nicolo Perico on the left-hand side. Row 5, Will Green and Ava Lawrence, both fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 6, Felipe Sanchez and Denny Babacek. Only Sanchez with the fresh tyres. Babacek, I think, choosing to save them for tomorrow. Row 7, Xiao Fei and Miguel Manzano, both brand new set on the left-hand side. Row 8, Liam Nashuati and Francisco Roja, also brand new set, left-hand side.
Row number 9 then sees Navala Morales and Jean Pujol, both drivers new on that left-hand side. Row number 10 we have Juana Gisese alongside Benjamin Westwood, new tyres for both drivers. 11, no new tyres for Mark Quesada. He starts alongside Elton Headfirst, who has deployed some new slicks. All new slicks then on the left-hand side for both Stan Ratajski and Christian Kobe. And then from row number 13, we have Albert Tam. No new for him. He's starting alongside Tony Cacciafero. From 14, Xavier Lazaro will start alongside Oliver Spencer. And then from 15, Samuel Hugon will be looking at Guillaume Bissato. Row number 16 rows in total and 31 junior drivers for this qualifying heat. Julia Aguilard will be all alone there on that last spot of your grid. No new tyres at all for Julia Aguilard.
Indeed. Well, this one then being the fourth to last race of the day. OK Junior A versus F here for Frasnelli. Julian Frasnelli, second row of the grid. This is a really important race for him. He could potentially put it on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow in the juniors. He could come away with a decent chunk of championship points as well at the very start of the season. As we enter into those cham lines, it is lights out, fights on for the last time today for Groups A and F, and it's a good start for, once again, Antonio Ianni holds on to lead on this one. Frasnelli slots into second place. Rest of the field goes through. Leon Shalitze, where did he end up at the start of that race? Of course, he has been with those dramas at the start, but I think, again, in this one, he's had a relatively okay one as he did drop back into that order. We'll wait and see as he crosses the line. Rest of the field slotting through there. I can see there one of the Ricky Flynn's and Leo Gorski is up into second place. It's one of the Paralins there as Frasnelli fights for the lead, goes down the inside of Antonio Ianni, takes the lead on the opening lap of the race.
Well, Anthony Jordan, I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm watching the same race as what we had earlier on today. Well, two races earlier on today where Antonio Ianni and Julian Frasnelli, the two Tony Kart teammates, up at the front end of the order. Shortly behind, we have got the Ricky Flynn going for a move down at turn number 1, but thinks against it, makes a mistake, clips the curb, allows Will Green to fight his way through. That was Leo Gorski almost getting a little bit too comfortable with that turn 1 curb.
Oh, and off the track goes Antonio Ianni. He's out of the race. The pole sitter from qualifying, Mechanical Gremlin, and he's out of the kart. And it's the chain. The chain came off the Italian's machine, and he goes no further. And that might be his chance of getting into the Superheats. It may be, it's definitely his chance of getting into the final, I think, and that's absolutely disastrous for Antonio Ianni, and that's a dreadful one for him. But Frasnelli still leads, has a huge lead. Does Julian Frasnelli? He leads by 1.1 seconds now.
Big changes going on shortly behind this front pack. Then Perico finds his way past. Perico leading this battle of karts. You just saw confidence on 4 wheels, bravery on 4 wheels for the Italian to break into the sharp end of the order and potentially now fights his way past the following group. Side by side moments. Felipe Sanchez, one of those drivers to be muscling out, as there you can see Antonio Ianni just out of the corner, loses it. Technical Gremlin, mechanical fault, pulls off, and like you said, that's going to be terrible when it comes to those points. We will have to see, of course, how the rest of the races play out, but because if it is the case that those drivers that are surrounding him in the points have poor results, he could be gifted a saving grace. Will Grew, P2 currently ahead of Justo. No, Justo take that back because Leo Gorski now into the fight. Turn number 3 then, Gorski fights his way past and invites Perico into the fight once more, who now goes purple.
Current intermediate classification is as follows. Frasnelli, of course, in the lead of this race, is looking at 238 points. There is nothing that anyone else could do if Frasnelli wins this race. He would be starting on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. However, the question mark still looms over who could start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. So at the moment, it's Will Green in this race, who sits in second place, who might have the chance of it. He's got 204 points, only 2 points ahead of Bobachev, but of course, Priam Bruno could take that away from it. Also, of course, Alex Malota might have a chance. Down the inside, changes happening here. Nicolo Perico on the charge has just got past the likes of Giacomo Justo and is up into 4th place.
Denny Babicek now tries to catch up to this battle in front of him and tries to catch up with a purple lap. Perico looking strong now, and we'll be looking at Leo Gorski, but the favour is almost returned by Giacomo Justo there in P5. Looked like he was going to have a look through turns 8 and 9, that double apex corner, but thinks against it, settles back in. Perico, defensive posture, parks it on that white line, runs wide though through the exit, turn number 16, will head down the straight under some pressure. Defensive again, just hugs that middle of the track to try and close off the entrance towards turn number 1, and it has worked for him because the Paralin sits there settled just shortly behind. G halfway there just looked like he was going to have a go, but now Denny Babicek starting to knock on his door. Babicek again with that purple lap, as now the Paralin under some pressure. Oh, almost a move there by G halfway, but backs out of it. Almost a mistake, makes it vulnerable for Danny Babacek. Babacek there down the inside through the chicane. Very good move there.
Yeah, indeed. Capitalised on that little scrap there between those two and able to squeeze a move down the inside. Will Green here under pressure. Leo Gorski closing in. All the meanwhile, Frasnelli opens up the gap to 2 seconds. He's having a pretty calm race at the front of this one. And exactly what he needs. Julian Frasnelli really has been the one to beat here. The Italian on the Tony kart, looking at a pole position for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's looking like he's having a great weekend so far. Has really headed into this weekend looking very calm. Caught up with him a couple of times in the paddock. And, you know, big smile on the face of Julian. Looks like he's just settled. He knows the job that has to be done. And for now, he's just got to stay out there, stay calm, and get these corners correct. Whoa, big moments there. That's for one of the CRGs. That's the number 84, getting all over the grass then on the exit of one of the corners, as we've now got a change between Will Green and Leo Gorski. Gorski finds his way past to break into P2.
Samuel Hugon was that CRG as down the inside there. A robust move there for Giacomo Justo, trying to get past Alfred once again. That fight 6th and 7th raging on for the moment. Is Perico closing in on these two? Question mark, I think yes. The gap, 0.8 of a second between himself and these two that are continuing to fight on. We will keep an eye on the progression of that gap when they go through the next sector. Will it go down? It was 0.866. It goes down to 0.709.
Oh,
big sideways moment there. Bit of Tokyo drift for Leo Gorski down the inside to get past Will Green for second place.
Yeah, nice job done by Gorski then. Out the front though, still Julian Frasnelli opening up this gap, 2.2 seconds. Just watching Frasnelli so far this weekend, Anthony, it's felt like watching a sort of artist at work. He's really dancing around this circuit as drivers further behind starting to get a bit impatient with each other now. That's Kage giving it a good go. Kage there just has cost himself a position into the back of these drivers. They do end up running wide there as still this battle is wide open. The 99 driver of Felipe Sanchez with the Energy Course team follows out of turns 8 and 9 to try and make a move attempt through the chicane, but it's not going to be a run good enough. Through that final corner, these drivers will go then. Julian Frasnelli out of shots. Gorski, though, has Green and Perico now close for comfort, and doesn't he know it as they head onto this final lap.
Certainly do. For Julian Frasnelli, only 1,200 metres to go before he sees that checkered flag and the intermediate classification points lead and a confirmed pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. But the question mark still remains on who's going to take that pole position for Superheat 2 as it stands, with Will Green jumping down to 3rd place after that Gorski overtake. Bobajov is promoted back to that points advantage in 2nd in the points, but of course more races to go. That last group that we will see out for groups B and C, but the fight will go to the very end for pole position for Superheat 2. For Superheat 1, it's confirmed. Frasnelli starts on pole position for Superheat 1 and claims those championship points. Gorski finishes in 2nd ahead of Green. Perico finishes in 4th ahead of Babacek. Xiaofei takes P6 out of Sanchez. Kage from Justo, from the likes of Puyol, finishing in 10th place on an 8th place gain. The biggest mover in that race is in the form of Albert Tam, the Swiss driver, finishing in P14 with an 11th place gain. A strong result there at the end of that one, and their confirmation of that one, 25th to 14th out on track. There it is then. Done and dusted for groups A and F. Of course, we will see some of those drivers back out tomorrow for the Superheats, and we'll definitely see the likes of Julian Frasnelli with that victory, securing pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Gorski from Green, Perico, Babacek, Xiaofei, the top 10. We go over. Nashawati finishing in 11th place from Pundis, Caseda from Tam, Westwood from Rocker, Lazaro with a 10th place gain finishes in 17th place from Lawrence, Kobe from Ratashki, then it is Guillaume from Morales, Shaledze, tough day in the office for the Georgian driver, 23rd place, Castafero, Headfors, Hugon, Spencer, Angelard. Then it's Manzano, Gisese, and the one retirement, Antonio Ianni, out of the race. Mechanical failure on his wagon. The chain coming off sees the Italian, unfortunately, lose out on a large chunk of points. Well, that is those drivers done and dusted. For the driver who started right behind Antonio Ianni, well, that is good points there, 238. He leads the intermediate classifications and he cannot be beaten. A confirmed pole position then. As it stands, of course, it is all still provisional, of course. Do not take anything I say as gospel. But that still is looking very, very hopeful for the Italian. Here is the look at the highlights there. And again, for Leon Shalidze, just not the start he would have wanted. Straight away, opening lap, Julian Fresnelli taking the lead, able to drive away from the rest. Actually quite lucky that he was in front of Antonio Ianni going through that next sector, because, of course, that was the moment that the chain came off on lap number 2 and just ground to a halt out of turn 6. And just before they entered sector 2, that Tony Kart would grind to a complete stop. A big shame there at the end of the racing. But that fight did continue at the sharp end with Fresnelli breaking away still, and a clean run by 2.9 seconds from the rest of the field. Leo Gorski with his 5-place gain managing to squeeze his way up to P2 at the end of that one. Gorski as well would end the day currently 5th in the points with just one more junior race to go later on with groups B and C. Will Green, of course, in a very similar story, jumps up to 3rd. Still, Maxim Bobrozov, who's looking at a pole position start for Superheat 2 as it stands, of course, but of course that one race to go that will see Priam Bruno out on circuits. These overtakes here, big lunge for Gorski there, as we were talking about it on Will Green. Sideways under braking, great kart control, and just managing to get that kart stopped before the end of this one. The fight's still going on, and you can see how the moves were just kicking off in the background there. Savalek again on Felipe Sanchez. Sanchez would fight back, though, would get back up into 7th place. Jacobo Gusto also in that fight. But clean at the front, Julian Fresnelli, 2.9 seconds clear, secures pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, you just called it. Julian Fresnelli has confirmed the first pole position going into tomorrow's Superheats. Julian, must be a great feeling for us to be able to say that to you. You're looking at a pole going into tomorrow. After all of these heats, the feeling, you know, the confidence must be sky high.
Yeah, I feel very confident for tomorrow, and let's see what we can do tomorrow in the Superheat.
And of course, you didn't end that race without a bit of drama behind you. Teammates of Antonio Ianni, of course, came out of the first sector and had a breakdown. When you were driving round, were you aware that that happened to a driver that has been so close to you in all of these heats so far?
Yeah, I saw that he was stopped in the track at the 3rd lap, and I saw number 31, so I saw him. It happens, but yeah, he did a great week. So.
Great weekend for you so far as well, Julian. Great result. We'll see you on that pole position spot tomorrow. And we're just going to quickly swap you out for Will Green. We're going to get the Prema driver of Will Green to come over. Will, we'll swap you and Julian over. Will, great results for you so far. Sharp end of the field. We spoke to you earlier on, but talk us through that heat. You know, lots of battles still continuing for you.
Yeah, I had a good start again, and I just made my way through. And then towards the last couple of laps, I got overtaken by Leo, but I still finished 3rd, so it's a good result.
And of course, we've seen some strong form from Julian Fresnelli, who will be heading into tomorrow as the pole sitter. For you, Will, watching the form of a driver like that, what do you think has caused maybe an extra edge for him that you need to try and pick up on going into tomorrow's Superheats?
Well, I was starting 9th for every race, so I think that's not the best place to start, but it's better than being on the outside, so I don't know, I will see, we'll find out tomorrow.
We absolutely will. Thank you very much then, Will. That is Will Green, the Prema driver. We'll head back up then into our commentary box and back over to you, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, for that one. Good chat there with both Will Green and Julian Frasnelli, who will be starting relatively high up tomorrow. Of course, Frasnelli looking at that pole position for tomorrow as well. OK, qualifying heat A versus F. Heading out onto the circuit now for the senior category. This is A&F's last group for their racing today for the senior class, which we see Indra Peschel and Ili Christian on that front row of the grid as they get themselves ready. Look at that, 16 degrees, dry conditions, not a cloud in the sky from where I can see. A beautiful day for racing in the end after the dramas that we saw this morning with a lot of cloud, a lot of wind, and a significant amount of rain. That is all gone for now. Looking at tyres for this race, many have been deployed. Not all, though, have been deployed. We will go over a fair few of them who have done so. And quite a few of them all the way up until, well, the back of the grid, really, have deployed them. The 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th rows have all deployed a full set on the left-hand side, and a few more just behind them as well. So we'll get you through all the drivers who have had a moment in that one. There is Juan García, who is sitting in the mechanic stand ahead of this race, but getting himself ready to go. There at the front of the field, Indra Peschel. No tyres on board this young man, and he is just ready to see what will happen later on today. ANC, of course, was the race that we saw earlier on, and I do not believe any of them deployed tyres in that group, and I will just confirm that, and no, they did not. So for him, I think this is just a case of seeing if these drivers can get these tyres saved until tomorrow, and that will be a very good run for them. For all the drivers a little further back, for Peter Stiller, Luigi Coluccio, Max Wieland, they've all gone for fresh tyres. Gustavo da Silva, he had deployed them already, so he's on used tyres already. For everyone else, it is all a case of seeing what they can do in this one. Right then, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup. Indra Peschel, points leader as it stands. A win here will put him in good step. However, he has not deployed fresh tyres on the left-hand side. He is saving them for tomorrow. Has that been the right choice, or will the drivers behind pile on that pressure and push him down that order? He starts alongside Ili Christian, who is in a very similar story, sits 5th in the points, also hasn't deployed tyres. Row 2, Kinmark and Kalesia. Again, they are close to those points and have got brand new sets of tyres on the left-hand side. Isaac Sayer and Lev Krutulov, no tyres deployed. I think Sayer did deploy them earlier on in a previous race. Row 4, Michael Gorecki and Asher Oshtein, they've got fresh tyres on the left-hand side. At row 5, Zach Green, no tyres. Bosco Arias, fresh tyres, left-hand side. At row 6 is all new tyres for the left-hand side for Tobias Jenny and Zarif Raquel. Row 7 is a similar story with Drew Waltz and Nicholas Schaufler. Brand new tyres, left-hand side. Row 8, the first side of the field. Daniel Picorni and Michael Bagoy, both brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side.
Part 2 of your grid then is started on row number 9 by Evan Purcell and Sebastian Mins. Both have gone new on that left-hand side. Same story then for row number 10, which includes Luke Tal and Victor Stalmack, and all new on the left-hand side of both drivers on row number 11, which includes Antonio Coccianella and Max Acroy. Row number 12 then will see Aston Sharp. He's gone new on the left-hand side, but Ludovico Mazzola has not decided to go new boots. Row number 13, Marcel Matuic, new on the left-hand side, as has Max Wayland. And from 14, Rafael Boulard and Luigi Coluccio have both gone new on that left. 15th row and final row for your field, Gustavo da Silva, no new boots for him, but Peter Stiller on the left-hand side, like most of your grid, has got new rubber deployed.
Indeed, right. Let's see how this one will go. There is many of the drivers watching along, and you can see there Dan Alaban right on the far-hand side, I believe Luke Cornder, and then Vanessa Schilkinator in that order.
Lillian Scarborough.
Is it Lillian Scarborough? I'm pretty sure I saw Vanessa Schilkinator out there as well. So there we go. Right then, so as they get ready to go then for this one, Peschel ready to fight against Christian, but of course Peschel is the one to watch on this one. He's already the points leader. A win here will certainly put him on pole position. It's lights out, fights on, and already one of the Paralympians straight off the track at the start of that one. William Kalesia not getting away well, suffers massively at the start of that race and tumbles down the order. Crucially at the front though, Peschel leads the way. Kinmark though right there, certainly could be a driver to put a spanner in the works, but now he's going to lose out because Kalesia, also on those fresh tyres, is nowhere near to attack at the front.
Well, Jindřich Peschel then, this qualifying heat is a game for him that includes staying out of trouble. He's just got to get it right. He hasn't got to fight through the pack. He's out there in the front and he just needs these points on the board to set himself up nicely going into tomorrow. But for now, he is being challenged out there, as at the front it's looking like a change could be on.
Oh,
the
here we go.
change is on out at the front then, shortly behind Peschel and Kinmark. Isaac Sayer getting involved as well, as this battle is heating up very nicely. The VDK really looking strong in this point of the race compared to the drivers shortly behind, as one of the energy coursers, Lev Krutulov, now fighting sharp into the field, but settled at the start for our top 5 compared to what we've seen in previous races, but absolutely not settled in our midfield session for the drivers like Asher Oshtein, who's now being hustled by Niklas Schaufler.
Certainly so. Right then, as this race goes on, I'm just looking at the points here. Peschel now 232 points. Of course, if Isaac Sayer can close in, if Lev Krutulov can close in, all of these drivers, though those two are not on fresher tyres, but if Michael Gorecki and Asher Oshtein could do something about it, well, Gorecki's there in P5, certainly could put a spanner in the works for the man from Czechia who sits currently still in the lead of those points. Right then, big moves down the inside. That is Aston Sharp on the move. Move down the inside now, stepping up the order quite nicely.
Well, Aston Sharp fans out there, let's not forget, still on that Birrell machinery, but this year is in that VAR branded machinery, as just in front of his eye line, Zach Green and Niklas Schaufler now swapping for positions. Schaufler now finding his way past, but let's not forget, he had a DNF earlier after a technical issue. He's also had DNFs for a spin at the last corner, so desperately trying to hang on to some points now is the driver that's returned to the champions of the future. Kinmark still out there in the front, and actually Peschel for the first time this weekend, really, Anthony, under some pressure.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is what he doesn't want in this race. You have to remember, in that last race, well, okay, let's look at the points first. So the intermediate classification as it stands, Peschel is still on 232. Kinmark now second in the points with 202. Kristen third with 194. Krutulov fourth with 174, as the fighting's still happening. Hugendorn, Mani, Anagnosiadis and Kowalczyk, they are 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. But Hugendorn, Mani and Anagnosiadis are in the next race. They could still put their foot right into Peschel's pole position here if Peschel drops down any more.
Well, I think teammates Zach Green and Isaac Sayer, Green just unintentionally cost Sayer some positions there out of that second sector, lost a number of places, and it was Seb Mins, who you saw just a moment ago on your screen, get to for the price of 1. The Koski's looking really strong so far this season then, Anthony, and the driver of Michael McGoy returning to the field. P10 currently was the driver you just saw overtake Zarif Sekel. Fights still on, though, at the sharp end of your order, and this is a fight between Asher Oshtein and Bosco Arias. Arias really trying to cling on to some points now, has had DNF after DNF.
Yeah, certainly so. Big movers then in the start of this race. Sebastian Mins up 11 places, Schaufler up 10 inside the top 10 as it stands. We'll keep a close eye on that progression as it goes on. Lap 5 of 12, well actually lap 6 of 12 of this race. Look to the inside, Sebastian Mins on Bosco, or Isaac Say I should say, and has got that move done. And good battles happening thick and fast. And it was Zach Green, sorry, I should say, who was dropped backwards. This move down the inside as well, all starting to kick off also. Evan Purcell on Asher Oshdin, not being able to get that one done, but I think, no, I thought he was being waved through there into the corner, but no, has stayed beside.
Well, out there in the front then, still no change for position between Oliver and Peshawar. The changes down at turn number 16. Evan Purcell looking hungry for this one. Purcell now side by side down the start-finish straights. We've got Oshdin trying to get involved in this, but gets just muscled slightly wide on the entrance towards that first corner, where these drivers really do meet with the curb to apply the power, running wide in towards turn 2 to then set up 3, 4, 5 and 6. They do settle back down, but Seb Mins on an absolutely fantastic charge and has now been gifted a bit of real estate now, because Bosco Arias really has just gone in quite hard on Gurecki.
Yeah, indeed. This race certainly is heating up here at the front end. All the meanwhile, though, they are not closing in too drastically on Oliver Kinmark and Jindra Peschel. These two here, Krusov and Schaufler, have dropped the pack behind. They are working as a duo here to try and close in to Peschel. Now the gap is only about 6 tenths per second. There's a move down the inside for Schaufler, who now gets that move done. They'll lose a little bit of time to Peschel and Oliver Kinmark up ahead, but that will, I'm sure, try and close that in with the remaining laps of this one there. You can see your intermediate classification heats up to the top 10. Bataro and Hernandez still inside that top 10 as well. With these changes that's happening, Lev Krutulov, with losing that spot now, drops down to 6th in the points. Hugendorn and Manny go back up to 4th and 5th, which will help them out, try and close in even more on the drivers ahead.
Well, at that final corner, still drivers switching for positions. I think just shortly behind Zach Green, we saw a change for some of the drivers inside the top 10. It was Evan Purcell and Gurecki fighting it out. Lev Krutulov there, still tailing round on the back of Schaufler, but Schaufler is not in direct competition with him points-wise, and I think the Ukrainian driver for Energy Course is more than aware of that. Typically, I'd actually say, Anthony, the driver of Krutulov would go for a move quite quickly, but for now he's just sat on the back of that DPK, biding his time. He's going to know that if he goes for anything too risky, he's going to cost himself some points. He doesn't really need that high-risk, high-reward opportunity to overtake, because points-wise, like you called out a moment ago, he is P6 in these standings. Seb Mins, though, having a great run of things, but now could be challenged by Bosco Arias. Those two drivers entering towards that first corner line of stern. Whoa, big send down the inside. Nice move there by Bosco Arias. Really good jump at Seb Mins.
Yeah, indeed. Pushing through pretty nicely here. And these last few races certainly providing some good fights. Right at the front, have we had some changing around here, or is there just been a transponder moment? Because Oliver Kinmark, apparently on my screen, is not circulating anymore. No, but he is still there. No panicking, ladies and gentlemen. Oliver Kinmark is still in the lead of this race. Just a transponder moment. There he is on your screen. Big look over the shoulder for Peschel. 2 laps to go in this one, Nicole. And Schaufler starting to reel in Peschel. Peschel at the moment still, if he finishes here in 2nd place, is fine. He will have pole position for Superheat 1. No one will be able to close in on him in that last race, despite the fact that Hugendorn, Manny and Anagnosiadis are in it. They haven't got enough points, even if they won that last race, to close in on Peschel. If disaster strikes here at the end of this race, if Schaufler closes in, then it could open it up. But at this moment, it is absolutely fine. I mean, for Peschel, does he want to get this move done on Oliver Kinmark, or is he just going to think, hey, I'll sit here, I'll settle for a 2nd place because it means pole position tomorrow?
You could question if within this race Peschel has just sat there settled and thought, I've done just enough. But I'd actually say that Oliver Kinmark has just genuinely been faster than Peschel, and you can give it down to that tyre that has been deployed for Oliver Kinmark. Of course, started on that 2nd row. I think he's just genuinely come into this race, had the legs on Peschel, and Peschel hasn't been able to do anything about it. Out of the 2nd sector, they will go, though, for the final time, and Peschel visibly just catches up there to the back bumper of our race leader. Is a move going to be on now into the final corner? Looking like it could potentially be. They're going to run together out of the final turn, but you can see Peschel just backs off ever so slightly, and Oliver Kinmark will see that checkered flag to take a race win.
Yes, he does. He takes a race win, but it's Peschel who takes pole position and the championship points as well at the end of the qualifying heats. Kinmark wins, but Jindra Peschel secures pole position for Superheat 1 with one more race to go. We find out who will start on pole position for Superheat 2. At the moment, it is the man who wins that race. Oliver Kinmark is looking at a pole position start for Superheat 2. However, of course, with Hugendorn, Mani and Anagnostiidis in that next race, could certainly change the order. Kinmark from Peschel, Schaufler from Krutzelov, Arias from Mins, Green, Purcell, Racal from Magoy, Oshtein, Gorecki, Sharp, Saccheni, Tal, Cocchianella, Coluccio and Kalesia round out the top 18. 19th, Ili Christian, Ludovico Mazzola, Drew Waltz from Max Lacroix, Daniel Picorni, Max Wieland from Victor Stelmach, Peter Stiller, Isaac Sayer, Rafael Ballard, Marcel Matievich and Gustavo da Silva round out the 30 kart field. All the drivers started the race, did finish the race, and the biggest mover in that race in the end was Sebastian Mins from the United Kingdom for Fusion Motorsport. 12 places gained, puts him in 6th place at the end of that race. Well, for Peschel, he cannot do any more for Kinmark, neither can he, and neither for Ili Christian. They jump in those orders now. Peschel leading the points, 232. Kinmark with 202. Currently is looking at a pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. But of course, Hugendorn, Mani and Anagnostiidis could do something about that. Ili Christian, who of course raced earlier on, cannot score any more than 187. So he is all done and dusted also for the day. Start of that race didn't go the way of William Kalesia, unfortunately, from the second row of the grid all the way to the back of the grid to then fight back to finish in P18. But a deficit of 14 places, a very tough run for him on that one. Kinmark getting into the lead relatively early on in that race. Kinmark and Peschel breaking away from the rest of the field. Schaufler looking very strong in that race as well. 11 places gained, put the DPK racing driver from Austria up into 3rd place on an 11th place gain. Still a very strong performance throughout that one. The same could be said for Bosco Arias, pushing himself up and over 5 places to finish inside the top 5 at the end of their last qualifying heat of the day. Lev Krutzelov as well, strong race, 2 places gained, finishing that one P4. Sebastian Mins, as we mentioned as well, strong performance, 12 places gained, puts in P6. The biggest mover on circuit, and that was just ahead of Zach Green and Evan Purcell. Zarif Racal and Michael Magoy would lock out the top 10, and for Magoy, a very strong performance there indeed, with finding himself in those top ranking positions. So a very good run for the American as well. Last 2 moments in this one, seeing Sebastian Mins pushing his way forward, then later getting past the KB Racing Experience driver of Michael Gorecki, who would end up falling down to 12th place in that one, but still a strong result nonetheless. Schaufler again with those overtakes. It's been the most popular place to get those moves done in towards turns 3 and 4. The double apex hairpin there as the drivers push forward, seemingly providing great racing action. Across the line, very close, only 0.067 of a second between Kinmark and Peschel. Kinmark taking the win at the moment, sits 2nd in the intermediate classification. At the moment, looking at a pole position, Superheat 2, but Jindra Peschel securing pole position for Superheat 1. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Jindřich Peschel, maybe not a perfect day, but definitely a very good day for you. Good results throughout these heats, ever since qualifying, really. Tell us then, going into tomorrow, it's looking like a provisional pole position for those super heats. So give us a rundown.
Yeah, today was very good. We had a fourth, 2 wins and a second now in the last heat, so very consistent. Good speed in the dry, good speed in the wet, so I couldn't be more happy with our pace.
And of course, as well, the pace is looking good on the chassis. We just saw in juniors, Julian Frasnelli also had a good result. So tell us about the feeling when you're driving around in the dry conditions, you know, confidence in the karts, especially when getting it stopped into the corners. Tell us.
Yeah, you know, here it's a big advantage to start first because there's a lot of mess behind you. So I always got a good run in the first few laps, and then I could calm down a bit, save the tires a tiny bit. So yeah, now we've got a big advantage with the tires, and everything's perfect.
Well, congratulations on a good day then, Jindřich. We're going to swap you over with Oliver Kinmark, who we just saw had a great run in that qualifying heat. Oliver, if you come over. Good run then for you. Of course, you deployed some new tyres on board, and it was enough to get you past Jindřich Peschel. So tell us about how that one unfolded and that overtake that gifted you the win.
Yeah, well, it feels good to end the day with a win. And yeah, I just try to manage and get past Jindřich as fast as possible. And just then get a gap and pull away and try to win it, and that's what we did.
Absolutely, great job, well done. Thank you very much then, Oliver. 2 more races to round out today. Of course, big day of heats for all of our drivers, and we'll turn back to our juniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, 2 races to go. Groups B versus C, juniors and seniors. Next out on the track, we'll be starting with the OK Junior category for qualifying Heat B versus C. Tyres have been deployed in this one. We will go over those at some point. Not all the grid, but a fair few of the drivers deploying them in this one. Priam Bruno has a really good chance here of putting it on pole position for Superheat 2. Superheat 1 is out of reach. Will not score enough points even with a race win here to take that away. Julian Frasnelli, 238. Priam Bruno, 184. 50 points added onto that one just is not enough, and will find himself falling back in that order a little bit. So can he find himself on pole position, though, for Superheat 2? That is the question. At that moment, the driver who currently sits there, P2 in that intermediate classification, is Maxim Bobrozov with his 202 points. That is the target for Priam Bruno. That is obviously not many points away. So effectively this race should secure that pole position for Superheat 2, but we have to, of course, wait and see. Will Green, of course, third in the points with 201 points to his name. Severo Sachizlowski does not sit inside the top 8. Other drivers who will need to watch out on this one, Alex Malota, who starts this one on the second row of the grid, is 7th in the points. And the likes of Manuel Bellini as well, just rounding out the top 8 in the points, but he also not out in this race. Field gets engines on. They head out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then at the end of the day. The last race of the day for the OK Junior category. It's Priam Bruno and Severo Sachizlowski on row number 1, Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Alex Malota on row 2. Row 3 will see Zach Zhu, who has deployed fresh slicks on the left-hand side. Oive Venturata has not. Row 4 sees Billy Van Sturven, also has deployed fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Olivier Adesini joining him on the 4th row, has not. Jeff Verbeek and Oskari Volley, no tyres on row 5. Row 6, Antonio Pintonia and Max Velder, no tyres on any side of the kart. Row 7, Theo Palfrein and Henry Constant Kumpin, only Kumpin the Belgian on the 34 machine, fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 8, no tyres at all, Daniel Miron and Alexandre Point.
For both drivers on row number 9 then, Yankar Jelik and Zavre Dudkovsky, new tyres on the left. Jarlath Sayer and Aurélien Lemaire line up on row number 10, and it's the same story for those two. No new tyres for row number 11, including Wenyubo and Daniel Ferraria. And then from row number 12, new on the left-hand side for Akil Ray, but no new tyres for Alexander Legenki. Row number 13 will see Lisandro Carabollo with Juan Gafiate. New tyres on the left for Lisandro. 14, new tyres for Matvey Durganov on the left-hand side. Emerson McAndrew will be housed alongside him. 15th and penultimate row of your field for the last qualifying junior heat of the day. Alexander Lazarus will be seeing Michelle Orlando. And rounding out your field, 16 rows in total, 32 drivers. Abdena Al-Mahidi and Rocco Simone will line up together. Both drivers having new tyres on that left-hand side.
Drama for Aurélien Lemaire, late off the pre-grid, is trying level best to catch up, but was, of course, already past the red line, would not be able to get into position. Here we go racing, last time for the juniors. It is lights out, fights on for Priam Bruno off the pole sitter side. Santiago Diaz de la Vega tries to go through as well. Drama in the background, 1 or 2 carts onto the grass, but they all rejoin in a safe condition. The rest of the field now back in through the first couple of sectors unscathed. 3, 4, 5 and 6 all clean and dry for the field, but crucially at the front, clean getaway. One of the energy courses there getting squeezed out wide, possibly Jan Garzielek, who rejoins the circuit only a little further down. Down the inside comes one of the Ricky Flynn's, Billy Van Sturven. Brand new set of tyres, left-hand side will be helping him out in this opening few laps, and it has done. It's got him up into 3rd place. Zach Gilles as well, also new tyres, is looking for 3rd place back. Not quite close enough to take it at the end of lap number 1.
93 juniors joined us then this weekend, and we're going to lose many before we head into tomorrow's super heats and finals. Of course, we can't qualify everybody in. Priam Bruno, though, is one of the drivers right at the sharp end of the field and as at the sharpest end of this race. Change then between one of the victory lanes and the Forza drivers. Those two just fighting it out, and that is Theo Palfrain and Jeff Verbeek, who are switching for positions. No major dramas so far within this race, other than for Jarlath Sayer, who has tumbled down the order to P32. So I think maybe he's one of those energy courses that you saw having that drama just a moment ago. Anthony, like you said, is out and will not go any further. Qualifying heats, of course, have been owned by Julian Frasnelli. He is challenged, potentially not challenged enough by Priam Bruno. Priam Bruno, of course, leading this race, so I don't think a switch between them is going to be completely possible.
No, once
makes
again...
no difference either, really.
Yeah, I'm frightened because my maths was correct again, Nicole. Yeah, Priam Bruno will not be able to score enough points in this one by 4. The best he can do is take away the pole position for Superheat 2 away from Maxim Bobrikov, which he has done so at this moment. Santiago Diaz de la Vega currently 4th in those points as well. Has got 202, sitting there in 2nd place. So if he could get into the lead, he would jump up as well. Alex Malota also jumping up to 6th. But as it stands, the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow would be Julian Frasnelli and Maxim Bobrikov on that front row of the grid. For Superheat 2 tomorrow, as the racing continues here, Zach Zhu diving down the inside there of Billy Van Sturven, gets that position away, moves up to 3rd place, and then it all kicks off just in the background here as Daniel Miron is there. Santiago Diaz de la Vega has gone down into 4th place now.
Bit of a theme around this circuit so far then, Anthony. Drivers actually managing to get 2 for the price of 1, and that's what you just saw out of the final corner. Now Zach Zhu, despite those good moves earlier on, is under some pressure, as is by Billy Van Sturven, now by Daniel Miron. Daniel Miron finds his way past the Ricky Flynn and shuffles him into the hands of the drivers behind, including Pizzonia, Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Theo Palfrain. Into the chicane, these drivers will go once more, settling down to fight it out for this P3. But Daniel Miron has actually cleared off from this pack now and is on a charge. 12 places so far for the Fusion.
Yes, indeed. Daniel Miron, he had a good start. He also, I don't think, deployed fresh tyres in this race. Daniel Miron, I'm looking for him now on my piece of paper. And...
no, he didn't.
No, he didn't. So, no, he did not deploy fresh tyres, but seemingly didn't care about that because he's working quite well in this one. Alex Malota seemingly looking like he's tumbling down the order there. He's just crossed the next sector marker, but down 13 places into 17th place. So it's been a tough old race for him. That in turn might affect his points in the intermediate classification. Nice scrap here. Oyvind Vedrata in the middle of that fight there. He's got Billy Van Staveren just in front, and then of course Santiago Diaz de la Vega just ahead, or say alongside, and now ahead, and that's 2 for 1 for Oyvind Vedrata in the hairpin at turn 15 alone. That's nicely done there. as we see now Conca battling away with Stavrin.
Well, your top three then, your trio at the front are actually nowhere near each other on the circuit. Priyan Bruno, good gap has Zach Zoe as this unfolds in the back and changes going on now between this battle of karts. You can see this is getting very close, and this is what you can expect when you come into crunch time. And straight off the track then at turn number 6.
Cini.
That is Cini, and almost getting a bit close for comfort with one of the kart republics as he finds himself back on the road. That's the energy course as well of Garjelik getting all involved in this fight, but that could have ended in absolute disaster.
Can you tell this is the last qualifying heat of the day? Elbows are most certainly out here in the juniors as they're getting rather hands-on in this race, side by side down the start-finish straight. Whoa. Look at this now, clean as you like, but that is again Santiago Diaz de la Vega losing out there. Venturata Belfrena, Stavrin, Conca, Volley, McAndrew are in there as well. Look at Emerson McAndrew in this one, 17 places gained. If that's an attempt to get into the Superheats tomorrow, I don't know what it is. Looking very quick indeed. Oscari Volley there on the rear bumper of Billy Van Stavrin, looks to the inside at turn 11, takes it away in another overtake. Again, we're on lap 7 of 10 on this race. This is quite some fights that we're seeing for 7th all the way down to 23rd place.
Well, the fight going on behind Emerson McAndrew then, driver that just picked off another position on the exit of turn number 10 as drivers side by side going down that start finish straight in towards turn number 1. We have got changes continuing to go on. Oscari Volley being one of those drivers also trying really hard to push ahead as down towards that third corner. Henry Constant Kumpen is another driver being hustled, as is Alex Malotta there. Oiva Veterata, despite being right in the fight, is the fastest driver on the track, and drivers just muscling each other out. Like you said, elbows out, crunch time moments, leaving nothing out there on the circuit and seemingly nothing out there on the grass on the exit turn number 6 either.
Yeah, it was Jeff Verbeek, the driver that had run wide there out of turn 7. Oh, someone looking down at their car there, and that is one of the KB competition machines there? No, I don't think it is.
It's Priyan Bruno.
It is Priyan Bruno. Is that Priyan Bruno? It is. The victory lane. It's the race leader, Priyan Bruno, in the 71 machine. Is he going to lose out on pole position for Superheat 2? Well, right now, the points as it stands, he still is 20 points clear from Maxim Bobrajov. But if he drops down even more, if more mechanical gremlins happen for the young man from Belgium, for the victory lane outfit, could he find himself losing out on pole position overall for that second Superheat? We'll have to wait and find out. Down the inside goes Antonio Pizzonia on the likes of Daniel Miron, squeezes his way through. There is now your race leader Zach Zhu. Miron attacks, but back on Pizzonia, knowing that it's probably game over for Bruno just behind, but Bruno's still there. Priyan Bruno still has got power here on this last lap. He only needs to do 1,200 meters to get it to the end. He looks to the inside, cannot take the position away from Miron. There in the background now, closing in his tail Palfrain. Down the inside goes Miron. Through goes Bruno, 2 for 1. Gets back past Oiva Venturata, Oscari Volley, Henry Constant, Kumpen, McAndrew are all getting involved. They are still scrapping away, and back down the inside goes Teal Palfrain, and Bruno goes back down to 3rd place. Zach Zhu, though, he had to wait for the last race of the day, but he's done it. DPK Racing, Zach Zhu, after the drama this morning with the slick tyres in the rain, takes a qualifying heat win from Teo Palfrain. Priyan Bruno does secure Superheat 2 pole position tomorrow after that scare on the start-finish straight. Not sure what happened, as out of the race there goes Alexander Lazarus, the Paralin Motorsport driver. That's at the final corner as well. That's disastrous for Alexander Lazarus. He will not get to finish his last race of the day. A big shame for him. Biggest mover, though, Emerson McAndrew. Uren finds himself from 28th place to 9th place. Again, of 19 positions. What a drive there for the young man in his first outing with the OKJ category here in the Champions of the Future, here at a brand new circuit in La Conca. There is your results. Zach Zhu finishes that one, P1 ahead of Théo Palfrén. Priam Bruno from Daniel Miron in 4th place. Both Palfrén and Miron gaining 11 places in that race. Oiva Venturata finishing in P5 ahead of Antonio Peternia. Oskari Volley from Henry Constant Kumpin. Emerson McAndrew Uren in 9th place from Billy Van Staveren in 10th place. Sarah Dukowski in 11th from Maxveld. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, not the result he would have wanted, but still finishes the day, provisionally of course, 8th overall. Matvey Duganov, 13 places gained, finishes that one in P14. That's a strong race there from Alex Malota. Savaloda Sachis-Orlovsky from the front row of the grid. That's a tough result there. 16th place, a deficit of 14. Alexander Legenki from Juan Garciase in 18th place. Wenyabu from Michelle Orlando, who rounds out 10 places to round out the top 20. Jeff Beck, Alexandre Point, Achille Ray, Aurelien Lemaire, Olivier Adesini, Rocco Simone, Daniel Ferraria, and Alessandro Carabello, Garzelic, and El Majidi round out the 30 finishers of that race. Lazarus and Saya, both retirements. This is the start of that race, as we saw them all fighting at the beginning of that, and then for the rest of the race. I believe this moment here was at the 97 of Jarlis Saya going backwards. Unfortunately, can't quite see the number there as it went through, but yeah, Jarlis Saya retiring from that race at the very start, possibly. Could have been him with that excursion off the track. Battles ensued throughout that one. Zach Zhu with the early advantage here. Of course, the fresh tyres on board was able to push through to the very front at the very end of that race with the drama happening for Priam Bruno. There you can see Théo Palfrén also, who managed to get up into 2nd place at the latter stage of that race after a very dramatic final few laps of it, as everyone managing to push through. There, of course, Santiago Diaz de la Vega was right up at that sharp end at the beginning stage of that race, as the racing certainly did kick off, and you could see him slowly just moving down the order at this point, unfortunately finishing 13th place. Middle of the race, though, we did see the drama unfold for Priam Bruno. Just out of the blue, the kart just suddenly going very slowly. The driver was leading by over a second, later finding himself dropping backwards in the order. That was all, of course, after what happened with all these drivers still in that top 10. As Nicole said, elbows definitely out in this last race of the day. Certainly the busiest we've seen for a while today. And you can see how spread out it was at the front here, and how that lead really was taken away from that drama. This is, again, the moves down the inside. Henry Constant Kumpin trying to go for it, and of course the likes of Santiago Diaz de la Vega trying his best to go for those moves again, and a shame there for Olivier Adesini. And you can see there, I think that front nose cone just getting folded in on the wheel there, and just trying to close in. This moment here again, the overtakes coming in thick and fast. The Ricky Flynn boys certainly giving a good old race to Diaz de la Vega in the opening stages of that race onto lap 7, and that was just bringing the likes of Ascari Volley into play. It was bringing everyone in just behind. The gaps closed in quite tremendously. It allowed Emerson McAndrew as well to get involved in that fight. He was able to gain those 19 places and squeeze his way through the field. He actually then got ahead of that battle. This moment here as well, like we say, those elbows most definitely out as around the moment. This was the moment here. Not sure what happened. A look down at the carburetor there on the engine, and it just it just ground to a halt. Priam Bruno down to 2nd, later down to 3rd, but with that 3rd place would still score enough points to find himself on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Well, that is the juniors done and dusted. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and maybe see what happened to Priam Bruno in that last race.
Well then, Anthony, I'm definitely going to ask Priam the question. Priam, that race for you, you led things, but then it looked like something went slightly wrong for you down the straight. Can you tell us a little bit more about what was going and what cost you that race win?
My engine is not very good. I have the problem in the straight. I lost the pole. After, for tomorrow, my engine is ready. It's possible to win.
But of course, despite that moment for you out on the track, it didn't actually cost you when it comes to those points, the standings. You're still looking strong going into tomorrow. So when that moment happened for you out on the track, were you thinking of that and did that help you to not panic?
I don't know. For me, it's I don't know.
And going into tomorrow then, Priam, I'm sure that nothing much will change for you. You know, you look comfortable in the karts, but how's the mindset going into those races? Because so many drivers in the field, so tell us about the confidence.
The old guy is very good. After, it's the test.
Well, Priam, thank you very much. Great racing from you today and good luck going into tomorrow. We've concluded then our juniors, but more heats left to go. Anthony, back over to you.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, indeed. Last race of the day. This one due to start at 5:30. Current time of day is 5:28. Look at that. Bang on time. What we like to see. This is groups B and C for the senior class. And again, this one could be a decider for Superheat 2, of course, for the seniors. That is done and dusted for the first of those superheats. Jindra Peschel in the points lead of that one. No one close enough to score those points. At the top of my head, no, I don't think anyone has got enough points. I will wait, though, until they cross the line and then can confirm a mass. But yes, I don't believe anyone can close in to Jindra Peschel. However, like we said, that pole position for Superheat 2 still up for grabs as this last race is moments away from getting started. Confident reports from the pre-grid. Lots of tyres deployed in this one, all bar two. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau and Devon Waltz not deploying tyres. They may have already deployed them. Everyone else, brand new set of tyres, left-hand side. And not forgetting this man here, Francois Cadel. Pole position for him on this one, the Swiss driver. Looking forward to seeing what he can achieve in this one, of course. Andrea Mani, Dean Hugendorn, and James Anagnostiadis are all fighting for pole position for Superheat 2. For Francois Cadel, he is not part of that fight, but still could find himself with some good points here to push him up in that intermediate classification. For the others, this is their last chance, really, to showcase what they can do as Dan Ashton gingerly waddles his way over to the end of that canteen. I love it when he can hear the PA because I can take advantage of it, let's say. Right then, field makes its way out onto the circuit. Last race of the day. One of those Monster Ks, Egon Pedrotti, taking a little longer to get fired up there, but I can see that Monster K heading out onto the circuit now. Field set out, as we said, everyone, brand new set of tyres, Jean-Mathieu Rousseau and Devon Waltz, all on the left-hand side. Here's your grid. Francois Cadel and Andrea Mani fighting from the front row of the grid. James Anagnostiadis and Dean Hugendorn, three of those top four, fighting for pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Ilya Berezkin and Tom Pradir go from row number 3. They'll have Oscar Gallin and Archie Owen on row number 4. They'll see William Marshall and Clovis Nougarade on row 5. Dan Alaman and Zach Drummond on row 6, with Iskender Sofakari and Jean-Mathieu Rousseau on row 7. Row 8, we'll see Devon Waltz and Gavin Adam.
Row number 9 then, Yuri Levar will sit alongside Egon Pedrotti, and then from row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Gabriel Canal and Rafael Bassato. Row number 11, Mika Runitz will see Filippo Sala, and then from 12, Angelina Simmons will look at Manuel Miguez. 13 will be Nefeli Cosmopoulos with Peter Gorecki, and then from row number 14, Yuri Bachika will see Mariano Lopez. 15 rows in total, 30 drivers for your last qualifying heat of the day before we head into tomorrow's super heats and finals. And it will be rounded out by Nicolo Kuman and Nicola Frigg.
Standing up again, Nicole. Last race of the day. Points certainly will be important in this one for those 3 drivers. Manny, Hugendorn and Anagnostiadis. They are very close in those points as they try and hunt down currently second in the points, Oliver Kinmark with his 202. They certainly could have a fight on their hands. Right then, sun still shining, air temperature 16 degrees, track is dry. If you look at the weather that we've got now, Nicole, to think how the weather was on, what was it, Tuesday, when I found myself out at post 2 with a water pump, and a big coat on.
And some armbands.
Some
and
wellies.
A life jacket.
Duct tape around said wellies, and fighting a water hose through a tree line to try and clear standing water. I did that. But yeah, that was quite the stark difference to what you see now here today, but we're thankful for it as we get ready to go racing for the last time today. Francois Cadel and Andrea Manni into the tram lines. Oh, it's a false start. Oh, the last race of the day.
Keeping us waiting.
I know.
Building the anticipation for this last one.
How dare they? Never mind. We'll have to wait a little longer to get this one started. But this one certainly will be that exciting one. Like you say, just that recap once again. I know you've heard it a lot of times, but we'll go through it one more time before this race gets started. Jindra Peschel securing pole position for Superheat 1. That's done and dusted, 232 points, barring my maths is correct, which it usually isn't. Oliver Kinmark currently second, 202 points. He's currently on provisional pole position for Superheat 2. That is at risk. Any one of the 3 drivers inside that top 4 of Andrea Manni, Dean Hugendorn or James Anagnostiadis could take that away. Christian has already raced. He is currently 3rd. He is most likely going to lose that 3rd position. He'll drop down the order. Of course, Lev Krutilov, he's already raced. And Klara Kowalczyk also has already raced. There we go here at the Conca World Circuit. Dan Ashton again. That's another Facebook profile picture if I've ever seen it. No, that one actually is the banner one, the one on top. You know the long one?
I'm not on Facebook.
Really?
No.
Wow.
Before my time.
Before your time. Sorry, Instagram or TikTok or whatever it is you're on. Right then, if I know you're on TikTok because you make TikToks of me and they're quite embarrassing. So, right, anyway, here we go then. Into that final corner once again. This will be important for those 3 drivers, for every driver here, of course. A lot of these drivers we will have to say goodbye to, of course. 20 or 18 of the seniors will be eliminated from the seniors, 21 from the juniors before tomorrow's racing. Into the tram lines, lights out, fights on in the seniors towards turn 1. Good start for Manny round the outside. Can he take it? No, he spins in the middle of the pack, and it's a huge moment. And I've got to say, for all of those drivers, they were able to stay on 4 wheels. And if that is a testament to that anti-launch device, which I did see get absolutely pummeled there into that turn, but the kart stayed on all 4 wheels, is a testament to that piece of new equipment. But for the drivers here, the racing still goes on as the marshals clear it. So that was Cadel, Manny. It also was Nefeli Kosmopoulos and Peter Gorecki, all involved in that incident. And thankfully, all of them are okay. Slow boards have come out. The race is neutralised, as at the moment, I believe it is Manny. No, it won't be Manny. James Anagnostiadis, yes. Anagnostiadis who leads the way and will slow the field down.
Andrea Manni, though, despite being caught up in that turn number 1, has managed to get that kart push started again. He is now heading round through the chicane section, whizzing past those MVA and play seat boards. So Andrea Manni, the driver that started right at the front on that first row, will continue. Let's watch this one unfold then. In down towards that first corner, you can see that the front row side by side, Manni on the outside, James Anagnostiadis, I don't know.
But watch.
I feel like he gets tagged up there.
Yeah, the KB kart there, the rear wheel hitting the kart there. It went up and it came back down again, and that was the most important thing. It didn't ping and go up and over that one. Very, very good to see that one, but a very scary moment there for the two front row finishers on that one, Cadell and Manny. And I think, was there a bit more dramas in that one? No, I think they all managed to clear away at the front of that field. But a very scary one for the last race of the day, which does now see James Anagnosiadis in the lead of it. Ilya Berezkin currently second from Thomas Pradier, Oscar Gallin and Devin Waltz in this race. The flags are going static. They will go past the start-finish line here one more time before we go racing once again. Berezkin backing up the pack a little bit there. They're dropping off the back of Anagnosiadis, who, of course, is in control of the pace. It is the driver's responsibility behind to keep up with that one. That's a lovely shot. The team tents, the Tony Kart team on top, the Car Republic team on top as well, and the clouds in the background that were the clouds that were over us earlier on. Now, nowhere to be seen. When
I was walking back up to the commentary box, you were saying, not a cloud in the sky. There are still some clouds out there. No rainy clouds,
not from where I'm standing, Nicole.
But, actually, over the top of the circuit, they're fine, they're unbothered. But if you look behind us, it actually looks like it could be up to raining again later on today.
I'm not looking behind me. I'm looking forward. And what forward tells me it's nice and sunny. Right then. Here we go again on this restart for Anagnosiadis now. Where he stands, confirmation, he cannot beat Peschel. He is a deficit of 12 points. However, he has taken pole position for Superheat 2 away from Oliver Kinmark. As it stands, he has got an 18-point lead ahead of Kinmark. Of course, that is if he stays there in the race lead. Right then, out of the final turn, he's already picked it up, he's bolted. Is that too soon though? Will they say he's gone too soon? Anagnosiadis starts racing as we go green and racing once more here in La Conca towards turn 1. Big lick, a curb there on the inside for one of the MPs. I think that was Mika Runitz on a 13th-place game. Anagnosiadis is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. You're nodding your head, Nicole. You spotted something on that replay.
Yeah, I would say at the race start, maybe Anagnosiadis had a part to play in that, especially with Francois Cadell. Of course, that is not up to us. It will be looked on post-race, but I would say that James Anagnosiadis under a bit of pressure now and has been under pressure for this race lead now because Ilya Berezkin has found his way past. Berezkin, really strong day so far, but has also drawn a lot of attention to himself. Pradier at that final corner now finds his way past James Anagnosiadis, and I'm saying Anagnosiadis, I'm not sure if he's a bit unsettled when it comes to, driver mentality after that race start. He's just not quite looking like he's in a rhythm so far. Turn number 3, more moves going on. This time it's Waltz getting past Gallon. Devin Waltz is the driver to now break into P4.
Well, you've got to think for Anagnosiadis, he will have seen that investigation board as he's crossed the line, and obviously an investigation board directly after you've seen 2 drivers in front of you spin and a slow board. You were thinking, did I cause that? And now that's going through his mind, and that's why he's probably dropped back to 3rd place, and now he's got drivers again starting to attack. So it's one of those things. But again, as long as he stays focused, he is doing that now, and he's back on the attack, and he's back on that rear bumper of Pradier. While in the background we are seeing the Ricky Flynn's and Tony Karts of Devin Waltz and Gabriel Canal trying to close in on that group up in front. Ooh. As they continue to battle away. A little bit rougher racing there. Canal down the inside of Devin Waltz.
Well, Canal there, to me, Anthony, just looked like he was unsettling slightly. The Ricky Flynn in towards turn number 3 does help himself and does manage to get past, but is going to shortly be under some pressure because Dean Hugendorn looks like he's springing back into action. Gallon, Marshall and Iskender Sulfakari in this fight as well. The 2 wards at the back of this, of course, in those parallels. Marshall being the one ahead. Sulfakari, though, the fastest driver out there on the track. Turn number 16, there he is. Dean Hugendorn has lit back into life. Switches with Devin Waltz there for that P5 as now Marshall and Sulfakari do work together. Not quite enough, though, for Marshall to get past as well. Sulfakari, though, does make a move stick in towards turn number 3. Still, drivers just getting shuffled down by not one, but losing out on multiple positions.
I was expecting to see that graphic as we've got a yellow at turn 1, cart off in the barriers. I think that might be Rafael Bassato out of the race. we saw a warning flag going out to the 214 machine of Gabriel Canal for that contact. And there we saw at turns 3 and 4, a lap ago on Devon Waltz, and I'm sure he won't be too happy with that one. And there is Bassato, thankfully okay, walking away, but unfortunately out of this race.
Now then, Anthony, I'd love to know what's going on in the mind of Dean Hoogendoorn, because Hoogendoorn has now jumped into P3 of those qualifying heats points. James Anagnostiadis, of course, is under investigation. And I think Dean Hoogendoorn really knows that he could potentially be on for a superheat pole here. James Anagnostiadis, of course, P2 in those standings, but a penalty could drop him in the order. And actually, Hoogendoorn is on the charge with a fastest lap to continue to get through the order. It's Canal there that he is looking for at this P4. But for now, we'll have to wait to see as we head through these laps into the dying stages. Final corner, hotspot corner for these drivers, and that's Angelina Simmons now being overtaken by Zach Drummond, who we've actually not really mentioned within this race. Drummond has consistently been well inside the top 5 today, but it's just not looking like it's been his heat so far.
No, indeed. Well, you have to remember, for Zach Drummond, he's been inside consistently the top 5, and he's qualified quite far back, and he's doing that right now. He's pushing his way through. Also, I've got an idea of what's going through Dean Hoogendoorn's mind right now.
Purple?
No, racing.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Right then, Hoogendoorn, fastest driver out there, he's just put it in, 47.616. But yes, he's pushing through nicely this one, holding on to 4th place for the time being. This is that move down the inside, and we're seeing beautiful, beautiful little stuff there for Dean Hoogendoorn. No drama.
What? That was a great move.
No, I mean, he's done many, many better ones than that, but that's just another one to add to his tally. The list is so big, you can call them little. Right, still, though, Gabriel Canal, he has got that 5-second, but he's still 14 places up, pushing forward.
Now, James Anagnostiadis, they're going for a lunge on Thomas Pradet, does get it going, but Thomas Pradet is going to return and get back past the switchback. There exists and invites Dean Hoogendoorn into things. But James Anagnostiadis and Dean Hoogendoorn now tied on points. 211 to both, as James Anagnostiadis, doesn't he know it? This is going to get fiery now, Anthony, because James gets the move done there through turn number 16 and now brings in Dean Hoogendoorn to it. So they're fighting both in these points and now directly both on the circuit.
They are joint in points as well, 214 points to their name. This fight is for pole position for Superheat 2, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, confirmation there. Of course, the driver who finishes ahead of whoever will be the points leader. But right now, they are sorting it out. Dean Hoogendoorn, if he gets the move done, he gets pole position. He's done it down the inside, but he runs wide on the exit. And Anagnostiadis goes back through. Now Thomas Pradet could be a thorn in the side of both of them if he gets this move done. He will find himself putting it to James Anagnostiadis on pole position. Down the inside, Hoogendoorn looks for it again, but not close enough this time around. Down the start-finish straight they go. Anagnostiadis still is in pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow, but Hoogendoorn might try anything.
Is in pole position so far, but is also still under investigation. Hoogendoorn could be gifted a saving grace within this one. It doesn't look like he's quite close enough to go for a lunge. James Anagnostiadis, head over the shoulder, covers the corner. Dean still right there. Is he going to try and bite the bullet? Is he going to try and go for a move? The drivers behind of Pradet and Canal now starting to fight it out as Waltz starting to get involved as well. Just a few more corners, just one more sector for these drivers. Ilya Berezkin dropped 3/10, but out there in the front, clean and dry into the final corner. James Anagnostiadis covers it.
He does indeed cover it. It'll be a run to the line. Berezkin's going to take the win of the final race of the day. That will help him out in those points, but it will be, at the moment, James Anagnostiadis on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Remember, he is under investigation for that incident that caused the slowboards to come out at the start of the race. If he is deemed at fault, a penalty will go his way. Hoogendoorn will take pole position for the Superheat 2 tomorrow. That is the question, though. We are going to have to wait for those results to become official at the very end of the day. Until now, pole position for Superheat 2 is provisional. with a capital P. For pole position for Superheat 1, that is done and dusted. Jindrich Peschel will secure pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. With 232 points, he'll take those championship points as well. Anagnostidis provisionally, of course, in P2 ahead of Dean Hugendorn, Torren Pradier from Gabriel Canal, Devon Waltz from Iskander Sulfakari, and Dan Alaman, William Marshall, and Mika Runitz lock out the top 10 as the biggest runner in that race. Will be Mariano Lopez, who finishes that race in 13th place. Zach Drummond finishes in P11, just ahead of Filippo Sala, who finds himself 10 places gained in P12. Angelina Simmons, 9 places gained, finishes in P14 ahead of Oscar Gallin, and Jirbi Ceka on an 11th place gain. Andrea Mani and Manuel Maguez from Gavin Adam, and Archie Owen, Egon Prodotti from Yuri Lavar and Nicola Frigg, Mateo Rousseau and Clovis Nougarade. Nicola Caman rounding out the top 26. The retirements, Rafael Bassato, Francois Cadel, Nefeli Cosmopoulos and Peter Gorecki. For the likes of Andrea Mani, great recovery there to 17th place after that spin at the very start of the race before that slow procedure came out. Well, what a day of racing we have had. The drama in the morning with challenging conditions, wet racing, dry racing. We didn't know what we were going to get, but it settled down. The sun came shining. And at the end of the day, Ilya Berezkin comes away with a qualifying heat win for the IPK factory team as he walks his way back to Parc Ferme. A very delighted result there at the end of it. But of course, for him, does not sit inside that top 8 in that intermediate classification. Here's your restart again. This is before the slow procedure. Now, watch them here. Now, is there any contact? Oh, there is. There is contact there from that replay. And that unfortunately ensued the rest of the incident. And you can see Anagnostidis just in the back of Francois Cadel. I don't think there was any misintention from that one, malicious intent in that move. But unfortunately, Cadel then spun sideways, clipped into the back, clipped into the side of Andrea Mani, which then unfortunately resulted in that incident. Later, Berezkin taking that lead away from James Anagnostidis. This would keep them in play for the points lead of the second of those super heats when he finished with 214, exactly the same as Dean Hugendorn. Of course, right at the end of that race, the investigation flag came out for Anagnostidis for that incident, and that has put a question mark on whether he will start on pole position for Superheat 2, or will it be Dean Hugendorn tomorrow for Superheat 2? That is the question. Hugendorn with those moves left, right and centre, just squeezing his way through the field here. Only did gain 1 position at the very end of it. There was the retirement for Rafael Passato, the CRG Racing Team driver, out of the race at turn number 1. There was that lovely little move there for Dean Hugendorn. Then later, the fighting raging on. James Anagnostidis back down the inside past Thomas Pradier. Pradier fighting back. That brought Dean Hugendorn into play. These two then both managing to get past Pradier firstly, Anagnostidis, and later into that same corner, Hugendorn able to squeeze through. That put these two both on 214 points. This overtake here would have put Hugendorn in the lead. That re-overtake from Anagnostidis put him back into the lead. But of course, all of this was while Anagnostidis was under investigation. Ilya Berezkin takes his first win of the weekend in the intermediate classification. Anagnostidis currently pole position for Superheat 2, under investigation. Hugendorn joins on those points. That investigation goes through. He takes pole position away. Let's head down to Parc Ferme for the last time today with Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. James, good racing from you all day, but maybe a bit of a dramatic end to your day. Currently, it's looking like you could be on for a pole going into that superheat, but drama out there, you were under investigation. Do you know potentially what for?
I'm not sure, to be honest. It was after the race start, so maybe for the race start, but I didn't think I did anything wrong. But yeah, it was a bit of a chaotic race, more than the previous heat. But yeah, I just struggled for pace a bit at the start of the race and then came back towards the end.
And of course, throughout that race, yourself and Dean were tied on points. You're still tied on points, but of course, because you've out-qualified, you've got that one in your hands. As a driver, when you know that and you know that he's so close to you on the circuit, how do you deal with it?
Not sure really.
Just drive?
Yeah, just drive. Try and win the race. You know, I don't really worry about where he is, but obviously the last couple of laps when he was behind me, I was trying to keep him behind for the points. But yeah, first goal is to try and win the race. So.
Thank you very much then, James. Let's see, of course, how the post-race decisions unfold. We're going to just swap you over with Dean Hoogendoorn, who, of course, we mentioned was very, very close to James throughout the entire race, and points-wise as well. Dean, good racing there between you and James, and of course he was under investigation. Did you know that at all, or were you completely unaware?
Yeah, I saw on the board he was under investigation, but for the rest I just tried to focus on my race. You know, I was far back after the start because they all made a big mess. I think I was around P10. No, but after the restart we were really fast. We gained a lot of positions. The speed is there. The whole week we've been inside the top 3, so I'm happy for now.
Well, much to be happy about going into tomorrow, Dean. Thank you very much. That concludes it then down here in Parc Fermé for your first full day of qualifying heats for the 2026 season. Anthony Jordan, of course, we've got our finals and super heats day coming up tomorrow, so tell us a little bit more.
Well, Nicole, I don't really need to tell you any more than what you just said. 4 super heats and 2 finals tomorrow. As you mentioned, OK Junior kickstarting the day at 10 to 10 local time here in Italy before we head over then to the Super Heat 1 for the seniors. Then Super Heat 2, of course, OK Junior and OK before. Then at the end of the day, at 1 o'clock local time, set your alarms for that one. You will not want to miss them. The first finals of the 2026 season for the Champions of the Future Euro Series, where we will see OK Junior and the Senior OK category go for 20 and 24 laps in their final. It's going to be an exciting one. For myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, thank you so much for joining us today, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Make sure you don't miss it. Bye for now.